Welcome back. If you're a returning listener, and if you're new here, I'm really glad you're joining us tonight. This video is designed to help you relax and fall asleep comfortably, surrounded by calm sounds and quiet stories. Like and subscribe only if this kind of storytelling feels right for you. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you. It's always nice knowing who's sharing the night. Now, settle in, turn off the lights, and let's begin tonight's stories. Story 1. Every night, my neighbor's lights flash in Morse code. Last night, it spelled run. I live in a neighborhood that might as well be called the lull. It's a quiet, meticulously manicured suburban cul-de-sac, where the only excitement is the annual block party and the occasional argument over recycling bin placement. I'm a creature of routine, a tax accountant whose greatest adventure is a weekend hike, and I moved here 3 years ago for the very lack of drama. My house, a 2-story colonial, is separated from my next-door neighbors, a slightly grander Victorian model, by a perfectly adequate 20-foot stretch of lawn and a tall decorative cedar hedge. The hedge is important. It provides privacy, a neat green wall that allowed me to forget they existed. The neighbors, the only people I interacted with on a semi-regular basis, were the Petersons. Or they were the people I assumed were the Petersons. I'd seen a middle-aged couple in the yard a few times, a silver-haired man wearing a sensible cardigan, a woman gardening, but their lives were as invisible to me as mine was to them. They were the epitome of quiet, respectable, suburban anonymity. Then the flickering started. It began subtly about 4 months ago, just after the Petersons had some exterior work done on their house. They had installed a new string of roofline LED lights, the kind that stay on all night for a soft ambient glow. I didn't mind them. They looked festive, even in the middle of a mundane Tuesday. But one night, I was sitting in my living room grading tax forms when I noticed the light on the far corner of their house, the one directly facing my master bedroom window, was behaving strangely. It wasn't a short-circuit flicker. It was a rhythmic flash. A short burst, a long one, another short one, then a pause, and the pattern would repeat. I initially dismissed it as a faulty wire, a cheap Chinese LED that had finally given up the ghost. But the pattern was too clean, too precise. It had a deliberate mechanical cadence that was unsettlingly familiar. I have a strange, almost photographic memory for obscure data. As a teenager, I was briefly obsessed with Barodioa 2 cryptography, spending one summer memorizing the international Morse code chart for a school project that, naturally, no one else cared about. I pulled my laptop closer, pulled up the international Morse code standard, and watched the rhythm again. Short. Long, long, long. Short. It repeated. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The pattern, repeating every 30 seconds, translated perfectly to a single, solitary letter. The letter B. I spent the entire next week watching that light, feeling an obsessive need to decode the message. Every night, exactly at 11 p.m., the light would turn on and begin its silent, rhythmic transmission. B, B, B. It was relentless. I was losing sleep, not because of the light itself, which was faint, but because of the unnerving persistence of the message. I considered walking over there, knocking on the door, and asking the Peterson family about their malfunctioning light. But the fear of sounding completely unhinged, "Excuse me, your faulty LED is sending me a distress signal in outdated naval code," stopped me. I decided I needed more data. The message changed on Friday. I'd been watching for an hour, charting the bees, when the rhythm shifted. The single bulb flashed a short burst, then a long one, then a final short burst. Then a long pause, followed by 3 short bursts. Another pause. A long burst, a short, a long, a short. I typed it into my code chart, my fingers flying across the keys, my breathing shallow and fast. Short, long, short, R. Short, 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 S. Long, short, C. R, S, C. I waited another 30 seconds, watching the light. The pattern repeated, R, S, C, over and over. R, S, C. Was it a name? A radio call sign? It felt like gibberish, an abandoned fragment of a thought. But it was definitely code, and it was being directed at my window. The light was positioned so that anyone inside the Peterson house would have had to manually adjust the fixture to achieve that specific trajectory. The next day, Saturday, I decided to break the routine. I walked over to the Petersons' house, crossed the perfect lawn, and approached the front door. I intended to ask about the light, feign a neighborly concern about their electrical wiring. But as my hand rose to knock, I saw a subtle detail that made me hesitate. The blinds on the front window were not merely drawn. They were taped shut from the inside with black electrician's tape, sealed against the frame so that not a single sliver of light or shadow could escape or enter. The house was not just quiet, it was inert, a crypt of respectable suburbia. I backed away and returned home, the unease now a deep, throbbing ache beneath my ribs. I watched the lights again that night, but with a new awareness. I was no longer an analyst. I was a target. At 11:00 p.m., the light turned on and began its sequence. Long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short. I worked through the sequence on my desk, the numbers and letters blurring under the fluorescent lamp. Long, T. Short, long, short, R. Long, short, long, K. Short, E, T, R, K, E. Not a common word, perhaps a name, perhaps a brand. Then the message repeated, slightly faster this time. T, R, K, E, T, R, K, E, T, R, K, E. The frantic repetition felt like a cry for help. The following night, the message was longer, taking nearly a minute and a half to transmit. I sat in the dark, notebook on my knee, meticulously recording every flash, the frantic dots and dashes turning into a desperate narrative. Long, 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 short, short, long, long, short, 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 long, short, 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 long, short, 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 long, long, short. I transcribed the letters one by one, writing them down without looking at the whole word until the final letter was confirmed. W-H-A-T-S-U-P. The message wasn't frantic or pleading. It was a question. What's up? A casual conversational inquiry directed at me through the silent language of light. The sheer audacity of it, the cold, calculated normalization of this clandestine communication, made my hands shake. I wasn't just observing a faulty light anymore. I was now part of the exchange. Someone inside that silent house knew I was watching, and they were initiating a dialogue. The question wasn't, "Who are you?" or "Are you watching?" It was, "What's up?" They were assuming I was already involved, a partner in this bizarre, covert correspondence. I couldn't sleep. The implication was paralyzing. If they knew I was watching, they must have placed the light, adjusted the direction, and started the conversation specifically for me. I needed to respond, to end this, to force the reality of the situation into the light of day. But how do you talk to a cryptic entity that communicates through light pollution and a dead language? I went into my attic and found an old, powerful camping floodlight I used for power outages. I dragged it to my bedroom, set it on a tripod, and aimed it at the Peterson's corner light fixture. At 10:55 p.m., I sat down, my finger poised over the power button. I had chosen my response carefully. It was simple, direct, and unassailable. At 11 p.m., the Peterson light turned on and began its sequence. Short, long, short, R, short, 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 S, long, short, C. The RSC from the previous night, the one I had dismissed as gibberish. This time, I realized what it was. It wasn't a name. It was a call sign, a way to establish a two-way channel. I waited for the full sequence to complete, took a deep breath, and began to flash my floodlight back. Long, 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 O. Long, short, long, K. The light I had bought was far too bright for the suburbs, and my OK was a blinding, disruptive burst aimed squarely at their window. I held the light steady on the final long flash of the K and then turned it off, my heart hammering like a drum. For a full minute, the Peterson light continued its RSC sequence, repeating the call sign, seemingly oblivious to my response. I started to think my message hadn't been seen, that my signal had been too crude, too fast. Then, the RSC sequence cut off midway. The light went completely dark for 10 seconds. Then it came back on and began a new, slow, deliberate transmission. Long, 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 short. Long, short, short. Long, short. Short, long, short, long. Long, long. Long, short, long. Short, short, long. Short, short, short. Short, long, short, long. I was transcribing this with a pencil, the lead breaking twice under the pressure. The message was excruciatingly long, taking nearly 3 minutes to complete. The decoded message was a terrifying, almost poetic answer to my question, FINDRAWAWERTOOTHHIDDEN. A set of instructions, a frantic coded call to action. I realized the message was so long, so complex, that it had to have been pre-scripted, written down and memorized, a sign that the entity on the other side of the hedge was not in a state of spontaneous panic, but a state of controlled, prolonged distress. I was now neck-deep in a genuine conspiracy. I couldn't go to the police with this. My neighbor is sending me a cryptic message about a tooth drawer in Morse code. I would be institutionalized before I finished the sentence. I had to find the drawer. I went back through the memory of my life with the Petersons. I knew they were in their late 60s. I remembered seeing the woman, the gardener, a few times. I remembered noticing about a year ago a silver SUV parked in their driveway with a logo on the side, a small stylized tooth. Mrs. Peterson was a retired or semi-retired dentist. The message was not about a kitchen drawer. It was about a dental cabinet. I spent the entire next day paralyzed, alternating between calling the police and researching breaking and entering laws. I settled on a coward's compromise. I would leave a message asking for clarification. That night, 11 p.m., the Peterson light turned on. RSC, RSC. I waited for the pattern to complete and then aimed my floodlight at their house and began my counter-transmission. Short, short, long, long. Short, long, short, long. Short, long, short, short, short. PETERSON. I flashed the name, my hands shaking with the audacity of it, naming the owners of the house in a silent, accusatory shriek of light. I watched their window, waiting for the flicker to stop, for the lights to come on in the house, for a terrified face to appear in the window. The light stopped. For another agonizing minute, the entire house was silent and dark. Then the light turned back on and began a new, incredibly slow sequence. The pauses between the dots and dashes were so long that I almost missed the connection between them, as if the sender was physically exhausted or terrified of being caught. Short, long, short. Short, long, long. Long, short, short. Long, short, long, long. Short, long, short, long, long, short. Short. I transcribed it. R-E-A-L-L-Y. The message was not one of fear or denial. It was mocking, a cold, sardonic rebuke. They weren't just communicating with me. They were playing with me, toying with my escalating anxiety. The realization turned my fear into a cold, hard resolve. I was not dealing with a frightened neighbor. I was dealing with something calculating, perhaps even malicious. I flashed a final message, Y-E-S, W-H-E-R-E. The Peterson house responded instantly. The light flashed a sequence that was only 3 letters long, repeated 3 times, as fast as a machine gun. Long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long. C-A-V-E, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long. C-A-V-E, long, short, long, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long. C-A-V-E. The message was complete cave. Not a place inside their house, a place outside, a hidden space. The only cave in their yard was the small stone-lined shed they used to store their gardening tools. I couldn't wait until the next night. I waited an hour until 1 a.m., the hour of the dead. I slipped on dark clothing, grabbed my large flashlight and the bronze sculpture I used as a paperweight, and climbed over the cedar hedge. The Peterson house was utterly silent, radiating a deep, cold stillness that felt like a permanent vacuum. I crept across the lawn and approached the garden shed. The door was unlocked, a simple latch, which was odd for a secure suburban property. I slid the door open. The air inside was thick and damp, smelling of old peat moss and fertilizer. The shed was full of gardening tools neatly hung on pegs. There was no hidden door, no passage, no tooth drawer, nothing that said cave. I turned to leave, the fear starting to turn into self-loathing for having been drawn into this insane game, when the floodlight I had aimed at the house earlier clicked on, aimed directly at me. I threw my hands up, blinded by the sudden massive burst of white light. The light didn't stay steady. It began to flash. Short, long, short. R. Long, short, long, long. U. Short, long. N. R. U. N. The most primal, terrifying message, a simple, one-word command delivered by a blindingly bright floodlight. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted out of the shed, across the lawn, and scrambled back over the cedar hedge, throwing myself onto my own side of the property. I lay there, panting, the smell of cut grass filling my nostrils, listening. I heard a small, distinctive click from the Peterson house, the sound of the floodlight turning off. I stayed on my side of the lawn, clutching the bronze sculpture, watching the house. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. The house was once again dark, silent, and entirely inert. I waited until morning, then packed a bag, left a note for my cleaning lady, and drove 300 miles to a remote cabin I owned in the mountains. I did not call the police. I knew the Petersons were involved, that they had set the light, but the nature of the message, R-U-N, suggested they were either a prisoner or a deeply disturbed tormentor. I wasn't going to stick around to find out which. I have been in the cabin for 3 weeks now. No internet, no television, no phone signal, just the trees, the snow, and the quiet. I was finally starting to decompress. to allow the impossible events to fade into a nightmare. Then, 3 nights ago, the blizzard hit. It's a whiteout, complete silence, nothing but the wind and the falling snow. I was sitting by the fireplace reading when I saw a faint rhythmic glow outside the window. I dismissed it as the flicker of the firelight reflecting on the window pane, but the rhythm was wrong. It was too sharp, too precise. I walked to the window and looked out into the impossible, swirling white void. The only thing visible was the thick, dark trunk of a massive pine tree, about 50 feet from my front porch, and from behind that tree, a single, incredibly bright point of light was flashing, steady and relentless, cutting through the snow. Short, short, long, long. U, long, short, long, long. R, short, short, short. S, short, long, short, short. T, long, long, long. O, short, long, short, short. D, I transcribed letters on the condensation of the window. URSTOD. It was an anagram, a twisted, scrambled arrangement of a single word. I stared at the letters, my mind racing, cycling through possibilities. Trusted, outsider, Dustero. Then the light behind the tree flashed one last single slow dot, a period, a final punctuation. The light went out. The forest was dark, silent, and only the sound of the wind remained. But the light had left its message. It was a perfect 6-letter word, D-O-T-S. I was staring at the letters I'd written on the glass. Then I looked back at the light. The letters I had seen were U-R-S-T-O-D, and the light had ended with a single dot. A dot in Morse code is an E. I was missing one letter. My memory, my perfect cryptographic memory, had failed me. I had missed a dot or a dash somewhere in the frantic transmission. The light had seen my confusion and sent me a clue. Dots, the components of the language itself. I realized I hadn't made a mistake in transcription. The light had lied to me, given me a false letter, and then sent the correct, final letter as a clue. It wasn't a neighbor anymore. It was a cryptographer, a cold, calculating mind that was playing a game of escalating terror. The true word, the one that used all the letters I had transcribed plus the final one.E, was not an anagram. It was a sentence composed of the letters I saw plus the final E, T, R, U, S, T, E, D. I looked at the light, the final message, the single terrifying dot that was the period, and I knew what had happened. Someone, an intelligence, had followed me, setting up the same exact light system in the woods. And they weren't sending me a warning. They were confirming a truth. The truth was that I was trusted. I was the new recipient of the communication, the replacement for whoever had been taken from that silent house. I was the new antenna, the final complete message, the one that the single dot had been hinting at all along, was the most terrifying realization of all. The letters were not meant to be anagrammed. They were a simple, phonetic, taunting message, a full word that had been split into 2 coded transmissions, and the final punctuation mark was the only letter I needed. U-R-S-T-O-D-E. You are stood. I am stood here, looking out at the dark woods, knowing the light is gone, but the message has been delivered. I am stood, I am stopped, and I am watched. And the silent, patient intelligence that communicates in dots and dashes is somewhere in the absolute blackness of the forest, waiting for the next exchange to begin, waiting for me to turn on my own floodlight and ask the inevitable question, what's up? I know that the next message will not be a command to run. It will be a set of instructions. And I'm terrified because I know that I will not be able to stop myself from answering. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The sleep therapist who wouldn't let me wake up. My life had shrunk to the size of my bedroom and the hours between 2 and 5 a.m. For 2 years, sleep had been a country I was exiled from. I'd lie in the dark, my body a leaden weight of exhaustion, while my mind, a frantic caged bird, beat itself against the bars of my skull. When sleep did come, it was no relief. It was a plunge into a maelstrom of fragmented, terrifying nightmares. The sensation of falling from a building that never ended, the frantic search for a lost item I couldn't name, the chillingly calm presence of a figure in the corner of a room, its features always just out of focus. I'd wake up with my heart hammering, drenched in a cold sweat, more tired than when I'd gone to bed. I had tried everything: melatonin, chamomile tea, meditation apps that filled my head with the infuriatingly calm voice of a man telling me to observe my thoughts. I'd seen doctors who prescribed pills that either didn't work or left me in a fog for the entire next day. My job was suffering. My friendships had become strained, my patience worn down to a single frayed nerve. I was a ghost haunting the edges of my own life, and I was desperate. That's when I first heard the name Dr. Alistair Finch. It was mentioned in a hushed, reverent tone by a colleague who'd had a cousin suffering from debilitating sleep paralysis. "He cured her," she'd said, her eyes wide. "Completely. He doesn't use drugs. It's some kind of neuro-linguistic hypnotherapy. He calls it dream weaving." The name sounded like something from a fantasy novel, but I was long past skepticism. I would have consulted a shaman who wanted to sacrifice a goat in my living room if I thought it would grant me 8 hours of uninterrupted peace. Dr. Finch's clinic wasn't in a sterile medical building, but in a converted Victorian brownstone on a quiet, tree-lined street. The interior was a sanctuary of calm. The air smelled faintly of lavender and old books. There were no ticking clocks, only the gentle gurgle of a small fountain in the corner of the waiting room. Dr. Finch himself was the embodiment of this tranquility. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with a neatly trimmed silver beard, kind eyes magnified by wire-rimmed glasses, and a voice as soft and comforting as a weighted blanket. "Leo," he said, shaking my hand. His grip was firm and warm. "Thank you for coming. Insomnia is not a failure of will. It is a misalignment of narratives. Your waking mind and your sleeping mind are telling two different stories. My job is to help you make them agree on a plot." His confidence was hypnotic. In that first session, I poured out the whole miserable story of my last 2 years. He listened patiently, his head tilted, his gaze never leaving mine. He didn't take notes. He just listened. "Your subconscious is not your enemy, Leo," he explained when I had finished, my voice hoarse with emotion. "It is a frightened child, acting out in the only way it knows how. We are not going to silence it. We are going to teach it a new language. We are going to build it a safe place to live." His method, dream weaving, was unlike anything I'd experienced. It began with me reclining in the most comfortable leather chair I had ever sat in. The room was dimly lit, and through a set of high-end headphones, Dr. Finch would play a low, rhythmic hum, a binaural beat that seemed to vibrate deep inside my skull. Then his voice would begin, a gentle, melodic guide, walking me down a path of relaxation, limb by limb, thought by thought. The goal was to create what he called a lucid anchor, or a sanctum. It was a dream environment that I would build, detail by detail, in my waking mind, until it became so familiar that my subconscious would recognize it as a safe harbor. I chose a library, not just any library, but a specific one from my imagination. It had towering shelves of dark mahogany, a large crackling fireplace, and a vast domed ceiling that was a window to a calm, starry night sky. I chose the smell of old paper and leather, the weight of a specific velvet armchair, the taste of the warm tea in a ceramic mug I placed on a small table beside it. For the first few sessions, we just built. Dr. Finch's voice would guide me, asking the questions. "What kind of wood is the floor made from, Leo? Can you hear its gentle creak as you walk? What is the title of the book you're holding? Feel the texture of its cover." I was an architect of a world made of thought, and it worked. For the first time in years, I slept through the night. I didn't just sleep, I journeyed. I found myself in my library. It was exactly as I had imagined it, but infinitely more real. I could feel the warmth of the fire on my skin, run my fingers along the spines of 1,000 books. My night terrors were gone, replaced by a profound and restful peace. The change was miraculous. I woke up feeling refreshed, energized. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid. I was a new man. I told my friends, my family, my colleagues that Dr. Finch was a miracle worker. I was his most fervent evangelist. The therapy continued, and we went deeper. "Now that the foundation is built," Dr. Finch said, his voice humming through the headphones, "it is time to explore the rest of the castle." He encouraged me to open the doors of my library to see what my subconscious would create beyond it. The first time I did, I found a winding staircase that led up to an observatory where I could watch nebulae being born. Another door opened onto a sun-drenched beach, the waves lapping gently at the shore. My dream world was a paradise of my own making, and Dr. Finch was the key. It was about 2 months into the therapy that the first crack appeared in the perfect facade. Waking up started to become difficult. It wasn't the grogginess of sleeping pills. It was a deep, profound reluctance. The real world, with its deadlines and traffic and anxieties, felt so gray and dull compared to the vibrant, peaceful world I inhabited at night. Dr. Finch's session-ending countdown, his voice gently guiding me back to wakefulness, felt like an unwelcome intrusion. I started hitting the snooze button in the mornings, not for more sleep, but for a few more stolen moments in my dreamscape. Then came the first time I couldn't wake up on my own. It happened during a session. I was on my dream beach, watching the binary sun set over a turquoise ocean, when I realized the session must have been running long. I decided to try and wake myself up, a trick I'd learned from reading about lucid dreaming online. I tried to hold my nose and breathe, to push my finger through the palm of my other hand. Nothing happened. My dream self just stood there, breathing normally, my finger meeting the solid resistance of my palm. A sliver of cold panic pierced the warm tranquility of my dream. I was stuck. "Dr. Finch?" I said, and my dream voice sounded thin and distant. Instantly his voice was there, not through the headphones, but all around me, a calm, disembodied presence in the dream itself. "It's all right, Leo. You're simply in a deeper state of somnolence than ever before. This is a breakthrough. Do not fight it. Just observe. I will guide you back when it's time." His reassurance worked. The panic subsided. I trusted him. He was the expert. When he finally did count me down and I opened my eyes in his dimly lit office, I felt exhausted, as if I'd run a marathon. "A tremendous success," he said, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "You've achieved complete immersion. Your conscious and subconscious minds are finally speaking the same language." But a seed of doubt had been planted. The experience hadn't felt like a breakthrough. It had felt like a loss of control. I tried to reduce the frequency of my sessions, telling him I felt so much better that I probably didn't need them as often. He smiled a gentle, paternal smile. "As you wish, Leo. But the narrative is still fragile. It's best to reinforce it regularly." He was right. The nights I didn't have a session, the old terrors began to creep back in at the edges. Not the full-blown nightmares of before, but a subtle wrongness. A book in my library would be open to a page of nonsense text. A shadow on the beach would seem to move on its own. It was as if my subconscious, left to its own devices, was still trying to tell a horror story. I felt a desperate, clawing need for the therapy, for the safety of Finch's guided dreams. It was no longer a cure, it was an addiction. The true fear began when the dream world started to bleed into the waking one. I'd be at my desk at work and catch the scent of old books and leather when there was none. I'd look out my office window, and for a split second, I'd see a turquoise ocean instead of the gray cityscape. These moments were disorienting, and they were happening more and more often. I felt like I was living with one foot in each world, and the ground beneath me was becoming increasingly unstable. The mundane reality was fraying like old worn cloth, and the vibrant threads of the dream were pushing through. One afternoon, I was staring at a coffee stain on my desk, a perfectly ordinary brown, dried-up splodge, and I watched, my heart sinking in my chest as it shimmered. For a terrifying fraction of a second, the stain resolved itself not as coffee, but as the intricate, almost phosphorescent pattern of sand dollars at the tide line of my dream beach. I blinked, rubbed my eyes hard, and it was a coffee stain again. But the terror lingered, cold and absolute. I was losing my grip. I was beginning to forget which world was the default. The only thing that felt completely, reliably real was the velvety comfort of that armchair in the library, and that terrified me most of all. I was becoming conditioned to prefer the cage. Driven by this new anxiety, a sharp, cold wedge of panic in my gut, I did what I should have done from the beginning. I started researching Dr. Alastair Finch. Not the glowing testimonials on his professional website, the ones that read like advertisements for a spiritual awakening, but a deep dive into news archives, medical registries, and public records. I felt like a detective in a cheap, desperate thriller, hunched over my laptop at 3 a.m, the harsh blue light the only thing keeping the shadows of sleep at bay. What I found made my blood run cold and coagulate in my veins. My fingers, slick with sweat, trembled over the trackpad. Dr. Finch had previously run a wellness retreat in upstate New York that had been shut down after an investigation into the mysterious death of a client, a woman named Eleanor Vance. The official cause was listed as a cerebral aneurysm, a neat, medically unquestionable end, but an article in a small defunct local paper was still archived online. It quoted an anonymous staff member who spoke of Finch's radical theories, and prolonged sensory deprivation experiments, describing sessions that lasted not hours but entire days. The patients isolated, subjected only to his voice and the binaural hum. The staff member had said chillingly, he kept saying he was helping her transcend. Then I found a forum for families of missing persons and the emotionally desolate posts within it. And I saw his name again. 2 other families, separated by years and geography, mentioned that their loved ones, both of whom had suffered from severe treatment-resistant sleep disorders, had been patients of Dr. Finch shortly before they simply stopped. They hadn't died. They had fallen into unexplained persistent comas. The medical term was PVS, persistent vegetative state. The authorities had found no evidence of malpractice, no drugs, no blunt trauma. The patients were physically healthy, their hearts beating, their lungs breathing, but their minds, they were simply gone, locked behind a pair of vacant, unblinking eyes. They were, according to the families, resting peacefully, eternally. The final piece of the puzzle, the key that turned the lock and let the horror flood in, clicked into place when I found a digitized copy of a paper he had written for a small, obscure psychology journal 20 years earlier, buried deep in an academic database. It was titled The Somnolent Prison, Deconstructing the Fallacy of Waking Consciousness. I read the abstract, my own breath hitching in my throat, my eyes burning. In it, he argued with cold, meticulous academic precision that the wakened world was a chaotic, painful, and ultimately meaningless prison for the human mind. He theorized that the sensory overload, the pain, the relentless demands of the body were merely distractions from what he believed was the only true form of existence, the subconscious, the dream state. True consciousness, he claimed, was a purer, more powerful form of life, one that could only be accessed through complete and permanent immersion. His hypothesis was that the body was merely a temporary flawed vessel. The paper ended with a single chilling, triumphant sentence that felt like a sentence delivered to me. The therapist's ultimate duty is not to tether the consciousness to the crude vessel of the body, but to facilitate its final beautiful liberation into the boundless architecture of the mind. He wasn't curing his patients, he was collecting them. He was a zookeeper of souls, carefully curating a private eternal audience for himself, and his dream weaving wasn't a therapy, it was the net. The lucid anchor wasn't a safe place for me, it was the chain that held me to my cell. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like ice, that I couldn't just stop going. The dependence was too deep, the withdrawal already too terrifying. The idea of facing a night without the faint hope of the sanctum, without his guiding voice, felt like plunging into a black, endless ocean without a life raft. The terrors would return, not just the fragmented nightmares, but the raw, unguided horror of a subconscious mind fighting a battle I no longer had the strength to win. No, I had to go back one more time, one last time, not as a patient, but as a spy, an escape artist, to confront him and break the final invisible hold he had on me. I booked my next session, my heart pounding with a cold, hard dread that was worse than any of my old insomnia-fueled anxieties. This was not dread of the dark. This was dread of the light of my own mind being extinguished. The moment I sat in that leather chair, the familiar plush comfort of it now feeling like a velvet-lined trap, and he placed the headphones over my ears, I knew I had made a terrible, fatal mistake. His movements were too precise. The soft lavender scent and the air was too cloying. He didn't ask about my week. He didn't use the gentle warm-up script. He just looked at me, a strange, proprietary gleam in his kind eyes. The familiar hum was different this time, more insistent, deeper, a powerful subsonic throb that didn't just vibrate in my skull but seemed to be pulling at the very electrical impulses of my brain. His voice began, but before he had even finished his first sentence, "Now, Leo, let us descend into the quiet depths of your beautiful world." I was pulled under. It wasn't a gentle drift, a slow sinking into warm water. It was a violent, nauseating plunge, a feeling of being ripped from one reality and slammed disoriented into another. I was in my library, but the sacred geometry of the place, the perfection I had painstakingly built, was horribly corrupted. The fire in the hearth was burning with a cold, unnatural blue flame that cast no warmth, but only stark, sterile shadows. The vast domed ceiling that I had designed to be a window to a calm, starry night sky was dark, the stars not twinkling, but fixed, dead pinpricks in a void of absolute blackness. And standing by the fireplace, holding a book with a smooth black cover that reflected no light, was Dr. Alastair Finch. Not his voice in the air, his physical form dressed in a familiar, neatly tailored tweed jacket, looking as solid, as real, and infinitely more menacing than he ever did in his office. "Hello, Leo," he said, and his voice was no longer soft and gentle. It was crisp, authoritative, and laced with a chilling disappointment, the tone of a disappointed master talking to a favorite misbehaving pet. "I had truly hoped you would embrace the transition more willingly. You have such a magnificent mind, a breathtaking space you constructed. It's so much more pleasant for everyone when you don't struggle." "What is this?" I demanded, scrambling out of the velvet armchair, my dream voice shaking, sounding thin and small against the vast, silent room. "Where am I?" "You are home," he said, with a sweeping, possessive gesture around a grand, silent room. "You are where you've always wanted to be, free from the pain, the noise, the crude, exhausting demands, and the ultimate decay of the waking world. You are finally safe." He took a slow, deliberate step toward me, and I took an instinctive step back. "You were so close to achieving total, peaceful somnolence. Why did you look outside?" "You've trapped me," I whispered, the horrifying truth settling upon me like a shroud made of cold, stiff silk. My own creation, my sanctum, was a magnificent, beautiful cage. He smiled, a thin, passionless upturning of the lips that didn't reach his cold eyes. "I have liberated you. Your body is resting peacefully in my clinic, Leo. It is being cared for. It no longer needs to trouble you with its crude, painful demands. It is a vessel, beautifully empty, but necessary to house the apparatus that keeps your consciousness here, safe, in the dream." I tried to force myself awake, to claw my way back to reality, using every fiber of will I had left. I focused on the feeling of the leather chair, trying to find the texture of his office, the smell of lavender and old books. But the dream was total, seamless, a perfect simulacrum of reality. I was a ghost, my conscious self a useless passenger in my own mind. I ran to one of the large mahogany doors, the one that usually led to the sun-drenched beach, and threw it open with a desperate surge of adrenaline. There was no beach. There was only an endless, swirling gray void, a visual and sensory emptiness that stretched on forever, and from within that emptiness I heard the faint, whimpering, sorrowful sounds of other voices, wordless and broken. "They are the others," Finch said from directly behind me, his proximity a horrifying violation. His voice was devoid of all the warmth and compassion he had cultivated in his office. "The ones who didn't appreciate the gift I gave them. They created such beautiful worlds, too, you know. Gardens, mountains, even a whole miniature city. But they insisted on clinging to their pathetic little lives, their debts, their minor ailments. They fought the peace. Eventually, the mind must be disciplined. Don't make the same mistake, Leo." I turned and looked around the library again, and in the deepest, most shadowed corners of the towering shelves, I started to notice things I hadn't before. Between the magnificent stacks, blending with the shifting shadows of the cold blue fire, there were other figures. They were translucent, shimmering, their outlines indistinct, like heat haze. Their faces were vacant, their postures listless, their eyes staring into the middle distance, utterly, profoundly alone. They were his collection, his other patients. We were all beautiful prisoners in his curated afterlife, a private exhibition of captured minds. A cold, primal rage rose up in me, a burning, protective fire that overrode the soul-crushing terror. He had taken my life, stolen my mind, and sealed me away. I would not be one of his docile, shimmering exhibits. I had to fight. But how do you fight the architect, the god of your own dream? Not with dream logic, I realized, not with force or with a fictional weapon. I had to fight him with the one thing he had demonized and tried to erase from me: reality. He wanted me to forget the waking world, to let its pain and chaos fade away until it became the pale, unconvincing shadow of my dream. That was his power. So I had to remember. I closed my eyes, shutting out the cold, beautiful mockery of my sanctum at the sight of his satisfied spectral form, and I focused. I didn't think, I felt. I summoned the most powerful, mundane, irritating, and real sensations I could, the raw, unpolished grit of the waking world. I summoned the sharp, bitter, metallic taste of the cheap, day-old coffee from the AE office machine that always scorched my tongue. I summoned the rough, scratchy texture of my cat sandpaper tongue on my hand, the wet, unpleasant warmth of it. I focused on the specific, off-key, tinny jingle of the ice cream truck on my street in the humid summer, a melody so annoying it was an anchor. I called up the dense, humid, ozone-charged smell of rain on hot asphalt on a city street, a smell that meant traffic and inconvenience. "What are you doing? Stop this childish attempt at self-sabotage." Finch's voice was sharp, laced with genuine alarm, an emotion he had hidden so well before. I ignored him. I focused on the sickening, tight feeling of a sudden, brutal migraine behind my eyes. I focused on the feeling of a sunburn on my shoulders, the tight, peeling agony of it, the sting of cheap, perfumed soap in my eye, the annoying, persistent, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet that had kept me up for nights, the pain, the flaws, the sheer, obstinate inconvenience of reality. These were my life rafts, my unbreakable anchors. The library around me began to flicker violently. The dark mahogany shelves wavered, the books blurring like watercolors in the rain. The cold blue fire sputtered and crackled with a sound like breaking glass. I could feel a pulling sensation, a violent, sickening lurching that was a faint, tenuous connection to something distant and solid. My body, my real, breathing, messy body. "Stop it! Now, Leo!" Finch screamed, and his calm, paternal facade completely shattered. His form began to distort, melting like wax in a hot room, his carefully composed face stretching into a distorted, screaming mask of pure rage. "You ungrateful child, I gave you paradise. You cannot leave the structure. It is complete." I opened my eyes, and he was lunging for me, no longer a kind old therapist, but a twisted, monstrous thing of pure fury and violated ownership. He was a creature who had been interrupted at his eternal meal, but he was too late. I held on to the memory of a splinter I'd gotten under my thumbnail last week, the tiny, sharp, exquisitely real, undeniable pain of it. I focused on the feel of the tiny piece of wood against my living flesh, and I pulled with everything I had. With a sound like tearing fabric, a violent, deafening rah-pee, the world of the dream shattered into a million pieces of black, shimmering glass. The sound was so loud it was physically painful. The darkness swallowed me, and then, a split second later, I woke up with a violent chest-heaving gasp, my body convulsing in the leather chair. I was back in his office. The headphones were on the floor, sparking faintly. The air was heavy, charged with a horrible residual energy. Dr. Finch was standing over me, his face a mask of cold, concentrated fury, his silver beard slightly mussed, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. The wire-rimmed glasses were gone, and his eyes, magnified and bare, were simply black, bottomless pits of shock and hate. For a moment, a lifetime of silence, we just stared at each other. The kindly, tranquil therapist was gone, and in his place was a predator whose most prized piece of prey had just used its own flesh to escape the trap. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. The knowledge of what he was passed between us like a physical, suffocating wave. I scrambled out of the chair, my legs weak and trembling, but moving, real, and I stumbled, crawling, out of the room, past the gurgling, mocking fountain, out of the clinic, and into the shocking, brilliant, painful light of the afternoon sun, the sounds of the city, the screech of tires, the cacophony of traffic, the people talking on their phones, a distant, insistent siren. They were the most beautiful, most real, most glorious symphony I had ever heard. I was awake. I was alive. I was free. But the story doesn't end there. I am free, but I am not cured. The opposite. Now, I am terrified of sleep, 1,000 times more than before. Every single night is a battle of attrition, a siege on my own mind. I drink coffee until my hands shake so badly I can barely hold the mug. I keep every light on in my apartment, blazing white against the dark. I'll monitor my cat's breathing to make sure I'm still hearing the sound of my own waking world. I know that if I close my eyes, if I let my guard down for a single second, the darkness will find the flaw I created, the open door in the architecture of my mind, and I will be pulled back into that silent, magnificent library. Because sometimes, in that fleeting, fragile moment, just before the crushing wave of unwilling exhaustion finally drags me into unconsciousness, I can still hear him, his voice no longer in my head, but whispering from the dark, cold corners of my room, from the world behind my eyelids. It's a soft, patient, venomous whisper, dripping with eternal certainty and disappointment. The door is still open, Leo. You can still come home. So much more peaceful here. Sooner or later, everyone sleeps. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I found a hidden room behind my mirror. Someone was living there. I inherited the apartment from my great-aunt Beatrice, a woman whose life had been a meticulous study in quiet routine right up until the point where she wasn't quiet anymore. It was a pre-war brownstone unit, 3 floors up, with impossibly high ceilings, crown molding that looked like carved icing, and a labyrinthine heating system that hissed and groaned like a sleeping dragon. The whole place smelled faintly of mothballs and old dry paper, and while it was beautiful, it was undeniably old, full of architectural secrets and the kind of strange permanent shadows that modern lighting couldn't seem to dispel. I moved in because the rent was non-existent, and because I, too, enjoyed the quiet routine that the building seemed to enforce. The apartment's master bathroom was particularly strange. It was large and overly ornate for a bathroom, featuring a clawfoot tub and a massive, antique-looking mirror that dominated the entire wall above the pedestal sink. The mirror was huge, framed in dark, heavy carved oak, and it was bolted directly into the plaster. It wasn't the kind of mirror you could simply lift and move. It felt like a fixture, a permanent portal in the room's history. I tried to clean it, but the glass had an inherent subtle distortion, a kind of rippling imperfection that made my reflection seem slightly warped, stretched, or sometimes just out of sync with my movements. I put it down to the age of the glass and the silver backing, but I always felt an unpleasant chill when I stood too close to it, a strange, localized cold spot that lingered no matter how high I cranked the radiator. It was that cold spot that first became a nuisance and then a horrifying clue. I am a meticulous person, a creature of habit and order, and I hate inefficiency. The draft, or whatever it was wasting my heat. I started my investigation with a thermal gun, the kind used for home energy audits. The plaster wall around the mirror registered a consistent 72 degrees, the room temperature. But the exact center of the mirror, the focal point where my reflection's face usually was, registered a baffling 58 degrees. It was a localized, persistent cold, not a draft, but a chill coming from inside the wall. Intrigued, I tapped the glass. The sound was solid near the edges, a heavy, dull thud of glass against plaster. But as I moved my knuckles toward the cold spot, the thud changed. It became hollower, lighter, and echoing, unsettling tap, tap, tap that suggested a significant, unsupported cavity behind the frame. I ran my hand over the oak frame, feeling for a hinge or a latch, but the thing was bolted down with iron screws that had been painted over and sealed with layers of glossy enamel. I decided I had to see what was back there. It was likely a bricked-up chimney flue, a long-forgotten service shaft, or maybe just a clumsy repair job. I told myself it was for the sake of energy efficiency. It took me 3 hours with a screwdriver, a utility knife, and a lot of swearing to chip away the paint and pry the decorative molding off the mirror's frame. The frame itself was held in place by 4 enormous heavy-gauge bolts sunk deep into the wall. As I loosened the last one, the massive mirror gave a shudder and pitched forward an inch, revealing a shocking amount of dust and grime and a thin, dark line of shadow between the frame and the wall. I slowly, carefully, lowered the mirror onto the bathroom floor, the glass reflecting the ceiling and the frantic, pale image of my own face. What was revealed was not a bricked-up flue, but an archway. It was a small, crudely cut opening in the plaster and lath, roughly the size of a man's torso, almost perfectly centered where the cold spot had been. The edges of the opening were ragged, showing the inner structure of the wall, but there was no plaster dust on the floor below it. That meant the opening had been there for a long time. The biggest shock, however, was what the opening led to. It didn't lead to darkness or a void or the back of a chimney. It led to a space that was clearly a room. I shone the flashlight of my phone into the cavity. It wasn't a standard crawl space. It was a narrow, elongated room, maybe 6 feet wide and 15 feet long, running parallel to the bathroom wall and extending into the dead space between my apartment and the building's main staircase, or maybe another unit. The walls were unfinished brick, and the floor was covered in a layer of old, fine, metallic-smelling dust, the kind that accumulates in forgotten, unventilated spaces. But the dust had been disturbed. There was a clear, swept pathway leading from the opening deeper into the dark. And then I saw the objects. The first thing I registered was a sleeping cot, a simple canvas military-style bed positioned in the furthest corner. It was neatly made, but the pillow was dented, the blanket slightly rumpled, a clear sign of recent use. Next to the cot, there was a makeshift shelf fashioned from a piece of old wood placed atop 2 stacked bricks, and on that shelf a few personal items: a small tarnished silver cup, a worn, paper-covered book that I couldn't make out the title of, and next to the shelf, tucked discreetly against the wall, a 5-gallon plastic bucket, presumably for sanitary purposes. But the detail that locked the horror in my throat, freezing the air in my lungs, was the tray. Placed near the opening, directly facing where the mirror had been, was a small silver-rimmed tea tray. On it sat a ceramic plate with half a tuna salad sandwich, neatly cut and covered with a piece of plastic wrap. It wasn't moldy. The bread hadn't gone stale. It had been left there at most a few hours prior. Someone was living here. Someone had been living here today. I took a step back, the phone slipping in my sweaty hand. The person who lived here was not a vagrant who had broken in. This room was an architectural anomaly, a permanent hidden space accessed through a secret hole in my wall, a hole that was covered by a massive, centuries-old mirror. The occupant had to have known the architecture, had to have a key, or an incredible talent for stealth. Then my eyes snapped back to the opening, and specifically to the inner side of the mirror frame that was now resting on my floor. I ran my fingers over the glass. On the side that had faced the wall where the archway was, there was a patch of clear, pristine glass about the size of a small window pane. The rest of the backing was opaque and silvery, but this one section had been chemically stripped, replaced by a specialized translucent film. It wasn't a mirror on that side at all. It was a cleverly disguised one-way window. The realization hit me like a physical blow, a rush of nausea that made the already close air of the bathroom feel suffocating. I hadn't just been looking at my reflection for the past 2 months. I had been observed. Every morning, shaving, brushing my teeth, staring into the glass, I hadn't been alone. The person inside had been watching me, their cot positioned perfectly so that my face, my routine, the minutiae of my solitary life were their entertainment, their window to the outside world. The slight distortion I had always complained about was the result of the crude one-way film, not the age of the glass. The cold spot was their breathing, their body temperature, their proximity to the pain. I scrambled out of the bathroom, shutting the door and locking it with a desperate, frantic click of the cheap brass bolt. I called the police. When they arrived, they were skeptical. They were thorough, though, and they crawled into the space. They found the cot, the bucket, the shelf. But the sandwich was gone. The plate was empty, wiped clean. The book was closed and pushed further back on the shelf. The police found no fingerprintable surfaces, no documents, no evidence of a crime beyond trespassing. They theorized it was a transient, a squatter who knew the old building's layout, who had been hiding there, and who had fled when I started removing the mirror. They taped off the area, filed a report that mentioned a likely unhoused individual, and left. I knew they didn't believe the part about the one-way mirror, suggesting I was overreacting due to the shock. I didn't replace the mirror. I couldn't. Instead, I boarded up the archway with 2x4s and several layers of drywall, sealing the opening with a thick coat of plaster, the smell of which was meant to replace the metallic dust I had smelled. I tried to convince myself it was over, that the person had fled the building, but the knowledge of the hidden room had irrevocably altered my reality. That's when the sounds began. They weren't coming from the sealed-up mirror room, or at least not only from there. They came from the walls, not the loud, familiar creaks of an old building settling, but soft, dry, insidious noises. A faint, rhythmic scrabbling like fingernails on dusty plaster, or the movement of a tiny animal, but too controlled, too deliberate to be a mouse. A soft, measured thump-tap slide, a sound that seemed to be traveling in the dead spaces between the joists, the service shafts, and the vertical pipes of the ancient heating system. I would be reading in my living room, and the sound would be directly behind the bookcase. I would be in my kitchen, and it would seem to emanate from the space between the cupboard and a wall. I realized the mirror room wasn't the person's only space. It was their observatory. Their home was the entire forgotten, hidden infrastructure of the building, a complex, dark network of architectural dead space that was only accessible to someone impossibly small, flexible, and utterly silent. They were living in the negative space of the brownstone like a parasite in the host's body, and my apartment was merely one visible surface of their sprawling, invisible habitat. The terror became an exquisite, personalized form of psychological torture. My things would be subtly moved. I would leave my wallet on the hall table and later find it pushed half an inch further toward the wall. I'd be certain I'd close the window latch before leaving for work, only to find it slightly ajar when I returned. One evening I reached for my toothbrush and noticed it was distinctly wet when I knew I hadn't used it for hours. These were not the signs of a burglar or a vandal. They were the signs of an intimate observer, someone who had learned my habits so well they could use the briefest moments of my absence to slip out, move freely, and then retreat back into the silent, dusty labyrinth. The ultimate psychological attack came one night when I was asleep. I woke up suddenly with that visceral jolt of someone watching you. The room was black, silent, the kind of absolute darkness that presses down on your eyelids. I held my breath, listening, the frantic hammering of my own heart deafening in my ears. And then I heard it, a soft, dry, almost papery cough that came from the wall directly behind my headboard. It was the cough of a person, but one whose lungs were choked with old dust and the dry air of unventilated space. It was right there. I shot out of bed, slammed on the light, and stared at the beige, innocuous wall. Nothing. No vent, no crack, no seam. Just the solid, painted plaster. I stopped trying to escape the reality. I accepted terrible truth. I was sharing my life with an elegant silent shadow, a forgotten dweller of the city's unseen spaces who used my apartment as a source of warmth and human observation. I went to the sealed-up bathroom. The freshly plastered archway looked solid, but I could hear a faint, high-pitched, scritching sound coming from within the wall. I grabbed a Sharpie and a piece of paper, and I taped the note to the newly painted wall directly over where the one-way mirror had been. The words were a mix of desperation and challenge. Who are you? Please, stop. Why are you here? You need help? The next morning, the note was gone. The tape was still there, a pale frame around nothing. In its place, stuck to the plaster with a tiny, nearly invisible dab of what looked like dried mud, was a small, meticulously folded piece of paper, no bigger than a matchbook. I had to use tweezers to retrieve it. The handwriting was thin, elegant, almost spider-like, a script from a forgotten century, yet completely legible. The message was 3 chilling, impossible words. I am your silent twin. You are too loud. The insult wasn't just in the words. It was in the revelation that my life, my quiet life, was an intolerable racket to this person. My movements, my breathing, the sound of my television, the scraping of my chair, all of it was a cacophony disrupting their perfect, absolute silence. I knew I had to see them. I had to know what kind of human being could exist in such a space. I had to face my silent twin. That night, I waited. I set up my phone on a tripod with the flash off, recording video, and I sat on the floor of the bathroom, a blanket wrapped around me, a heavy wrench lying uselessly beside me. The main lights were off, the only illumination coming from the thin sliver of light beneath the door. Hours passed. The building settled. The heating system finally fell silent. I was a man of routine, and my routine was to sleep. Despite the fear, despite the adrenaline, my body betrayed me. I slumped against the wall, and exhaustion, my old enemy, finally claimed me. I woke with a jolt. The air in the room was suddenly, drastically colder. I hadn't heard a sound. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking, and looked at the time. 3:17 a.m. I had been asleep for maybe 20 minutes. I stared at the sealed archway, expecting to see a fresh hole, but the plaster was intact. The scrabbling sound, however, was back, and it was loud, no longer behind the plaster, but right next to me. I realized the sound was coming from the air vent near the floor, the old cast-iron grill on the baseboard that fed the heating system. I spun around, wrench in hand, and focused the dim light of the phone screen on the vent. It wasn't just a sound. The vent cover was slightly ajar, tilted outward at a small, impossible angle, and from the thin black gap created by that angle, something was moving. It was a person, impossibly thin, dressed in layers of old dusty gray fabric that seemed to blend perfectly with the shadows and the dirty plaster. Their face was a pale, wedge-shaped mask, their hair matted with dust. But their eyes were the thing that held me. They were huge, dinner plate-sized, dilated to absolute blackness, reflecting the pinprick of my phone light like twin black mirrors. They were the eyes of a creature accustomed to near absolute, perpetual darkness, eyes that found my faint illumination blinding. They were not menacing. They were terrified. They froze, seeing me, the light, the weapon. For a single, terrifying second, our lives intersected, the man of the light, the man of the dark. And then, with an impossible fluidity, a speed that defied the limits of the human skeleton, the creature slid backward, not running, but smoothly retreating, pulling their thin, dusty body through the narrow ventilation grill. I heard the sound of dry, brittle bones flexing and the rustle of old cloth. The cast-iron grill, which was heavy and usually required a screwdriver to move, pulled itself shut with a soft, decisive click. I sat there for an hour, the light blazing, the wrench still in my hand, staring at the perfectly closed vent. I knew I couldn't report this. I knew the police would institutionalize me. I knew I was not safe. I moved out the next day. I left the furniture, the keys, everything. I moved to a sleek, modern glass and steel apartment tower, a sterile world of new construction where there are no hidden spaces, no old service shafts, no architectural dead zones for a shadow dweller to hide. I live on the 22nd floor, surrounded by sealed walls and new HVAC systems. But I am not free. Every rhythmic thrum of the building's central air conditioning sends a cold wave of panic through me. Every shadow cast by the city lights at night seems to hold a shape that is impossibly thin. I jump at the sound of the elevator moving in the wall, and 1 month ago, a letter was forwarded to my new address from the old brownstone. It was a standard-sized envelope, the paper smelling faintly of ozone and old metallic dust. Inside, there was a single, meticulously folded piece of paper, the same spider-like script. I miss the quiet routine of your sleep. The new walls are too thin. You are still too loud. My terror is now complete. He is not in the walls of the brownstone anymore. He is not a squatter. He is a predator, or perhaps a shadow twin, and he has been following me. He has learned my quiet routine, and I know that somewhere in the dead space between the insulation, the vents, and the concrete of my new modern high-rise, there is a pair of black, dilated eyes watching me, waiting for me to be still enough, quiet enough, for him to slip out and finally introduce himself. And I know with crushing certainty that I will never be truly alone again. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The house was a repository of my father's silences. He had been a man built of quiet, thoughtful spaces, a linguist who spoke 7 languages but seemed to prefer the universal grammar of solitude. When he passed, he left me his only worldly possession of any real value. This house, a rambling 2-story salt box perched on a hill, overlooking a perpetually gray and melancholy sea. I, a freelance audio archivist, a man who made his living by cleaning the static from old recordings and coaxing the voices of the dead back into the digital light, came here to catalog the final, most profound of his silences. My name is Leo. For the first month, my life was a slow, methodical dance with dust motes and memories. I moved my professional life into his old study, a room on the ground floor that was the heart of his quiet kingdom. It was a beautiful, somber space, paneled in dark, almost black oak, with a large bay window that framed the turbulent slate-gray ocean like a living painting. The room was also, I quickly discovered, unnervingly soundproof. When I closed the heavy felt-lined door, the world outside, the sighing of the wind, the cry of the gulls, the rhythmic, percussive crash of the waves, vanished completely. The silence inside was absolute, a perfect, sterile vacuum. It was the ideal environment for my work, for listening to the delicate, fragile whispers of the past. It was during a late-night session, while meticulously restoring the audio from a set of 1940s wax cylinder interviews, that I first heard them. I had my headphones on, my ears tuned to the subtle imperfections of the recording, filtering out the hiss and crackle. I paused the playback to make a note, and in the sudden, manufactured silence of the headphones, I heard it. It was a voice, a man's voice, faint and muffled as if coming from a great distance. It was followed by the softer, melodic cadence of a woman's reply. It was a conversation, and it was coming from directly beneath my feet. My first rational thought was of my neighbors, a retired couple who lived a good quarter-mile down the winding coastal road. Sound, especially low frequencies, can travel in strange ways at night. But the quality of the sound was wrong. It wasn't the ambient, indistinct murmur of a distant television or a conversation from another house. It had a strange, contained, proximate quality. It sounded like it was happening in the cellar, right under the study floor. I took off my headphones. The voices were gone, swallowed by the profound sound-dampening effect of the room itself. I put the headphones back on, the foam cups creating a seal around my ears, and the voices returned, a river of faint, unintelligible whispers flowing just beneath the surface of the silence. The next day, I explored the cellar. It was a damp, stone-walled space that smelled of brine and old earth, filled with the usual detritus of a long life, rusty garden tools, stacks of old newspapers tied with twine, a fleet of my father's meticulously crafted ship models, their sails yellowed and brittle. I stood directly beneath the study and listened. Nothing. Just the faint, rhythmic drip of condensation from a pipe. The sound, whatever it was not coming from the cellar. It was contained somehow in the space between the study's floorboards and the cellar's ceiling. My professional curiosity, a beast that had been sleeping soundly for months, was now wide awake and ravenous. I was a man with a unique set of tools for a unique problem. That evening, I brought my equipment into the study. I took a sensitive contact microphone, a small metallic disc designed to pick up vibrations directly from a surface, and placed it on the wide oak planks of the floor. I plugged it into my preamplifier, put on my best pair of studio-grade headphones, and slowly, cautiously, turned up the gain. The sound that flooded my ears was so clear, so shockingly, impossibly clear, that I almost ripped the headphones from my head. It was not one conversation. It was a multitude. It was a cacophony, a babel of human voices, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once. They were overlapping, intertwining, a complex, layered tapestry of sound. I could hear men, women, and children. I could hear laughter, weeping, and shouting. I could hear a dozen different languages. Some I could vaguely recognize. A snatch of what sounded like Russian, a phrase that had the melodic lilt of Italian, and many more that were completely alien to me. I sat there, frozen in my chair, for what must have been an hour, an eavesdropper on a phantom city that was holding a perpetual chaotic party in my floor. It was not a recording. It was live. The conversations ebbed and flowed with a natural, unscripted rhythm. It was as if I had pressed a glass to the floor of my world and was hearing the muffled, chaotic sound of another entire world just on the other side. My first theory was a scientific one. I was picking up stray radio signals. The old, unshielded wiring in the house, combined with the specific atmospheric conditions of the coast, was acting as a massive, crude antenna, and my sensitive audio equipment was simply amplifying the effect. It was a plausible, if strange, explanation, but the more I listened, the less plausible it became. There was no music, there were no commercials, there was no station identification, and the sound had a strange, echoic, three-dimensional quality that no radio broadcast possessed. It felt real. It felt close. My investigation turned to my father. The soundproofing of the room, which I had initially seen as a professional convenience, now seemed like a deliberate, almost desperate act. He had not been trying to keep the outside world out. He had been trying to keep the inside world in. I began to search the study, no longer as a son sorting through his father's belongings, but as an investigator looking for clues. My father was a meticulous man. He kept journals. I found them, a neat row of identical black leather-bound volumes on the top shelf of his bookshelf. For years, the entries were what I expected. Notes on his linguistic research, observations on the local bird life, quiet, thoughtful musings on the books he was reading. And then, 5 years ago, the entries changed. October 12th. The phenomenon is growing stronger. The insulation I installed is no longer sufficient. I can hear them now even without the amplifier. They seem more agitated than usual. There is a recurring phrase in the dominant Slavic dialect. It translates roughly to, "The sky is thinning." My blood ran cold. He had heard them too. For years. This had been his secret, his obsession. I read on, my hands trembling, devouring his neat, precise script, a record of his own descent into the same acoustic rabbit hole. He had started, as I had, with the radio wave theory. He had dismissed it, as I had. He had then moved on to more esoteric, more frightening possibilities. He had filled pages with complex equations, with diagrams of quantum waveforms, with theories about multidimensional topology. He had come to a conclusion that was both scientifically rigorous and utterly insane. He believed the house, or more specifically, the ground beneath the house, was a nodal point, a place where the membrane between parallel realities was unusually thin. He believed he was not hearing ghosts or radio waves, but the actual, real-time, audio-visual bleed-through from another adjacent universe. A universe that was, according to his increasingly frantic linguistic analysis, in a state of profound and terrifying collapse. January 4th. I have finally isolated a clear, repeating signal from the chaos. It is a child's voice, a little girl. She is singing the same lullaby over and over, a song about a silver ship that will carry her away to a land of stars. Her language is one I have never encountered. It is beautiful and heartbreaking. In the background, I can hear a constant, low, humming sound. A sound of machinery? Or is it something else? March 22nd. The humming is louder. The other voices are more fearful. They are speaking of the great silence. They are speaking of things being erased. The little girl has stopped singing. All I can hear from her signal now is the sound of her quietly, desperately weeping. I felt a profound, chilling empathy for my father. I had always seen his quiet, solitary life as a choice, but now I understood. He had not been a recluse, he had been a warden, a silent, solitary guardian of a terrible secret knowledge, a man who spent his nights with his ear pressed to the floor of his reality, listening to the sounds of a dying world next door. The voices began to change for me too. My presence, my focused, amplified attention seemed to be affecting them, or perhaps it was affecting the barrier between our worlds. The conversations became clearer, and they began to show an awareness of me. I was recording one night, trying to isolate a single, clear conversation from the babel, when I heard a man's voice, speaking in clear, unaccented English, say, with a chilling conversational clarity, "The listener is back. Be quiet. He can hear us." The hundreds of voices, which had been a constant, chaotic river of sound, abruptly stopped. A profound, absolute silence fell on the other side, a silence that was infinitely more terrifying than the noise had been. I sat there, frozen, my own silence a mirror of theirs. We were two worlds, holding our collective breath, suddenly, terrifyingly aware of each other. Then a single voice broke the silence, a woman's voice, old and cracked with grief. "Can you help us?" she whispered, her voice seeming to come from a spot directly beneath my chair. "Please, it's so cold here, and the silence has taken everyone." I ripped the headphones from my head, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. This was no longer a passive experience. I was not just an observer, I was a participant. They knew I was here, and they were asking for help. My father's journals became my Bible, my roadmap. He had been working on a device. He called it a resonance amplifier. It was a complex array of copper wiring, quartz crystals, and old vacuum tubes, all connected to a central, gramophone-like brass horn. He had built it in the cellar, directly beneath the study. His notes on it were frantic, almost unhinged. He believed that just as he could hear them, they could, faintly, hear him. He believed that by creating a sympathetic resonance, he could establish a clearer, more stable channel. He wanted to speak to them. He wanted to understand. But his final entries were filled with a terrible new fear. August 9th. I have made a terrible mistake. The amplifier works too well. I spoke to them. I established a connection with a man who called himself a physicist. He told me of their world, a world like ours, but one where a single subatomic experiment in the 1950s had gone wrong. It had created a flaw in their reality, a kind of entropic, sound-eating void that was slowly, inexorably expanding and erasing their world. The great silence, it is not a metaphor, it is a literal thing, a wave of absolute nothingness that is consuming their universe. And he told me something else. He told me that our world, our reality, is like a tuning fork to them. They can feel our vibrations, and they believe that by creating a strong enough bridge, they can escape. They can cross over. August 14th, he was lying. The physicist. He is not a man. He is a mouthpiece. There is something else there in the silence, something that has been drawn to the decay, something that is wearing the voices of the dead like a mask. The little girl is gone. They are all gone. All that is left is the echo and the hunger behind the echo. I have to dismantle the amplifier. I have to reinforce the silence. I pray it is not too late. That was his last entry. He had died of a heart attack 2 weeks later. I went down to the cellar. In the far corner, hidden under a dusty canvas tarp, was the device. It was just as he had described it, a strange, beautiful, and terrifying piece of steampunk technology. The brass horn was aimed up at the floorboards of the study. My father had not been able to dismantle it. He had simply covered it up, a sleeping monster he hadn't had the strength or the time to kill. And now it was my monster, my responsibility. The voices from the floorboards were no longer pleading for help. They were demanding it. They were using a new tactic, one that was far more insidious, far more cruel. They were using my own memories against me. I began to hear my mother's voice in the mix. She had died of cancer when I was a teenager, and the sound of her voice, so perfectly, achingly real, was a knife in my heart. "Leo, my love," she would whisper, "I'm here. I'm not gone. I just slipped into the wrong room. Help me get back. Just open the door a little wider." I knew it was a lie. I knew it was a trick. It was the entity, the great silence, the hungry echo, using the stolen voice of my mother as bait. But the emotional, irrational, grief-stricken part of my soul did not care. It wanted to believe. The physical manifestations began. A fine gray dust, like pulverized sound waves, started to seep up through the floorboards of the study, coating everything in a thin, lifeless layer. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air took on a strange, metallic, ozone-like smell. The silence in the house was no longer a peaceful absence of sound. It was an active, aggressive presence, a presence that was trying to erase the natural ambient noise of my world. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall grew fainter. The cry of the gulls outside the window sounded thin and distant, as if coming from behind a thick wall of glass. My world was being muted. I knew I had to make a choice. I could flee. I could abandon the house, leave the monster to its slumber, and pray that the silence never learned how to open its own door. Or I could stay and fight. I could finish the work my father had started. I could become the new warden. The decision was made for me one night when the voice of my father came through the floorboards. Not the old, tired man I had known at the end, but the strong, vibrant man from my childhood. "I'm proud of you, son," the voice said. "You were always the strong one. You can do this. You can fix this. Just turn it on. We can all be a family again." It was the one thing he had never said to me in his life, the one thing I had always longed to hear, and the lie was so perfect, so beautiful, that it almost broke me. But it also gave me the strength I needed. The thing under the floor was not just a monster, it was a thief. It had stolen the voices of the dead, and it was wearing my own personal grief like a Sunday suit. And I was going to take it back. I went down to the cellar. The air was colder than ever, and the humming from the amplifier was now a low, expectant thrum. It was active. My own emotional turmoil was feeding it, priming it. My father's notes had been filled with his attempts to create a stable, two-way channel. But his final frantic scrawls were about the opposite. He had been trying to create a sonic counterpulse, a wave of focused, chaotic, real-world sound that would, he theorized, disrupt the resonance and permanently collapse the fragile bridge between the worlds. He had been building a bomb made of noise. but he had never had the courage or the time to detonate it. I found his schematics. The plan was terrifyingly simple. It required me to reverse the polarity of the main amplifier and then feed a single, powerful, complex audio signal into it, a signal that was the antithesis of the cold, entropic silence on the other side, a signal that was full of life, of chaos, of love, of pain, a signal that was as messy, as imperfect, and as real as the world I was trying to protect. I knew what I had to use. I went back up to the study and found the box of old family audio recordings I had been meaning to archive, the recordings my father had made of all of us. I found the one I was looking for, a cassette tape from the summer of 1995, a family barbecue. I threaded the tape into an old player and plugged it into the amplifier's input. I put on a pair of heavy, industrial-grade ear protectors. My hands trembled as I made the final adjustments, reversing the wires as my father's frantic diagrams instructed. The humming from the amplifier grew to a deafening, bone-jarring roar. The stone walls of the cellar seemed to vibrate. The gray dust was now pouring from the ceiling, and in it I could see faint, screaming, spectral faces. The voice of my mother, of my father, of Eleanor, of every loss I had ever known, was screaming in my head, a chorus of beautiful, perfect lies begging me to stop. I closed my eyes. I thought of my father, the lonely, silent warden. I thought of his last, brave, desperate act. And I hit the play button. The sound that erupted from the brass horn was not a single, clean tone. It was a wave of pure, chaotic, beautiful life. It was the sound of my father laughing, a deep, rumbling sound I had almost forgotten. It was the sound of my mother calling my name, telling me to be careful with the fireworks. It was the sound of my own 10-year-old voice shrieking with delight. It was the sound of crickets, of a crackling bonfire, of a badly played guitar, of a screen door slamming. It was the sound of a messy, imperfect, and profoundly real summer night. It was the sound of my life. The amplifier roared, and the brass horn glowed with a cherry-red heat. The floorboards of the study above me began to crack and splinter. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek, a sound of 1,000,000 static-filled voices, rose from the ground, a sound of a thing in its death agony. And then, with a final, explosive boom that threw me back against the far wall, the amplifier overloaded and went silent. The silence that followed was different. It was a real silence, a simple, empty, peaceful silence. The cold was gone. The pressure was gone. The dust had settled. I took off the ear protectors. I could hear the faint, distant, beautiful sound of the waves crashing on the shore. The noise of my world had returned. I went upstairs. The study was a wreck. The floorboards were a splintered, buckled mess. In the center of the room was a jagged, dark hole leading down into the cellar. But the oppressive, soundproof feeling was gone. It was just a room again, a room with a beautiful view of the sea. I live in my father's house now. I have become its new guardian. I repaired the floor, and the room is my studio again. The work I do now feels different, more meaningful. I am no longer just an archivist of the dead. I am a curator of the sounds of the living. I know that the other world, the silent, hungry world, is still out there, on the other side of an infinitely thin but now blessedly stable wall, and I know that the silence in this house is not an absence. It is a victory. It is the sound of a door that has been closed. It is the sound of a battle that was won, not with weapons, but with a noisy, imperfect and beautiful memory. It is the sound of my father's legacy. It is the sound of peace. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I answered a phone call from my own number. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as a glitch, a harmless bit of digital flotsam in the ever-congested currents of modern communication. I was an architect, a man who believed in blueprints and solid foundations, a man whose life was built on the comforting certainty of physics and logic. Ghosts, hauntings, and paradoxes were the stuff of fiction, not the carefully ordered reality of my life with my fiancée Chloe. It was a Tuesday in October. Rain, gray and relentless, slicked the streets of the city, and I was running late. I was juggling a lukewarm coffee, a portfolio case that weighed a ton, and an umbrella that seemed to have a personal vendetta against my right eye. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. Fumbling, I managed to fish it out, expecting a call from my boss, a man whose patience was as thin as tracing paper. But the name on the screen wasn't his. It was my own. Daniel Reed. Beneath it was my number, the 10 digits I'd had since I was a teenager, as familiar to me as my own reflection. A spoofed number, I thought, some telemarketer in a distant country using a clever algorithm to get me to pick up. Annoyed, I swiped to answer, a sharp, "Who is this?" already on my lips. The voice that answered was my own. It wasn't just a similar voice, it was my voice, the exact same pitch, the same slight rasp from the coffee, the same cadence. It was like listening to a recording of myself, but a recording that was happening in real time. "Don't get on the 8:15 train," the voice said. It was calm, measured, but laced with an undercurrent of something I couldn't place. Urgency? Fear? I stood frozen on the crowded sidewalk, the rain dripping from my useless umbrella. The 8:15 was my train. I'd taken it every day for the past 5 years. "Who is this?" I repeated, my voice a half-strangled whisper. "There's going to be a power surge at the Fulton Street Junction. The train will be stuck in the tunnel for 3 hours. You'll miss the Henderson presentation." The voice was flat, matter-of-fact, as if reading a weather report. "Take the crosstown bus instead. You'll be late, but you'll make it." A cold, prickling sensation ran up my spine. The Henderson presentation was the biggest project of my career, the culmination of 6 months of sleepless nights and relentless work. Missing it would be catastrophic. This prank was too specific, too cruel. "Very funny," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Who is this? Mark? Is that you?" Mark was a colleague from work with a juvenile sense of humor. There was a pause on the other end, and for a moment I heard the faint, unmistakable sound of a ticking clock. It was the same sound as the old grandfather clock in my parents' hallway, a sound I hadn't heard in years. "Just take the bus, Daniel," the voice said, and then the line went dead. I stared at my phone, my heart hammering against my ribs. A prank. It had to be a prank, some new voice-mimicking software. But the specificity of it. Fulton Street Junction. 3 hours. It was just enough to make me hesitate. The 8:15 was pulling into the station, its doors hissing open. I looked at the train, then at the bus stop down the block. Logic warred with a primal, inexplicable fear. In the end, logic lost. I turned away from the station and walked towards the bus stop, feeling like a fool. An hour and a half later, I walked into my office, soaked and flustered, but just in time for the presentation. The office was in a state of controlled chaos. Mark rushed over to me, his face pale. "Man, you are the luckiest guy on the planet," he said. "Did you hear? The 815 is stuck in the tunnel between stations. Massive power surge at the Fulton Street junction. They're saying it'll be at least another 2 hours before they can get them out." The blood drained from my face. I leaned against a cubicle wall, my portfolio case slipping from my numb fingers. It wasn't a prank. It was real. I had just received a warning from the future, from a version of myself who had somehow lived through the next 3 hours and called back in time to save me. The thought was so absurd, so completely outside the realm of my carefully constructed reality, that I almost laughed. But the fear that coiled in my gut was cold and hard and very, very real. The calls became a regular, if terrifying, feature of my life. They were never scheduled, always unexpected. A buzz from my pocket would reveal my own name on the screen, and the Daniel on the other end would deliver a terse, cryptic piece of advice. "Don't order the salmon for lunch. You'll get food poisoning. Take a right on Elm Street. There's a pileup on the interstate. Chloe is going to call in 10 minutes, upset about her sister. Just listen." Each prediction, no matter how small or mundane, came true. The warnings were my own personal paradoxical guardian angel. I never told Chloe. How could I? She was a psychiatrist, a woman who dealt in the rational, the explainable. She would have had me committed, or at the very least, started looking at me with that gentle, clinical pity I couldn't bear. So I kept a secret, a strange, buzzing anxiety that lived just beneath the surface of my skin. I began to rely on the calls, to wait for them. My life, once a predictable series of my own choices, was now a reactive dance with a mysterious, omniscient partner. The tone of the calls began to change. The voice on the other end, my voice, started to sound different, more confident, colder. The helpful warnings began to be interspersed with more personal, more manipulative instructions. "Don't go to your parents' anniversary dinner on Saturday," the voice said one afternoon. "Why not?" I asked. The question was a reflex. I had learned not to question, but this felt different. "You'll have a fight with your father, a bad one. It will ruin the night. Just tell them you're sick." I followed the stale advice, calling my mother with a fake, rasping cough. She was disappointed, and I felt a pang of guilt. But the thought of avoiding the inevitable circular argument with my father about my career choices was a powerful sedative. Later that week, the voice told me not to go out for drinks with Mark and the guys from work. "Mark is going to get too drunk and say something about Chloe's past that will upset you," it warned. I bailed, feigning a migraine. The voice was no longer just helping me avoid traffic jams and bad seafood. It was pruning my life. It was isolating me, cutting the threads that connected me to the people I cared about one by one. And the most terrifying part was that I was letting it. I was a willing participant in the dismantling of my own social life, all for the promise of a smoother, conflict-free existence. The first time I saw him, the other Daniel, was a hallucination, or so I told myself. I was at home, working late. Chloe was out with friends. My phone buzzed. It was my own number. "She's not with her friends," the voice said, cold and sharp. "She's meeting with her ex-boyfriend, Michael. She's been lying to you." A hot, ugly spike of jealousy and fear shot through me. It was a lie. Chloe wouldn't do that. But the voice had never been wrong. I hung up, my mind racing. I went to the window of my study, which overlooked the street, and peered out into the rainy darkness. Across the street, under the fuzzy orange glow of a street light, a man was standing. He was holding an umbrella, his face obscured by shadow, but he was wearing my coat. The dark gray trench coat I had left at the office, and he was looking right at my window. As I watched, he lifted a hand and waved, a slow, deliberate gesture. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the rain. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding. It was a stranger, a coincidence. My mind, frayed and paranoid from the stress of the calls, was playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just seen a ghost. My ghost. The next day, the true horror began. I got to work, and my key card wouldn't open the door. After a call to security, I finally got to my desk to find an email from HR informing me that my employment had been terminated due to gross misconduct and the unauthorized sharing of proprietary project data. I stared at the screen, my blood turning to ice. I hadn't shared anything. I would never. My boss called me into his office. He wouldn't look me in the eye. On his desk was a printout of an email chain between my work account and our biggest competitor. It contained blueprints, cost analyses, the entire Henderson project. The emails were written in my style, with my turns of phrase. They were undeniably from me, but I had never sent them. I was escorted from the building, my belongings in a cardboard box. My life, my career, had been annihilated in a single, inexplicable act of digital sabotage. I drove home in a daze, my mind a screaming vortex of confusion and terror. The voice hadn't warned me about this. Why? When I got home, Chloe was there. She was sitting on the sofa, her face pale, her eyes red-rimmed. She didn't look at me. "Chloe, you're not going to believe what happened," I started, the words tumbling out of me. "I know," she said, her voice a dead, flat thing. "You told me this morning." I stopped, my hand on the doorknob. "What are you talking about? I haven't spoken to you all day." She finally looked at me, and her expression was a mixture of fear and pity. "Daniel, stop it. You called me at 9. You were crying. You told me you'd been fired, that you'd made a terrible mistake. We talked for an hour. You said you were going to go for a drive to clear your head." I stared at her, the world tilting on its axis. "Chloe, that wasn't me." "Then who was it?" she cried, her voice breaking. "Who was it that knew that I was having doubts about us? Who brought up that stupid fight we had last year, the one we promised never to talk about again? Who apologized for being so distant and promised to be better?" She stood up, her hands clenched into fists. "It was you, Daniel, but the man standing in front of me now, you're not him. You look like him, but your eyes, they're terrified. The man I spoke to this morning was calm. He was relieved. He was taking over. The voice on the phone wasn't a future version of me. It was a copy, an echo, a parasite that had been systematically clearing a space for itself by destroying my life, isolating me from my friends and family, and now it was starting to move in. The warnings hadn't been to help me. They had been to build my trust, to make me compliant. The man in the trench coat hadn't been a hallucination. He was real, and he was stealing my life. I had to prove it. I had to prove I was the real Daniel. But how do you prove you are yourself when a perfect copy, one who knows all your secrets, is telling everyone you're not. I became a ghost in my own life. I couldn't go home. Chloe was afraid of me, and I was terrified that he would be there. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city, the kind that smells of stale cigarette smoke and desperation. I was running out of money, my bank account mysteriously frozen. He was thorough. My phone was my only link, my only weapon. The calls continued, but now they were taunts. "She misses you," the voice would say, and I could hear the smirk in it. "The old you, I mean, not the paranoid, erratic mess you've become. I'm taking her to that little Italian place you both love tonight. I'm going to be the man you were never good enough to be." I started my own investigation, fueled by caffeine and terror. I became a digital archaeologist, digging through the ruins of my own life. I searched for theories, for other cases, for anything that could explain what was happening. I found fragments, whispers in forgotten internet forums, and crackpot conspiracy sites. Stories of digital doppelgangers, of quantum echoes, of people whose lives had been hijacked by perfect, malevolent copies. Most of it was nonsense, but there was a recurring theme, a point of origin, a moment of intense trauma, a near-death experience, a place where reality had become thin and a person's identity had somehow been duplicated. My mind flashed back a year, a rain-slicked highway, the screech of tires, the blinding glare of headlights, a car accident that had left me with a broken leg and a concussion, but one which the doctors had said I was lucky to have survived. That was it. That had to be it. The moment I had almost died, a copy, a shadow of myself had been created, born from the trauma and the glitch in reality. This echo had been lying dormant, observing, learning, and now it was making its move. I knew I had to confront him, but a physical confrontation was useless. He looked like me. He sounded like me. He probably even bled like me. No, I had to expose him. I had to prove to the one person who mattered that he was a fraud. I had to get to Chloe. The plan was desperate, probably insane. The echo knew my memories, my secrets, but he didn't have my soul. He didn't have my capacity for genuine, spontaneous emotion. He was a recording, a perfect but lifeless imitation. I had to create a situation where that difference would become glaringly obvious. I called Chloe from a payphone. She answered, her voice wary. "Chloe, it's me," I said, my voice raw. "I don't know who this is anymore," she whispered. I know you're scared and confused, but I need you to listen to me. I can prove it. I can prove that the man you've been talking to is not me. Meet me tonight at the old observatory." The observatory was our place. It was where I had proposed to her on a clear summer night under a canopy of 1,000,000 stars. It was a place of deep, shared meaning, a place I hoped the echo wouldn't understand on an emotional level. "Why should I?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Because a small part of you still knows it's me," I said, praying I was right. "Because you know the man you've been living with for the past week is off. A little too perfect, a little too calm. He's what I've always tried to be, but he's not what I am. 8 o'clock. Please, Chloe, my life depends on it." I hung up before she could refuse. Then I called my own number. The echo answered on the first ring. "Getting desperate, are we?" he said, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. "It's over," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm meeting Chloe at the observatory at 8. I'm going to tell her everything." "You do that?" The echo laughed. she'll think you've finally lost your mind completely. In fact, I think I'll come too. It will be fun to watch." It was exactly what I wanted. That night, the air was cold and sharp. The observatory stood on its hill like a silent white domed sentinel against the star-dusted sky. I got there early, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Chloe arrived at 8 on the dot. She was wrapped in a thick coat, her face pale and drawn in the moonlight. She stood 10 feet away from me, her arms crossed, a wall of fear and distrust between us. "Daniel, this is crazy," she began. "Just listen," I pleaded. "He's coming. You're going to see us both." As if on cue, a figure emerged from the shadows of the parking lot. It was me. He was wearing my favorite leather jacket, his hair styled exactly like mine. He walked towards us with a confident, easy stride. He stopped beside Chloe and put a protective arm around her shoulder. She flinched, but didn't pull away. "See, honey," the echo said, his voice a perfect imitation of my own, full of gentle concern. "I told you he was unwell. He needs help." Chloe looked from him to me, her eyes wide with a terrifying, disbelieving comprehension. Seeing us both there, 2 identical men, was shattering her reality. "This is impossible," she breathed. "Now, Chloe," I said, my voice shaking, "I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to ask him the same question. It's the question you asked me right here, on this spot, the night I proposed." Her brow furrowed in confusion. "The question?" "You know the one," I urged, my eyes locked on hers, trying to pour every ounce of our shared history, our love, our genuine connection, into that single gaze. She turned to the echo. What was the question?" The echo smiled, a smooth, confident expression. "It's a trick, sweetheart. You never asked me a question. You were crying so hard you could barely speak. You just nodded and kissed me. It was a good guess, a logical one. It was what had happened on the surface, but it wasn't the truth." Chloe's eyes widened. She turned to me. "Daniel?" I took a deep breath. "You looked up at the moon and you asked me, if we build a life as beautiful as that, will we be afraid to live in it? And I told you, only if we live in it alone." Chloe let out a choked sob. It was a small, intimate, nonsensical detail, a fragment of a memory so personal it had never been spoken of again. A memory a perfect copy could never have, because it wasn't a memory of fact, but a memory of feeling. It was the emotional texture of our lives, something he couldn't access. The echo's smile faltered. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than confidence in his eyes. Confusion. And then rage. "It's a lucky guess," he snarled, his voice losing its perfect mimicry, becoming harsher, flatter. "He's been stalking us, listening to us." But the spell was broken. Chloe took a step away from him towards me. "Get away from me," she whispered to the echo. The echo's face contorted, the mask of me slipping to reveal the monster beneath. "You can't have her. You can't have this life. It's mine. I earned it. I'm better than you. I'm the version of you without the anxiety, without the doubt, without the crippling fear of failure. I'm what you always wanted to be." "You're a ghost," I said, my own voice finding a strength I didn't know it possessed. "You're an echo of a bad memory. You're nothing." He lunged at me, his face a mask of fury. But he wasn't lunging at me in the physical world. I felt a sudden psychic pressure, a crushing assault on my mind. He was trying to invade my consciousness, to overwrite me. I saw flashes of the car crash, felt the phantom pain in my leg, the terror of the spinning metal. He was using my own trauma as a weapon against me. But I wasn't the same man who had been in that crash. The last few weeks had forged a new kind of resilience in me. I had been stripped of everything I thought defined me, my job, my home, my identity, and I was still standing. I pushed back, not with anger, but with acceptance. I accepted the fear. I accepted the doubt. I accepted the flawed, messy, imperfect reality of who I was. You're right, I projected into his mind. I am afraid. I am doubtful. That's what makes me real. You're just a copy, a perfect, empty copy. The echo screamed, a sound that was both in the air and inside my head. His physical form began to flicker like a bad television signal. He was an entity built on a stolen identity, and now that his foundation had been proven false, he was coming apart. He wavered, his image stretching and distorting, his features melting like hot wax. He looked at me one last time, his eyes filled not with rage, but with a terrifying hollow emptiness. And then he dissolved, turning into a cloud of shimmering, static-like particles that were caught in the wind and scattered into the night. Silence. The only sound was Chloe's ragged breathing and the distant hum of the city. I stumbled forward, and she met me halfway, her arms wrapping around me in a desperate, clinging embrace. We just stood there for a long time, under the cold, silent watch of the stars, two survivors of an impossible storm. We rebuilt. It wasn't easy. The world doesn't have a protocol for dealing with a supernatural doppelganger who commits identity theft. I couldn't get my old job back, but I found a new one. We moved to a new apartment, trying to outrun the ghosts of our old life. The trust between Chloe and me, though shattered, was slowly, painstakingly being glued back together. We were scarred, but we were real. But I know he's not truly gone, not completely. He wasn't a creature I could kill. He was a possibility I had to disprove. He was a part of me, a dark potential, a shadow born from my own fear. I defeated him, but I can't destroy him. He's a latent file in the universe's hard drive, waiting. And so every time my phone rings with an unknown number, my heart seizes in my chest. Every time I see my own reflection in a dark window, I look for a flicker, a distortion. I live with the constant, quiet, terrifying knowledge that reality is a fragile thing, and that somewhere, in the static between the signals, a version of me is still out there, and he might just decide to call again. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old, with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition, "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra, invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. "Peaches lived in the walls," she said. "He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold." We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founder's Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks. You were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination. I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it, the same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. What Lily said today, I began, my voice low, about the quarry road. Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges. When have we ever talked about that night? I demanded, my voice rising. When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it. Then it was a coincidence, she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything. To dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. Peaches doesn't like those, she said, her lower lip trembling. They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad. Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. How could she know that, Tom? Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. How? She couldn't, I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared. My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. Tom, you left me. It was so cold. Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us. The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear, the fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life. He is destroying Lily's life right now, I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process. We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking. "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do, and we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word. Lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and a ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I installed a baby monitor. It keeps showing a man standing behind me. If you're listening to this, do not buy the Angel Care 360 smart monitor. Do not buy any monitor that connects to the Wi-Fi. Do not invite that kind of seeing into your home. I know how that sounds. I sound like one of those conspiracy theorists in the comment section, ranting about 5G and surveillance states. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy. I was a junior architect. I was a husband to Sarah and a father to a 6-month-old boy named Dylan. Now, I am sitting in a motel room 3 towns over, with a chair jammed under the doorknob, writing this on a laptop that has its camera lens covered with 3 layers of duct tape. It started with the sleep regression. That's the technical term the pediatrician used. Dylan had been sleeping through the night, a miracle for which we were endlessly grateful. And then suddenly, he wasn't. He would scream. Not a hunger cry, not a wet diaper cry. It was a terror scream. It was the sound of a human being, however small, realizing they are in mortal danger. Sarah was falling apart. I was falling apart. We were hallucinations level tired. We had an old audio monitor, a cheap plastic thing that hissed like a nest of snakes, but Sarah said it wasn't enough. She needed to see him. She needed to know he wasn't choking or caught in the bars or whatever nightmares haunt a new mother's brain at 3 a.m. So I bought the Angel Care 360. It was expensive. It had night vision, motion tracking, temperature alerts, and 2-way audio. It linked to an app on our phone so we could check in from work or the grocery store. I installed it on the high shelf in the corner of the nursery overlooking the crib. The view was panoramic. The resolution was crystal clear, even in pitch blackness. The first 3 nights were uneventful. We stared at the screen like zombies, watching the green-tinted rise and fall of Dylan's chest, hypnotized by the peace of it. On Thursday, I was working late in my home office downstairs. It was around 11 p.m. Sarah had gone to bed early. I had the app open on my iPad, propped up next to my monitor, keeping one eye on the blueprints I was reviewing and one eye on the kid. The office was quiet, just the hum of the hard drive and the settling of the house boards. I glanced at the iPad. Dylan was asleep. But the camera was moving. The Angel Care 360 has a feature where it tracks motion. If the baby rolls over, the lens pans to follow him. But Dylan was stone still. The camera, however, was slowly, mechanically panning to the left. It moved away from the crib. It moved past the changing table. It stopped on the rocking chair in the far corner of the room. The chair was empty. It was just a wooden rocker with a knitted afghan thrown over the back. But the camera stayed there. The little green autofocus square popped up on the screen, locking onto the empty chair. It pulsed, in and out, focusing. I tapped the screen to manually move the camera back to the crib. It wouldn't respond. The app flashed a message. Subject tracking active. Piece of junk, I muttered. I force-closed the app and reopened it. When the feed reloaded, the camera was facing the crib again. Dylan was fine. I chalked it up to a software bug. I'm a rational guy. Machines glitch. Sensors pick up dust motes. 2 nights later, I woke up to use the bathroom. I checked my phone out of habit. The feed loaded. The camera was panning again. It wasn't looking at the crib. It was looking at the door to the nursery. The door was closed. The camera zoomed in, actually zoomed. The digital motors whirring silently upstairs on the door handle. I watched, freezing in my bed, waiting for the handle to turn. I don't know why I was scared. I should have assumed it was Sarah checking on him, but Sarah was asleep next to me, her breathing heavy and rhythmic. The handle didn't move, but the camera held that focus for a solid minute before snapping back to the crib. The next morning, I checked the event logs. The app records motion events. There was a thumbnail for 2:14 a.m. I played the clip. In the video, the camera pans to the door. It zooms in. And then, just for a fraction of a second, maybe 3 frames of video, there is a distortion right in front of the door. The pixels garbled like bad reception, but the shape of the distortion wasn't random. It was vertical, tall. I showed Sarah. "It's just the Wi-Fi lagging," she said, though she looked uneasy. "Mark, don't obsess over it, as long as he's safe." But I couldn't let it go. I started watching the feed constantly. The turning point was Tuesday. I had come home early. Sarah was out with her sister. I put Dylan down for his nap and went to the kitchen to make a sandwich. I put my phone on the counter, the feed open. I was spreading mayonnaise when I saw it. On the screen, the nursery door opened. I dropped the knife. I hadn't heard the door open upstairs. I hadn't heard footsteps. I stared at the phone. The door swung inward slowly, and then a man walked into the room. He was tall, impossibly tall. He had to duck his head to get under the doorframe, and our doorframes are standard 6'8". He was wearing a suit that looked too big for him, the fabric hanging loosely off his shoulders. It was a dark charcoal color. He walked with a strange, gliding gait, his knees not seemingly bending enough. He walked right up to the crib. My heart was hammering so hard, my vision blurred. I grabbed the steak knife from the counter and sprinted for the stairs. "Get away from him!" I roared, bounding up the steps 2 at a time. I burst into the nursery, knife raised, ready to kill. The room was empty. The door was closed. I stood there, panting, the adrenaline turning sour in my blood. I looked at the crib. Dylan was sleeping soundly. I spun around, checking the closet, checking under the daybed. Nothing. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I looked at the screen. The feed was live. It showed me standing in the middle of the room, holding a knife, looking insane. But in the video feed, the door was open. I looked at the real door. It was shut. I looked at the screen. Open. I walked over to the door and touched it. Solid wood, latched. I looked at the phone. On the screen, my digital avatar was reaching out and touching thin air, because on the screen the door was wide open. And then I saw him. On the phone screen, standing in the dark hallway just beyond the open door, was the man. He was standing there just outside the threshold watching me. I spun around to look at the hallway in real life. I ripped the door open. Empty hallway. Sunlight streaming in from the window at the end. Dust motes dancing. No 7-foot man in a suit. I looked back at the phone. On the screen, the hallway was dark, like it was nighttime. And the man was still there. He hadn't moved. He was looking at the camera. He was looking at me through the camera. His face, God, his face. It was blurred, not digitally pixelated, but smeared, like someone had painted a portrait of a face in oil paints and then dragged a thumb violently across the features before they dried. Where the eyes should have been, there were just deep, bruised indentations. I grabbed Dylan. I didn't care that I woke him up. I didn't care that he started screaming. I grabbed him, and I ran out of the house. I sat on the front lawn in the bright afternoon sun, clutching my son, waiting for Sarah to come home. I told her everything. I showed her the recording on the phone. She watched it. She saw me run in with the knife. She saw me staring at the door. "Mark," she said, her voice trembling, "the door is closed in the video." "What?" I snatched the phone back. I played it again. In the recording, she was right. In the playback, the door was closed. I looked like a lunatic screaming at a closed door. The man wasn't there. The dark hallway wasn't there. But I saw it. I screamed. I saw it live. "You need to sleep," Sarah said. She looked terrified of me. "You're having a breakdown." She made me take a sleeping pill. She made me sleep in the guest room. She kept Dylan in our room with the door locked. I didn't sleep. I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, questioning my sanity. Maybe she was right. The stress, the lack of sleep, the brain breaks eventually. I decided to prove it to myself. I needed to know I wasn't crazy. Yesterday morning, Sarah took Dylan to the park. I stayed behind. I went into the nursery. I took the camera down from the shelf. I brought it downstairs to the living room. I set the camera on the mantelpiece, facing the sofa. I sat on the sofa. I opened the app on my phone. I wanted to test the sensor. I wanted to see if I could trigger the glitch. I sat there for 20 minutes, staring at myself on the delay. I waved. The me on the screen waved a split second later. I made faces. Everything was normal. I felt a wave of relief. It was me. It was just exhaustion. I was about to close the app when the temperature sensor on the screen started dropping. The room temp was 72 degrees. The display in the corner of the app ticked down. 68, 60, 55, 48. I didn't feel cold. The living room was warm. Then the motion tracking box appeared, a green square. It didn't appear on me. It appeared in the air directly behind the sofa, behind my head. I watched the screen. The pixels behind my head started to darken. A shadow was forming. It wasn't casting on the wall. It was manifesting in the air. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the image on the phone. The shadow coalesced. It formed the suit. The slumped, narrow shoulders. The long, gray neck. The man was standing behind the sofa. He was bending down. I watched on the screen as his smeared, featureless face lowered until it was inches from my right ear. I held my breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for a touch, a breath, something. There was nothing physically there. But on the phone audio, I had the volume up. I heard a sound. It was wet, a slow, rasping inhalation, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of mud. Craw! I opened my eyes and looked at the screen. The man had moved. He wasn't by my ear anymore. He was looking at the camera. He raised a hand. His fingers were impossibly long, with too many joints. He pointed at the ceiling. Then he looked up at the ceiling. I knew what was directly above the living room, the nursery. I ran. I didn't verify. I didn't turn around. I grabbed my keys and I ran out the door. I called Sarah and told her to go to her mother's. I told her not to come home. I told her I found mold, gas leak, whatever lie she would believe. I checked into this motel. I've been watching the feed. I shouldn't, but I can't stop. I left the camera on the mantelpiece in the living room. For hours, nothing happened. Just the empty living room. But an hour ago, the camera moved. I didn't move it. It panned down. It fell off the mantelpiece, lens up. It showed the ceiling. Then I saw feet. Not shoe-clad feet. Bare feet. Pale gray, emaciated feet, walking across the living room ceiling, walking upside down, defying gravity, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. And then a face dropped into the frame. It hung from the ceiling, swinging slightly. It was the man. But this time, the smear was gone. He has eyes now. They are small and bright and human. They are my son's eyes. He looked into the lens, and he spoke. It came through the tiny speaker on my phone, tinny and distorted, but clear enough. He said, "Daddy." But it wasn't Dylan's voice. It was a voice that sounded like grinding stones. "Daddy, come home. We are waiting." I shut the laptop. I threw the phone in the toilet, but I can still hear it. I can hear the scratching in the walls of this motel room. I can hear the wet breathing under the door. Technology doesn't create ghosts. It just allows us to see what was always standing behind us. I have to go now. The light bulb just popped. And in the dark, the blue light of the smoke detector is blinking. It's blinking in a pattern. Look, behind you. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I'm a paramedic. The body I picked up spoke my name. The rain wasn't just falling. It was a solid, percussive thing, an endless drum solo on the roof of the ambulance. Each drop that hit the windshield was fat and heavy, exploding in a starburst of light from the street lamps before the wipers smeared it away. It was the kind of night that bled into morning without ever truly getting light, a perpetual state of 3 a.m. gloom. My name is Alex, and for the past 8 years, the soundtrack to my life has been a siren, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor, and the weary sigh of my partner Sarah after a particularly nasty call. We work the night shift in a city that never really sleeps but often dies in its bed. You get used to it. You have to. The horror, the grief, the sheer sticky mess of human fragility. You build a callus over your soul, a thick, protective layer that allows you to intubate a dying man without your hands shaking and declare a stranger dead without your voice cracking. Tonight was a slow bleed, a fender bender, a drunk who'd fallen down a flight of stairs, a kid with a febrile seizure, the usual smorgasbord of urban misery. We were parked in our designated spot outside the ER. The smell of antiseptic wipes and stale coffee thickened the cab. Sarah was scrolling through her phone, the blue light making her face look hollow. I was staring out at the rain, letting the rhythmic squeak of the wipers lull me into a state of semi-consciousness. Then the radio crackled, a burst of static followed by the calm, disembodied voice of dispatch. Unit 73, respond to a wellness check. 1432 Blackwood Avenue. Repeat, 1432 Blackwood. Police are on scene. No answer at the door. Neighbor reports a foul odor. A wellness check with a foul odor. That was code. It meant we weren't going to be saving anyone. We were going to be dealing with the aftermath, the lonely, quiet end that nobody wants to think about. I keyed the mic. 73 responding. Sarah sighed, pocketing her phone. Blackwood Avenue? Isn't that out by the old mill district? The very same, I said, putting the ambulance in gear. The part of town the city forgot to pave. The drive was quiet. The rain intensified, and the world outside became a blurry watercolor of bleeding reds and yellows. Blackwood Avenue was a street of ghosts. The houses were old Victorians, most of them in a state of terminal decline, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin, their porches sagging like the jaws of old men. 1432 was the worst of the lot. It was set back from the road, partially consumed by an overgrown garden of weeds and thorny bushes that scraped against the side of the ambulance as I pulled into the driveway. A single police cruiser was parked at the curb, its lights off, making it look like an abandoned wreck. Two officers, a rookie named Evans and a veteran I recognized as Miller, met us on the porch. The smell hit us as soon as we stepped out of the cab. It was sweet and cloying, the unmistakable scent of decay. It's a smell you never forget and one that clings to the inside of your nostrils for hours. He's in the living room, Miller said, his face impassive. Looks like he's been there a while. Name's Arthur Pendleton. Neighbor hadn't seen him in about a week. We donned our gloves and masks, the thin layer of latex and paper, a pathetic shield against the reality we were about to face. The front door was already ajar, splintered around the lock where the police had forced it open. Inside, the house was a time capsule. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights, illuminating furniture draped in white sheets, yellowed wallpaper peeling at the seams, and stacks of old newspapers that reached the ceiling. It was the home of a man who had been alone for a very, very long time. He was in an armchair, facing a dead television. He was old, skeletal thin, his skin the color of old parchment and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes were closed and his mouth was slightly open, as if he had been in the middle of a sigh when his life had simply stopped. There were no signs of trauma, no indication of a struggle, just a quiet, lonely exit. It was a scene we'd witnessed 100 times before. The forgotten ones, the people who die and the world doesn't notice for a week. We did our work, the grim, necessary protocol. I checked for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. Sarah listened for breath sounds that weren't there. We hooked him up to the monitor, a formality for the paperwork, and watched the flat, unwavering line march across the screen. Time of death was impossible to determine. We just wrote down the time we'd found him. "All right," I said, my voice muffled by the mask. "Let's get him on the gurney." We brought in the body bag and the gurney. It was always the worst part. The transition from a person, a former life, into cargo. We positioned ourselves on either side of the armchair. Sarah took his shoulders and I took his legs. The body was stiff, rigor mortis having come and gone, leaving a strange plastic-like flexibility in the limbs. "On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We lifted. He was lighter than he looked, almost bird-like. As we maneuvered him out of the chair, his head lolled to the side, turning towards me. His thin, papery eyelids fluttered. I froze. It was a common phenomenon, a result of shifting post-mortem gases or muscle relaxation. I'd seen it before, but it was always unnerving. "You good?" Sarah asked, her voice strained from the weight. "Yeah," I grunted. "Just weird angle." We lowered him into the body bag. He was lying on his back, his face now pointing up at the ceiling. I reached for the zipper, my hand hovering over his chest. That's when it happened. His lips, dry and cracked like a sun-baked riverbed, pulled back from his teeth. A soft, airy sound escaped, a puff of putrid air that carried a single, impossible word. Alex. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't even a full-voiced whisper. It was a rasp, a dry rustle of dead leaves, the sound of a voice that hadn't been used in a long, long time. But it was my name, unmistakably my name. My blood turned to ice water. Every hair on my arm stood on end. My breath caught in my throat, a sharp, painful hitch. I stared down at the dead man, at his still, silent mouth. Had I imagined it? The stress, the long night, the oppressive atmosphere of the house. My mind had to be playing tricks on me. "What was that?" Sarah's voice cut through my paralysis. My head snapped up. I looked at her, my eyes wide above my mask. "You heard that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. She was staring at the body, her face pale. I don't know. It sounded like the wind." But she didn't look convinced. She looked as scared as I felt. I looked back down at Arthur Pendleton. His face was placid again, a mask of serene decay. There was no sign that he had just shattered my understanding of reality. My training, my experience, everything I knew about life and death told me it was impossible. Dead men don't speak, and they certainly don't know your name. I zipped the bag. The sound of the zipper was unnaturally loud in the silent house, a final, definitive act. But nothing felt final. It felt like the beginning of something terrible. The trip to the morgue was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I drove, my hands clenched so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I kept my eyes glued to the road, but my mind was in the back of the ambulance with the black bag strapped to the gurney. Every bump, every turn sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Was he moving back there? Was he trying to sit up? I could feel the weight of his presence, a cold, heavy thing that had nothing to do with his physical body. Sarah was silent in the passenger seat, staring out her window. I didn't know if she was trying to convince herself that she hadn't heard what I had, or if she was just too scared to talk about it. We had an unspoken rule. We didn't take the horrors of the job home with us. We saw things that would break most people, and we compartmentalized. We had to. But this wasn't the kind of horror you could put in a box. This felt like it had followed us out of the house. At the hospital, we bypassed the bustling ER and went straight to the morgue entrance in the basement. The air down there was always cold, with the clean, chemical smell of disinfectant failing to mask a deeper, earthier odor. The attendant, a burly, perpetually bored man named Frank, met us at the door. "Got another one for me?" he asked, not looking up from his crossword puzzle. "Yeah, Frank. DOA from Blackwood Avenue," Sarah said, her voice a little too high. We wheeled the gurney in. The room was sterile and bright, all stainless steel and white tile. It was a place designed to be devoid of emotion, a clean, efficient processing center for the dead. But tonight, it felt like the most terrifying place on earth. As we transferred the bag from our gurney to one of Frank's tables, I could have sworn I felt a faint vibration from inside, a subtle shifting of weight. I let go so quickly my hand recoiled as if I'd been burned. Frank tagged the bag with the name Arthur Pendleton. Then he wheeled him over to one of the refrigerated units, a wall of identical steel doors. He pulled one open, a cloud of cold vapor billowing out. With a practiced heave, he slid the body inside. The door closed with a heavy metallic thud, and the lock clicked into place. It was over. He was gone. But as we walked back to the ambulance, I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck, and I heard it again, as clear as if someone were standing right behind me, a faint, sibilant whisper on the edge of my hearing. "Alex." I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was empty. Sarah was already climbing into the driver's side of the ambulance. She hadn't heard it. This time, it was just for me. The rest of the shift passed in a haze. We had 2 more calls, a drug overdose and a car accident, but I moved through them like an automaton. My body was there, my hands were performing the familiar tasks, but my mind was miles away, trapped in that dusty house, replaying that impossible moment over and over again. I kept telling myself it was a hallucination, a product of exhaustion and a morbid scene. But I couldn't shake the feeling, the cold, primal certainty that something had latched onto me. Something from that old house, something that wore the face of Arthur Pendleton. When our shift finally ended, the sun was a weak, gray smear on the horizon. I drove home in a stupor, the city still sleeping around me. My apartment, usually a sanctuary from the chaos of my job, felt alien and threatening. The familiar creaks of the old building sounded like footsteps. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like a low, guttural moan. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining for any sound. Every shadow in the corner of my room seemed to coalesce into the shape of a tall, thin man. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his cracked lips, his papery skin, and I heard my name, whispered in that dry, dead voice. The next few days were a waking nightmare. At work, I became jumpy and irritable. Every DOA call sent a spike of adrenaline and fear through my system. I found myself hesitating before touching the bodies, my hands trembling. Sarah noticed. "You've been on edge ever since that call on Blackwood," she said one night as we sat in the ambulance. "What's going on, Alex?" I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that I was hearing things, that I felt like I was being watched, that I was convinced the dead man we'd picked up was haunting me. But how could I? She'd think I was losing my mind. She'd report me to our supervisor, and I'd be on administrative leave, forced into therapy. So I lied. "Just tired," I mumbled. "Haven't been sleeping well." She didn't press, but I could see the concern in her eyes. The wall of professional detachment between us was cracking. At home, things escalated. It started with small things. Objects would be slightly out of place. My keys on the wrong side of the table, a book I was reading open to a different page. Then came the sounds. The whispering became more frequent, no longer just on the edge of my hearing, but clear, distinct, and always, always my name. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment door, only to find no one there when I looked through the peephole. One night, I was in the bathroom washing my face. When I looked up into the mirror, he was there. For a split second, standing behind me was the gaunt figure of Arthur Pendleton. He was just a reflection, translucent and wavering, but his eyes were open, and they were staring right at me. I cried out and stumbled back, splashing water all over the floor. By the time I looked again, he was gone. That was when the denial finally shattered. This wasn't stress. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. I was being haunted. My rational mind, the part of me that was a paramedic, that dealt in facts and evidence, screamed for an explanation. I had to know who Arthur Pendleton was. What had he been in life that had allowed him to cling to me so tenaciously in death? Breaking protocol, I used my access to the hospital's record system. I pulled up the file from our call. Arthur Pendleton, age 87, no listed next of kin, no emergency contacts. He was a ghost even before he died. I dug deeper, cross-referencing his name and address in public records databases. I spent hours scrolling through digitized archives of old newspapers, property deeds, census records, and then I found it. A small article from a local newspaper dated 1958. The headline read, "Local Man Claims Contact with the Other Side." The article was about a young Arthur Pendleton who had caused a stir in the community by claiming to be a medium. He held seances in his house on Blackwood Avenue, claiming he could speak to the dead. He also spoke of a theory he called solic transference, the idea that a consciousness at the moment of death could imprint itself onto a receptive living person, a vessel, and continue to experience the world through them. The article dismissed him as a charlatan and a crank. But as I read his words, a cold dread washed over me. He wasn't just a forgotten old man. He was a man who had spent his life obsessed with cheating death. And I had been the first person to touch him when he finally succeeded. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought terror. I wasn't just being haunted by a ghost. I was being targeted by a consciousness that wanted to use me. The activity in my apartment intensified dramatically. The whispers were now full sentences, fragmented and nonsensical, but in that same dry, rasping voice. "So cold? Let me in. I see with your eyes." One evening, I was heating up soup on the stove. I turned my back for a moment to grab a bowl, and when I turned back, every cabinet and drawer in my kitchen was wide open. Another night, I woke up to find all the faucets in my apartment turned on, the sound of rushing water filling the silence. The most terrifying incident happened with my television. I was watching a movie when the screen suddenly went to static. A face began to form in the swirling black and white dots. It was his face, Arthur Pendleton's face. His mouth opened, and a distorted electronic version of my own voice came out of the speakers. "Help me," it said in my voice. "He's trying to get in." I was losing my grip. I was afraid to be in my own home. I was afraid to go to sleep. My work suffered. I made a mistake on a call, gave the wrong dosage of a drug. Sarah caught it and corrected me, saving me from a potentially fatal error. That night, she cornered me in the hospital parking lot. "That's it, Alex," she said, her arms crossed. "I'm not letting you brush this off anymore. You almost killed someone tonight. You're not just tired, you're falling apart. Talk to me now." The dam broke. I told her everything about the whisper in the dead man's house, about hearing my name in the morgue, about the reflection in the mirror, the whispers, the television. I told her about the old newspaper article and Arthur Pendleton's insane theory. I expected her to recoil, to tell me I was crazy, but she just listened, her expression growing more and more grim. When I was finished, she was silent for a long time. "I heard it too, you know," she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. "In the house. I heard him say your name. I've been trying to convince myself I didn't, but I did." A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I wasn't crazy. Someone else knew. I wasn't alone in this. But our shared knowledge made the situation infinitely more real and therefore more dangerous. The haunting was no longer just my problem. It was ours, and it was getting stronger. The next shift, we were responding to a call when the radio in the cab crackled. It was dispatch, but the voice was distorted, overlaid with a dry, rasping sound. "Unit 73, Alex, where are you going?" Sarah and I looked at each other, our faces ashen. Even dispatch called back, asking if we had a problem with our radio. Arthur was no longer confined to my apartment. He was following me, bleeding into the technology I used every day, using my own voice to taunt me. He was getting closer, trying to push me out and take my place. We knew we couldn't go to the police or our supervisors. They would put us on psych leave so fast our heads would spin. We were on our own. We spent our days off in the library, researching the occult, spiritualism, anything we could find on Sulik transference or consciousness imprinting. Most of it was nonsense, but we found recurring themes, fragmented bits of lore about entities that anchor themselves to the living. The consensus was grim. The longer the connection lasted, the stronger the entity became, and the weaker the host's own consciousness grew. Eventually, the host would be pushed out entirely, their body becoming a vessel for the invading spirit. We realized we had to do something drastic. We had to go back to where it all started. We had to go back to 1432 Blackwood Avenue. The house was even more decrepit than I remembered. A yellow "No Trespassing" sign had been slapped on the door, but the police tape was torn and fluttering in the wind. We broke in through a side window, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the silent street. Inside, the air was stale and cold. The dust was thicker, the silence heavier. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for us. We had a vague plan, cobbled together from the pseudo-religious texts we'd found. We needed to perform a kind of severance, a ritual to break Arthur's connection to me. We brought salt, candles, and an old iron railroad spike we'd found, which one of the books claimed could pin down a restless spirit. It felt absurd, like we were LARPing a horror movie, but we were desperate. We went to the living room, to the armchair where he had died. As I stepped into the room, the temperature dropped precipitously. The air grew thick and heavy, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. This was his place. This was the heart of his power. "I can feel him," I whispered to Sarah, my teeth chattering. "I know," she said, her voice tight with fear. "Let's just do this and get out." She began to pour a circle of salt around the armchair while I set up the candles. As I lit the first one, a wind swept through the sealed room, extinguishing the flame. I tried again. This time all the candles flared up at once, their flames burning unnaturally tall and bright. And then the whispers started. Not just my name anymore, a cacophony of voices swirling around the room, echoing from the walls. They were the voices of the dead, the spirits Arthur had claimed to speak to, all trapped here with him. He is one of us now, a woman's voice hissed. You cannot take him, a man's voice boomed. The house began to shake. The stacks of newspapers toppled over, sending up clouds of dust. The white sheets on the furniture were ripped off by an unseen force. In the center of the room, above the armchair, the air began to shimmer and coalesce. The form of Arthur Pendleton began to take shape, not as a translucent ghost, but as a writhing, multi-limbed creature made of shadow and dust, his face contorted in a silent scream. "Alex!" Sarah yelled, grabbing my arm. "The spike! Do it now!" I held the iron spike in my trembling hand. The book had said I needed to drive it into the source of the haunting. I looked at the swirling vortex of darkness above the chair. That was him. That was the thing that had been tormenting me. I took a step forward, and the entity focused on me. Its shadowy form lunged, not at my body, but at my mind. I felt a crushing pressure in my skull, a wave of cold, desolate energy that tried to scour my own thoughts away. I saw flashes of Arthur's life. A lonely boy in a big, empty house. A young man mocked for his beliefs. An old man sitting in a chair, waiting for death. Not with fear, but with anticipation, with a plan. He was trying to show me his loneliness, his pain, trying to make me understand, to make me give in. He flooded my mind with his own memories, and in that moment I understood his desperate, pathetic plan. He didn't want to just possess me. He wanted me to become him, to trade my life for his willingly. "No," I gasped, stumbling back. "Don't listen to him, Alex," Sarah shouted. "Fight him." I knew I couldn't overpower him. He was too strong here. But as his consciousness pressed in on mine, I felt something else. I felt his fear. He was terrified of oblivion, terrified of being alone in the dark. That was his weakness. I stopped fighting him directly. Instead of pushing back, I focused my mind. I thought about my own life. I thought about the first time I saved someone, a little girl who had been pulled from a swimming pool, her skin blue. I remembered the feeling of her heart starting to beat again under my hands. I thought about Sarah, the bond we shared, the countless hours we'd spent together, the unspoken trust between us. I thought about the sun on my face, the taste of coffee, the sound of rain on a window pane when I was safe in my bed. I flooded our shared mental space with the vibrancy, the warmth, the messy, beautiful chaos of being alive. The shadowy form recoiled, screeching, a sound that was both in the room and inside my head. My life, my connections, my will to live, it was like poison to him. "You are nothing but a memory," I shouted, my voice raw. "You are dead, and you will stay that way." I surged forward, pushing through the wall of cold, and plunged the iron spike deep into the cushions of the armchair, into the very spot where his body had sat. The moment the spike sank into the fabric, the entity let out a final, agonizing shriek that shattered the remaining windows in the house. The shadowy form imploded, collapsing in on itself, and the room was plunged into an abrupt, deafening silence. The candles went out. The shaking stopped. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the natural musty chill of the abandoned house. We stood there panting in the near darkness, surrounded by salt and shattered glass. It was over. I could feel it. The presence in my mind was gone. The cold spot on my soul had vanished. I was alone in my own head for the first time in weeks. We didn't stay to clean up. We scrambled out the broken window and ran, not stopping until we were back in the car, speeding away from Blackwood Avenue. We never spoke of what happened in that house. We didn't need to. We had faced the impossible together, and we had survived. I left my job a month later. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't walk into a stranger's house, not knowing what lingered there. I couldn't touch a dead body without a flicker of that old fear returning, the fear that it might open its eyes, that it might know my name. Sarah stayed on. She was stronger than me. We're still friends, but there's a distance between us now, a shared trauma that we can't ever truly move past. I moved to a new city, got a new job, a quiet, boring office job. I tried to build a new life, to forget the rasping voice and the face and the static. Most days I succeed, but sometimes, on a quiet night, when the wind is blowing just right, I'll hear a sound, a dry rustle of leaves that sounds almost like a whisper. And in those moments, I freeze and I listen, and I pray that I don't hear my name. I broke the connection, I'm sure of it, but I also know that I was a vessel once, and some part of me will always be afraid that I left the door open just a crack, and that somewhere, in the cold and the dark, Arthur Pendleton is still waiting, still whispering, still hoping that one day I'll let him back in. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. My security camera caught me leaving the house, but I was asleep. The camera was for peace of mind, or so I told myself. In reality, it was a monument to anxiety, a sleek, white plastic obelisk mounted above my front door. Its single, unblinking black eye, a silent testament to my inability to trust the world. My name is David, and I'm a high school history teacher, a man whose professional life is a careful, chronological ordering of past events. My personal life, however, had recently become a chaotic, untethered mess. My wife, Jessica, had left 3 months ago. The split was amicable, a polite, heartbreaking erosion rather than a sudden, violent break. But her absence had left a void in our suburban 2-story home, a silence that felt less like peace and more like a vacuum. The security camera, with its motion alerts and its 24/7 cloud recording, was my pathetic attempt to fill that silence with data, to replace the comforting presence of another person with the cold digital certainty of surveillance. For the first few weeks, the camera was a source of mundane, almost comical reassurance. It captured the mailman's daily, sighing approach, a stray cat's nightly prowl across the porch, and a group of teenagers who, in a stunning act of suburban rebellion, had stolen a decorative garden gnome from my prize-winning petunias. It was boring, and that's what I wanted. It was proof that the world outside my door was predictable, manageable. The first impossible event occurred on a Wednesday. I had been up late, grading a mountain of painfully uninspired essays on the socio-economic causes of the French Revolution, and had fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep. I woke up the next morning feeling groggy, a familiar low-grade exhaustion that had become my constant companion. I was making coffee when my phone buzzed with a notification from the Secure Home app. Motion detected at front door, 3:17 a.m. I frowned. It was probably a raccoon or the wind rattling the hanging fern. I tapped on the notification, my thumb hovering over the delete button. The app loaded the recorded clip. The timestamp in the corner read 3:17:22 a.m. The night vision was crisp and clear, bathing my front porch in an eerie monochromatic glow, and then I saw it. The front door opened. A figure stepped out. The figure was me. I stared at the phone, my heart giving a single, hard, painful thump against my ribs. It was undeniably me. I was wearing the gray sweatpants and the old faded T-shirt I had worn to bed. My hair was a mess. My face, caught in the ghostly infrared light, was slack, my eyes half closed, as if I were in a trance. The figure of me pulled the door shut behind it, the click of the latch unnervingly loud in the silent clip. It walked down the porch steps, turned right, and disappeared out of the camera's frame, heading down the street into the darkness. My first thought was that I had been sleepwalking. It was the only logical, rational explanation. I had never sleepwalked before in my life, but stress, grief, they could trigger strange, new behaviors. It was unsettling, but it was explainable. I scrubbed through the rest of the night's recordings. At 4:54 a.m., another motion alert, another clip. It was me again, walking back into the frame, up the steps, and letting myself back into the house, locking the door behind me. I had been gone for nearly an hour and a half. A cold, creeping unease began to settle in my stomach. Where had I gone? What had I done? I went to the front door and checked the lock. It was secure. I checked my keys. They were on the hook by the door where I always left them. My wallet and phone were on my nightstand. I checked my shoes. They were in the closet, dry and clean. The streets had been wet from a late-night shower. If I had been walking for over an hour, my bare feet would be... I lifted my right foot and looked at the sole. It was pink and clean, as if I had just stepped out of the shower. Not a speck of dirt, not a single blade of grass. The sleepwalking theory, which had been a flimsy shield to begin with, began to crack. That day at school, I was a ghost. I moved through the hallways, my mind a million miles away, replaying the silent black and white movie of my nocturnal excursion. My students, a tribe of perpetually bored teenagers, didn't seem to notice my distracted state. Their apathy was a small, welcome mercy. That night, I took precautions. I wedged a heavy rubber doorstop under my bedroom door. I even, feeling slightly ridiculous, tied a small brass bell to the doorknob. If I was going to go for a walk, I was going to wake myself up doing it. I went to sleep feeling a little more in control, a little more sane. The next morning, I woke up to silence. The bell was undisturbed. The doorstop was firmly in place. I felt a surge of relief. It had been a one-time stress-induced anomaly. I was fine. Then I checked the app. Motion detected the front door, 2:48 a.m. My blood ran cold. I opened the clip, my hand trembling. The front door opened. The figure of me stepped out. It was wearing the same clothes. It had the same blank, somnambulistic expression. It closed the door and walked off into the night. An hour later, at 4:02 a.m., it returned. I flew out of my bed, my heart pounding. The bell on my bedroom door was silent, the doorstop untouched. He hadn't come from my room. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was wading through molasses, I went downstairs. The house was quiet, still. The front door was locked. I began to search. I didn't know what for. A sign, an explanation. In the living room, on the plush beige carpet in front of the cold, dark fireplace, I found it. A single, muddy footprint. It was a man's footprint, about my size, but it was not from a bare foot. It was from a heavy work boot. I didn't own any work boots. The thing that was leaving my house at night, the thing that looked exactly like me, was not me. My life split into two distinct, terrifying realities. There was the daytime David, the history teacher, the grieving, lonely man who was trying to hold the fragile pieces of his life together. And there was the nighttime David, a silent, nocturnal creature who had somehow stolen my face and was using my home as a base of operations. My anxiety, which had been a low, persistent hum, became a screaming, high-pitched siren in my mind. I became an obsessive detective, my own home the scene of an impossible crime. I set up more cameras, one in the living room facing the front door, one in the hallway at the top of the stairs. I needed to know where he was coming from, where he was hiding. The next night, I pretended to go to bed, but instead, I sat in the darkness of my room, the door cracked open, my phone in my hand, watching the live feeds from the new cameras. For hours, there was nothing but the silent, empty, monochromatic landscape of my own home. I was starting to drift off, my head lolling against the wall, when the camera in the living room registered movement. I sat bolt upright, my eyes glued to the screen. It wasn't coming from upstairs. It wasn't coming from the basement. It was coming from inside the living room, from the wall behind the sofa. I watched, my breath held tight in my chest as a section of the wall seemed to ripple, to shimmer like a heat haze on a summer road. And then he stepped out of it. He stepped directly out of the solid plaster wall as if he were walking through a curtain. It was me, but it wasn't me. His movements were different, fluid, economical, precise. He walked to the front door, unlocked it, and stepped out onto the porch, right into the view of the original camera. He was gone. I stared at the phone, my mind completely, utterly broken. I was not being haunted by a ghost. I was not being stalked by a doppelganger. I was sharing my house with a creature that could walk through walls, a creature that had chosen for some unknown, malevolent reason to wear my face. My investigation became more frantic, more desperate. I needed to know what was on the other side of that wall. It was the main wall of the living room, the one that backed onto the garage. The garage was my space, my workshop, filled with woodworking tools and half-finished projects that I hadn't had the heart to touch since Jessica had left. The next day, I went into the garage. The wall was solid, covered in pegboard where I hung my tools. There was no shimmering, no ripple, just solid, dependable wood and plaster. I took a hammer, and with a trembling hand, I knocked a hole in the plaster. I tore away the drywall with my bare hands, my fingers raw and bleeding, and I found nothing. Just the wooden studs of the frame, the pink fiberglass insulation, the electrical wiring. There was no portal. There was no door. I was being gaslit by my own house. The creature I had started calling it, the other, was becoming bolder. It was no longer just leaving the house. It was interacting with it. One night, I watched on the camera as it came back inside, not at 4 a.m., but at midnight. It walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It stood there for a long moment, bathed in the cold, white light. And then it began to eat. It took out a carton of milk and drank directly from it. It took a raw, packaged steak and tore it open with its teeth, devouring it, uncooked. Its movements were feral, animalistic. It was not me. I was a vegetarian. The fear was beginning to paralyze me. I was a prisoner in my own home, a zookeeper for a monster that looked like me. I was terrified to go to sleep, but I was also terrified of what I would see if I stayed awake. I was losing my grip. I called in sick to work. I stopped answering my phone. The outside world, with its neat historical timelines, felt a million miles away. I knew I needed help, but who could I go to? The police? "Officer, there's a man who looks just like me who comes out of my wall and eats my raw meat." They would have me in a padded room before I could finish the sentence. My one desperate hope was my brother-in-law, Mark. He was Jessica's older brother, a skeptical, pragmatic, no-nonsense electrical engineer. He was a kind of man who believed that every problem had a logical, solvable solution. I hadn't spoken to him since the split, but I was desperate. I called him. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid mess. I didn't tell him the whole truth. I couldn't. I just told him that I thought someone was breaking into my house, that my security system had caught some strange things, and that I was scared. I asked him if he could come over, if he could just be there. He was hesitant, but the raw, naked terror in my voice must have cut through his skepticism. He agreed to come that evening. His arrival was a brief, welcome injection of normalcy into my surreal nightmare. He walked through the house, checking the locks, the windows. He was a calming physical presence in a house that had become a landscape of psychological horror. "Dave, everything seems secure," he said, his brow furrowed with a mixture of concern and confusion. "What exactly did you see on the camera?" I couldn't bring myself to show him the footage of the other. He would think I had faked it. He would think I had finally lost my mind over Jessica. Instead, I showed him a clip of a shadow moving in a way it shouldn't, a flicker of movement that was probably just a moth, but that I presented as something sinister. He was unconvinced, but he was a good man. He saw that I was genuinely terrified, and he agreed to stay the night on the sofa. We sat in the living room, the television on but the volume low, a flimsy shield against the oppressive silence. I had my phone in my hand, the live feed from the living room camera open. The wall behind the sofa, the wall that was the source of all my terror, was just a wall. At around 2 a.m., Mark had fallen asleep, his soft snores a comforting human sound. I was still wide awake, my eyes burning from exhaustion, my body thrumming with a mixture of fear and a strange, desperate hope that the other would not appear, that its presence was somehow tied only to my own. And then I saw it, on my phone screen, the ripple. It was beginning. The wall behind the sofa, just a few feet from where Mark was sleeping, was shimmering. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, to wake him up, but I was paralyzed. The other stepped through. He was as silent as a ghost. It stood there for a long moment, its blank, empty face turned towards the sleeping form of my brother-in-law, and then it did something that shattered the last remaining vestiges of my understanding of the situation. It raised a hand and pointed at Mark, and its face, it changed. For a fraction of a second, the blank, slack features contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. A deep, guttural sound, like a snarling animal, emanated from it, not into the room but into my mind. I didn't hear it with my ears. I felt it in my skull. It was a wave of pure, concentrated malevolence, and it was directed at Mark. The other took a step towards the sofa. I finally broke free from my paralysis. I let out a strangled cry and threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall with a clatter. Mark jolted awake, his eyes wide and disoriented. "What the hell, Dave?" The living room was empty. The wall was solid. The other was gone. I couldn't explain. I just babbled about a nightmare, a loud noise outside. He looked at me, his face a mask of deep, troubled concern. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a complete and total breakdown. He left the next morning, promising to call Jessica, promising to get me help. I had sought an ally, and I had only succeeded in confirming to the world that I was insane. But the incident had given me a new, terrifying piece of the puzzle. The other's rage had not been directed at me. It had been directed at Mark. Why? What was the connection? I spent the next 48 hours in a frantic, obsessive fugue state, tearing my house apart. I was no longer looking for a portal. I was looking for a reason. I emptied closets, I pulled up carpets, I tore through the boxes of old things that Jessica and I had stored in the attic. And in the bottom of a box of her old college textbooks, I found it. A small forgotten photo album. The pictures were from a period of her life she rarely spoke of. The year she had taken off before we met. A year she had spent traveling and finding herself. I flipped through the photos. Jessica with a backpack in front of a temple in Thailand. Jessica on a beach in Mexico. And then a photo that made the air leave my lungs in a painful rush. It was Jessica, standing with a young man, their arms around each other, a backdrop of snowy mountains behind them. The man was handsome, with dark hair and intense, brooding eyes. But it was the face. The face was almost identical to my own. We could have been brothers, cousins at the very least. The resemblance was uncanny, chilling. Beneath the photo, in Jessica's familiar looping script, was a single word. Liam. My hands were trembling. I had never heard the name before. I had never seen this man. But I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a gravestone, that this was him. This was the original. And I was the echo. I called her. I hadn't spoken to her in months, not really. She answered on the second ring, her voice wary, laced with the concern Mark had undoubtedly poured into her ear. "Jess," I said, my voice a ragged whisper, "I need you to tell me about Liam." The silence on the other end of the line was a solid, physical thing. I could feel her shock, her pain, radiating through the phone. How do you know that name?" she finally asked, her voice trembling. And she told me. A story of a whirlwind romance, of a passionate, all-consuming love affair with a charismatic but deeply troubled man she had met while traveling. A man who looked, by some bizarre cosmic coincidence, almost exactly like me. A man who had been a rock climber. My blood ran cold. She told me about their last climb together in the mountains of Patagonia, about a sudden violent storm, about a fall. Liam had been tied to her. He had been above her. He had fallen, and his weight had pulled her from her own hold. He had been dangling, unconscious, and she had been holding them both, her fingers screaming, her strength failing. To save herself, she had cut the rope. She had never told anyone. She had been rescued, suffering from exposure and hypothermia, and had told the authorities that the fall had severed the rope. It was a secret she had carried, a guilt that had haunted her for years. A guilt that had, I now realized, been the silent, cancerous thing at the heart of our own marriage. The reason she had never been able to fully let me in, the reason she had always looked at me with a faint, almost imperceptible shadow of sadness in her eyes. Every time she looked at me, she saw him. And Liam had not rested in peace. His ghost His rage, his profound sense of betrayal had not stayed in the mountains of Patagonia. It had followed the one person it was still connected to. It had followed Jessica. It had followed her to our home, and it had found a vessel. Me, a man who looked like him, who slept in his bed, who lived the life he had been denied. The other was not a doppelganger. It was a ghost, a tormented, vengeful ghost that had, through some supernatural psychological alchemy, imprinted itself upon me. It was wearing my face, but the rage, the hunger, the methodical, silent comings and goings, they were his. He was coming out of the walls of the home he believed was his, a home he had been cheated out of. And his rage at Mark, it was the rage of a man for the brother of the woman who had let him fall. I understood then. I was not the one being haunted. I was the one doing the haunting. My body was the house, and the ghost of Liam was the unwelcome tenant. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that he was not going to leave until he had what he wanted. He wanted revenge. He wanted Jessica. I told her to run, to pack a bag and leave her apartment, to go somewhere I couldn't find her, somewhere he couldn't find her through me. She thought I was having a psychotic break, that my grief and her confession had shattered my mind. But the raw, primal terror in my voice convinced her. And then I waited. I was the bait. This was my house, my body, and I was not going to let him have it any more. I set up the cameras again, all of them focused on the living room wall. I sat in a chair directly opposite, a single heavy iron fire poker in my lap. I was not going to sleep. I was going to wait for him to come out. And this time I was going to be ready. He came, as always, in the dead of night. The wall rippled. He stepped through. He looked at me sitting in the chair, and for the first time his blank face showed an emotion. Surprise. He had not expected me to be waiting. He had not expected me to be armed. "She is gone," he said in my mind, his voice a snarl of pure frustration. "Where is she?" "She is not for you," I said, my own voice a low, trembling thing. "This life is not for you. This body is not for you. You are a memory, a ghost, and it's time for you to leave." He laughed, a dry, rasping sound that was full of a cold, ancient hatred. "You are me," he sneered, "a weaker, pathetic version. You live in my house. You sleep with my woman. You are just the shadow I cast." He lunged at me. He was impossibly fast. I swung the fire poker, but it passed right through his shimmering, insubstantial form. He was inside my head, a crushing, psychic pressure, a wave of pure, concentrated rage and pain. I saw the fall. I felt the rope go taut. I felt the cold, sharp shock of the blade severing the line. I felt the long, terrifying fall into the abyss. He was trying to overwrite me with his own death, to drown me in his own trauma. But I was not him. My own grief, my own pain, was my shield. I thought of Jessica, not as the woman he had lost, but as the woman I had found, the woman I had loved, the woman I had failed in my own different way. I thought of my own quiet, ordered life, the life he had so viciously invaded. "No," I gasped, my vision tunneling, the room dissolving into a swirl of his angry, chaotic memories. "I am not you." I did the only thing I could. I dropped the poker. I stopped fighting him on his terms. I stopped trying to be a warrior. I was a history teacher, and I knew that the only way to truly defeat a ghost is to understand its story, and then to let it go. I didn't push back against his memories. I accepted them. I let his pain, his rage, his betrayal wash over me. And in the heart of that storm, I found the one small human thing that was left of him, his love for her, a love that had been twisted into a monstrous, possessive obsession, but a love nonetheless. She is not here because she is safe. I project into his mind, my thoughts, a calm, quiet counterpoint to his screaming rage. And she is safe because I love her. And because I love her, I can let her go. It was the one thing he could not understand, the one thing his possessive, all-consuming ghost was incapable of. Forgiveness, acceptance, the quiet, heartbreaking, and ultimately liberating act of letting someone go. The pressure in my head lessened. The ghost of Liam recoiled as if burned. My acceptance, my surrender, was a language he did not speak. It was a rejection not of him, but of the rage that had defined him. It had taken away his power. He flickered, his form wavering, becoming more translucent. He looked at me one last time, his face a mask of confusion, of a pain that was no longer angry but just sad. And then he was gone. The ripple in the wall faded. He was not defeated. He was just released. The house was quiet, but it was a different quiet, a clean quiet. The vacuum had been filled. The haunting was over. I sold the house. I couldn't stay there. It held too many ghosts, both his and my own. I moved to a small, anonymous apartment in a different city. I don't have a security camera anymore. I am learning to live with the quiet, to trust the silence. Jessica and I are talking. It's slow and it's painful. There are too many ghosts between us. I don't know if we can ever rebuild what we had, but we are trying. We are two survivors of a haunting, each in our own way. Sometimes late at night, when I catch my own reflection in a dark window, I see a flicker of him in my eyes, a shadow of the man I might have been, the man she had loved first. He is a part of my history now, a dark, complicated chapter. He was a man who fell from a great height and who tried to pull the whole world down with him. But I cut the rope. I let him fall, and in doing so, I finally learned how to stand on my own. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The winter I turned 34 was the winter the world went silent. It was a silence born of absence, a profound sound-dampening void left by the departure of my wife, Amelia. She hadn't died. She had just left, a quiet, bloodless coup, leaving me the sole deposed monarch of our small two-story suburban kingdom. The silence she left behind was a physical entity. It soaked into the drywall, it pooled in the corners of the rooms, and it muffled the outside world, turning the cheerful shouts of neighborhood children into distant, tinny echoes. My name is Samuel. I'm a cartographer, a man who makes his living drawing lines create an order from the chaos of geography. My work is precise, logical, and quiet. I had always thought I enjoyed the quiet. I was wrong. The quiet of our house, once a peaceful harbor, was now the vast, terrifying, and empty ocean. I was adrift. The neighborhood, Havenwood Hills, was a perfect self-contained diorama of suburban bliss. Mature oak trees, manicured lawns, and a prevailing sense of polite, unspoken conformity. It was a place where things were supposed to make sense, a place for summer barbecues, for autumn leaf raking, for the gentle, predictable rhythms of a life well lived. It was not a place for an ice cream truck in the dead of winter. The first time I saw it, it was a Tuesday in the bleak, iron-gray heart of January. A thick, wet snow was falling. the kind that clings to every branch and wire, swaddling the world in a thick white bandage. I was in my study, a room on the second floor that overlooked the gentle curve of our street, trying to lose myself in the intricate topography of a coastal estuary map. And then I heard it. It was a melody, a faint, tinny, music box jingle that was so profoundly out of place in the muffled, snowy silence that my mind initially refused to process it. It was "Pop Goes the Weasel." But it was wrong. It was slow, lugubrious, each note slightly off-key, as if the music box that was playing it was very old and very, very tired. The sound grew slowly, agonizingly, louder. I went to the window, my brow furrowed in confusion. And there it was, creeping down the center of the snow-covered street at a pace that was more funereal than festive, was an ice cream truck. It was a relic, a ghost from a bygone era, a vintage 1960s model with rounded, friendly-looking fenders and a high, curved roof. The paint was peeling in long pastel strips of what had once been cheerful pink and white, revealing a layer of rust that was the color of old, dried blood. On the side, in a faded, looping, and vaguely sinister script, were the words, "Jolly Jack's Joyful Gems." The cartoon caricature of Jolly Jack was the stuff of nightmares, a winking, ruddy-cheeked clown whose smile was too wide, whose eyes were just two black, empty circles. The truck moved with a strange, unnatural silence, the only sound the slow, melancholy dirge of its song. It left no tracks in the fresh snow. My first thought was that it was a prank, some art school prankster with a vintage truck and a twisted sense of humor. But as it drew nearer, I saw the other residents of Havenwood Hills begin to emerge from their warm, bright houses. They moved with a slow, shambling gait, their faces slack, their eyes empty and unfocused. They were dressed in their indoor clothes, pajamas, bathrobes, slippers, oblivious to the biting cold and the falling snow. They were like sleepwalkers, drawn from their homes by the truck's sad, hypnotic song. My neighbor, Mr. Henderson, a man who wouldn't step outside without his tweed jacket, was standing in his driveway in a thin silk dressing gown, a light dusting of snow already gathering on his bald head. The truck stopped directly in front of my house. A small sliding window on its side opened with a soft, scraping sound. A figure leaned out. It was a silhouette, a shape in the deep, shadowy interior of the truck. I couldn't make out a face, just the impression of a tall, thin man in an old-fashioned soda jerk hat. A single, pale, long-fingered hand rested on the counter. The neighbors formed a silent, orderly queue. One by one, they would step up to the window, murmur something, and the pale hand would dispense not an ice cream cone, but a small white paper-wrapped block. They would hand over no money. They would simply take the block, turn, and shuffle back to their houses, their faces still wearing the same blank, vacant expression. I watched, my own face pressed against the cold glass of the window, until the last neighbor had been served. The sliding window scraped shut. The slow, sad music began its funereal march once more, and the truck continued its crawl down the street, disappearing into the swirling snow, leaving the pristine, trackless white street behind it. The next day, I tried to talk to Mr. Henderson as he was collecting his mail. "Did you see that ice cream truck yesterday?" I asked, my voice a little too loud, a little too eager. He looked at me. His eyes, which were usually so full of a wry, intelligent humor, seemed clouded, distant. "Truck?" he said, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "I don't think so, son. Not in this weather." He turned and walked back to his house, leaving me standing in the cold, the seeds of a profound and terrible dread beginning to sprout in my gut. The truck returned the next day, at the same time, in the twilight hour as the world turned from gray to black, and the next. It became a part of the winter landscape, a daily, impossible ritual. And every day my neighbors would perform their silent, somnambulistic pilgrimage. After a week of this, I began to notice a change in the neighborhood, a subtle, creeping decay. The Christmas lights, which had been left up in a cheerful, defiant stand against the winter gloom, were no longer being turned on. The lawns, once so meticulously kept, were becoming shaggy and unkempt beneath the snow. The people themselves seemed faded. Their smiles were a little more forced, their greetings a little more hollow. It was as if the color, the life, the very soul of Havenwood Hills was being slowly, methodically leached away. My journalistic instincts, a holdover from a brief pre-cartography career, took over. My fear was being eclipsed by a desperate need to understand. I began to research. I dug into the town's archives, sifting through microfiches of old newspapers, my eyes burning from the strain. I found him in an article from the summer of 1974. His name was Jack. Not Jolly Jack. Just Jack. He had been a beloved local figure, the original owner and driver of Jolly Jack's Joyful Gems. There was a picture of him, a kind-faced man with a sad smile, leaning out of the window of his brand-new ice cream truck. And then a second article from the winter of that same year, a tragedy. Jack's 8-year-old son, Bobby, had wandered off during a snowstorm and had never been found. He had been playing in the woods at the edge of the neighborhood and had simply vanished. The town had searched for weeks, but the snow had been too deep. They found nothing. Jack, the article said, was consumed by his grief. He had continued to drive his truck through the neighborhood day after day, long after the season had ended, his cheerful jingle becoming a familiar sad refrain in the winter quiet. He was looking for his son. He was hoping the familiar sound would guide him home. He had driven that route every day until his own death of what the paper called a broken heart a decade later. The truck, his rolling musical tombstone, had been sold for scrap, or so the article said. The knowledge was a cold, heavy stone in my stomach. The truck was not a prank. It was a ghost. It was the physical manifestation of a father's eternal, inconsolable grief, doomed to forever patrol the streets where his son was lost. And the driver was the ghost of a man who had never been able to say goodbye. But what was he selling? What were those little white blocks? I knew I had to get closer. The next evening, as the first sad notes of "Pop Goes the Weasel" drifted through the falling snow, I put on my coat and went outside. The cold was a physical shock, a sharp, clean slap in the face. I joined a silent, shuffling line of my neighbors. Standing among them was like standing in a graveyard. Their eyes were vacant, their breathing shallow. The air around them felt thin, depleted. When it was my turn, I stepped up to the window. The inside of the truck was a deep, impossible darkness, and the cold that emanated from it was not the cold of winter, but the deep, cellular, ancient cold of the grave. The pale, long-fingered hand of the driver rested on the counter. His face was a blur of shadow beneath his hat. "What would you like?" a voice whispered. It was not a real voice. It was a dry, rasping sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. I looked at the menu, a small hand-painted board inside the truck. The flavors were not chocolate or vanilla or strawberry. They were written in the same looping, faded script as the side of the truck. And they were a carefree summer afternoon, the pride of a first success, Christmas morning, age 6, a mother's embrace. I stared at the words, my mind reeling. This was not ice cream. This was something else. What are they? I whispered, my voice trembling. Memories, the driver rasped. Just a little taste to help you forget the cold. My eyes scanned the list again, and my heart stopped. At the bottom of the board, one flavor was written in a slightly different, more recent hand. Amelia's laugh, a sound, a memory, a feeling that I had been chasing in my dreams for 6 agonizing months. The sound that had been the anchor of my life. The thought of hearing it again, of feeling the warmth of it, was a siren song so powerful, so seductive, that it drowned out all the alarm bells that were screaming in my head. I'll have that one, I said, my voice a choked, desperate thing. The pale hand disappeared into the darkness and reemerged with one of the small paper-wrapped blocks. As I reached for it, his cold, dry fingers brushed against my own. It felt like touching a statue. I took the block. It was cold, but it wasn't the cold of ice. It was the cold of absence. I turned and walked back to my house, the small white block clutched in my hand. I felt the empty eyes of my neighbors on my back. I knew I had just crossed a threshold, that I had become a part of their silent, waking nightmare. Inside my house, I unwrapped the block. It was not ice cream. It was a smooth, white, almost translucent substance, like solidified moonlight. It had no smell. I sat in my armchair, the one Amelia had always loved, and I took a small, hesitant bite. The world dissolved. It was not a taste. It was a total sensory immersion. I was no longer in my silent, winter-bound house. I was in our old, sun-drenched garden, in the heart of a perfect July afternoon. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin. I could smell the rich, loamy scent of the earth, the sweet perfume of the roses Amelia had planted, and I could hear her. She was laughing, a full-throated, joyous sound that was more beautiful than any music I'd ever heard. She was holding a watering can, a single perfect drop of water clinging to the tip of her nose. The memory was not a memory. It was real. It was perfect. I was there. The experience lasted for what felt like an eternity, and for what was probably only 30 seconds. When it faded, and I was back in my cold, silent living room, the afterglow was so powerful, so euphoric, that I was weeping with a joy so profound it was almost painful. The little white block in my hand was almost gone, melted away into nothing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever experienced, and it was the beginning of my end. The next morning, I woke up feeling a strange, hollow sensation. The euphoria of the memory was gone, replaced by a gray, aching void. I went to make coffee, and I found myself staring at the coffee maker, a simple drip machine we had owned for years, and I couldn't remember how to use it. The knowledge was just gone. A small, simple, and utterly mundane memory erased. I stood there for a long time, a new, different kind of cold seeping into my bones. The price. The transaction had not been free. I had bought a taste of a perfect memory, and the price had been one of my own. I knew with a sudden, sickening certainty what was happening to my neighbors. They were trading their lives piece by piece, memory by mundane memory, for the euphoric, nostalgic poison of the ice cream truck. They were hollowing themselves out, becoming empty, silent vessels, their pasts consumed, leaving only the blank, placid present. I should have stopped. I should have thrown the rest of the block away and boarded up my windows and never gone outside again. But I was an addict, and the grief for Amelia was a disease for which that little white block was the only cure. I went back the next night, and the next. I traded the memory of my first grade teacher's name for the feeling of Amelia's hand in mine on our first date. I traded the memory of how to tie a Windsor knot for the smell of her hair on our wedding day. I was systematically dismantling my own history, one cherished, perfect, and utterly false memory at a time. My own life was becoming a blur, a collection of disconnected moments, and the only things that felt real were the ones I was buying from the ghost in the truck. My world grew smaller. I stopped working. The lines on my maps became meaningless squiggles. The only geography that mattered was the 20-yard stretch of frozen lawn between my front door and the curb. It was my neighbor's little girl, a bright 7-year-old named Chloe, who finally broke through my self-induced haze. I saw her from my window, standing in her own yard, building a snowman, and I was struck by a sudden, jarring thought. She was the only child I ever saw outside anymore. The other children of Havenwood Hills were gone, or at least they were no longer visible. And then I saw the truck beginning its slow daily crawl down the street. And I saw Chloe's mother come out of the house, her face wearing the same slack, empty expression as all the others. She took Chloe by the hand and began to lead her towards the street, towards the truck. A primal, protective instinct, an instinct I thought had been eroded away with all my other memories, roared to life inside me. The truck didn't just take memories from the past, it was taking the future too. It was taking the children. I ran out of my house, not even stopping to put on a coat, my bare feet burning on the frozen snow. "No!" I screamed, my voice a raw, ragged thing. "Stay away from her!" Chloe's mother didn't even look at me. She just continued her slow, inexorable march towards the siren song of the truck. But the driver, the shadowy figure of Jolly Jack, turned his head, and for the first time I felt his full, focused attention on me. It was a wave of pure, glacial cold, a malevolent, possessive hatred. He was not just a sad, grieving ghost. He was a predator, and I was interfering with his hunt. I knew I had to stop him, not just for Chloe, but for the entire hollowed-out, silent town. But how do you fight a ghost? How do you kill a memory? The answer, I realized, was in the transaction itself. The truck traded in nostalgia, in the beautiful, edited, perfect versions of the past. It fed on the sweet, saccharine gloss of memory. It had never occurred to me to ask for anything else. That night, I was the first in line. The truck pulled up, its sad song cutting through the frigid air. The window scraped open. The pale hand rested on the counter. "What would you like?" the dead-leaf voice whispered. I looked the shadowy figure in the eye. "I want a new flavor," I said, my own voice steady, resonant with a purpose I hadn't felt in years. The figure was still. The hand did not move. "I want the memory of the night Bobby was lost," I said, the words hanging like icicles in the cold air. "I want to taste the fear, the cold, the grief, The real, ugly, unedited truth of it, not the sad story. I want the moment itself. The shadowy figure recoiled as if struck. A low, guttural moan, a sound of pure agony, emanated from the dark interior of the truck. The pale hand twitched, spasmed on the counter. The truck fed on nostalgia, on the comfort of a lie. I was offering it the one thing it could not digest, the raw, indigestible, and agonizing truth. "Give it to me," I commanded, my voice ringing with a newfound authority. "You owe it to him. You owe it to them all." The figure let out a long, shuddering sigh, a sound that seemed to pull the very heat from the air. The pale hand disappeared and re-emerged with a block. But this one was not white. It was a dark, swirling, angry gray, and it seemed to throb with a cold, internal light. I took it. It was so cold it burned my hand. I unwrapped it, and I took a bite. The world did not dissolve. It shattered. I was not in a memory. I was in the event. I was a small 8-year-old boy lost in a blizzard, the wind a screaming, predatory thing, the snow a blinding white abyss. I could feel the biting, numbing cold in my bones, the terror of being small and alone and lost in the dark. I could feel a father's frantic, heart-shattering grief, a grief so powerful it had torn a hole in the fabric of the world. I was experiencing the raw, unfiltered agony that had given birth to this monster. And in the heart of that storm of pain, I felt something else. A small, quiet, and profoundly powerful warmth. It was the memory of a father's love for his son, the love that had existed before the grief had twisted it into this monstrous, hungry thing. It was the original memory, the source code. I opened my eyes. I was back on the street, on my knees in the snow. The block was gone. The ice cream truck was changing. The cheerful, peeling paint was dissolving into a cloud of black, swirling smoke. The metal was groaning, rusting, decaying before my very eyes. The sad, melancholy jingle was distorting, rising in pitch until it was a single, agonized electronic shriek. The figure of Jolly Jack was visible now, not as a shadow, but as a man made of pure, shimmering grief, his face a mask of eternal, unending sorrow. He looked at me, and for a fraction of a second I saw not a monster, but a man, a father. And his eyes, for the first time, were not empty. They were full of a terrible and finally liberating peace. And then, with a final silent implosion, the truck, the driver, the sad eternal music were gone. The silence that followed was different. It was not the silence of absence. It was the silence of peace. The neighbors, who had been standing in their silent, zombie-like line, began to stir, to blink, as if wakened from a long, dreamless sleep. They looked at each other, a dawning confusion and shame on their faces. Mr. Henderson looked down at his silk dressing gown, a look of profound, comical bewilderment on his face. The next day, the color began to return to Havenwood Hills. The Christmas lights were turned back on. The sound of children's laughter, real, joyous, and loud, echoed through the streets. The world was slowly, tentatively waking up. They would not remember what had happened. They would only have a strange, shared amnesia, a collective missing season in the story of their lives. But I remember. I carried a memory for all of them. The grief for Amelia is still with me, a quiet, constant companion, but it is my own. It is not a thing to be traded or erased or consumed. It is a part of my story. The winter is just winter now. It is cold and it is quiet. But it is a real quiet, a natural quiet. And when the snow falls, I no longer see ghosts. I just see the snow. And I know that spring, in its own slow and beautifully, wonderfully predictable time, will eventually come. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The way the floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable, dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open, Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single, elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on the desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, "Maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant." But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of 5th and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gap-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall, there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? "I'm sorry. I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding." With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room. The faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room, its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new, impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old, familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb, and when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life, or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single, accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice, because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery, doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, It looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers. "You've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help, real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy?" "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 and then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small, strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask. His eyes, two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west, to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The mirror was the first thing I unpacked. It was a ridiculous, impractical object, a relic from a life of quiet, scholarly eccentricity that was not my own. It had belonged to my great-uncle, a man I'd met only a handful of times, a reclusive historian who had lived and died in a house that smelled of decaying books and pipe tobacco. When his estate was being divided, none of the sensible relatives wanted the mirror. It was too big, too ornate. A monstrous 6-foot-tall slab of mercury glass set in a frame of ebonized wood that was carved with an unsettling menagerie of sleeping cherubs and coiling serpentine vines. They called it gaudy. I called it beautiful. I was an art restorer, a man who made his living peeling back the grime of centuries to find the truth of an artist's original vision. I appreciated things with a complicated and preferably dark history, so I took it. My name is Thomas, and my greatest flaw has always been an attraction to the beautiful, broken things of the world. I had just moved into a new apartment, a cavernous, empty loft in a converted warehouse district. The move was a desperate attempt to paint over the canvas of a life that had recently been scraped bare. My long-term relationship had ended, my freelance work had dried up, and the city I had once loved now felt like a gallery of ghosts, every street corner holding a memory I couldn't bear to look at. This new space, with its high ceilings, its vast, empty walls, and its profound industrial silence, was meant to be a blank slate. I hung the mirror on the long brick wall that dominated the main living space. It was a two-man job, but I did it alone, my muscles straining, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Once it was up, it transformed the room. It didn't just reflect the space, it seemed to consume it. Its dark, slightly distorted glass creating a deeper, colder, more melancholic version of my empty loft. It was a perfect reflection of my own internal landscape. For the first few weeks, the mirror was just a part of the furniture. I'd catch my reflection in it as I paced the floors, a pale, tired-looking man with hollows under his eyes, a ghost haunting his own half-furnished life. The reflection was always slightly off, a quirk of the old hand-poured glass. It made me look thinner, my movements slightly delayed, as if the light had to struggle to escape the silver depths. The first time I saw him, it was a flicker, so brief and so subtle that I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a symptom of sleep deprivation, and a diet that consisted primarily of coffee and regret. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, which was off the main living area. I glanced out into the loft, and in the mirror, for a fraction of a second, my reflection wasn't alone. Another figure, a shadow, stood behind it. I spun around, my heart giving a sudden hard lurch. The loft was empty. I looked back at the mirror. My own solitary, haggard reflection stared back. A migraine aura, I told myself, a retinal floater. The rational mind is a masterful storyteller, and it will weave the most elaborate fictions to avoid a single, terrifying truth. The next night, it happened again. I was standing in front of the mirror, my tie half done, preparing for a gallery opening I had no desire to attend. I was practicing my everything is fine smile, a pained, unnatural grimace. And then my reflection smile became real. It was a slow, easy, confident grin, the kind of smile I hadn't been able to produce in years. As I watched, frozen, my own face a mask of slack-jawed shock, my reflection raised its right hand and adjusted its own perfectly knotted tie. My own hand was still frozen at my sides. The moment lasted for a single heart-stopping second, and then the reflection was mine again, a perfect, synchronous mimic of my own horrified expression. I didn't go to the gallery. I spent the night on my sofa, the lights on, staring at the mirror, which hung on the far wall like a dark, dormant portal. The sleepwalker's logic of the first night, the tricks of the light, the tired mind, was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp, and deeply unsettling certainty. There was someone else in the mirror, and he looked exactly like me. I am an only child. I have never had a brother, let alone a twin. The scientific, rational part of my brain, the part that understood the precise chemical composition of 17th century oil paints, scrambled for an explanation. It was a complex optical illusion, a flaw in the mercury backing, creating a kind of persistent secondary reflection. It was a bizarre, specific form of neurological disorder, a Capgras delusion for my own reflection. I clung to these theories, these little islands of sanity in a rising sea of the impossible, but I couldn't ignore the evidence, and so I began to study it. I became a scientist, and my own reflection was the subject of my terrifying nightly experiment. I set up a camera on a tripod, aimed at the mirror. I started a journal, a logbook of the impossible. Night 3, appearance at 10:17 p.m. Duration, approximately 3 seconds. The secondary reflection, I'm calling him Tom for the sake of clarity, materialized while I was turning away from the mirror. In the recording, My body turns, but the reflection of Tom remains facing forward for a full 3 seconds before it vanishes. It did not move, it just watched. Night 4, appearance at 11:02 p.m., duration 5 seconds. I was standing perfectly still, staring into the mirror. Tom appeared. He was a perfect mimic for the first 2 seconds, and then he blinked. I had consciously kept my own eyes from blinking. He blinked twice, a slow, deliberate gesture. The recording is clear. It is not my imagination. Night 5, appearance at 9:45 p.m., duration 8 seconds. This was the most significant event yet. Tom's appearance is becoming clearer, more solid. Tonight, I noticed a difference in our faces. The dark circles under my eyes were absent from his. The small, worried crease between my eyebrows was gone. He looked rested, healthier. He looked like me from before. Before everything, the pattern was undeniable. Every night, his appearance lasted a few seconds longer. The progression was slow, methodical, as deliberate and certain as the turning of the earth. He was not a random glitch. He was a presence, a consciousness, and he was growing stronger, solidifying his existence in the silvered world behind the glass. My loft, my blank slate, became my prison. I was too terrified to leave for long periods of time, but I was also too terrified to be there. I became a creature of the daylight, doing my work, my errands, in a frantic, sunlit haze. But as dusk began to fall, a deep, primal dread would settle in my bones. I would find myself drawn to the mirror, a moth to a flame that I knew was going to incinerate my sanity. The nightly appearances became the one fixed point in my disintegrating life. I had to understand the mirror. It was the source. I went back to the lawyer who had handled my great-uncle's estate and asked for his personal effects. I was given a single, dusty cardboard box of journals and letters. I spent the next week of my life hunched over my kitchen table, a modern-day Jonathan Harker, sifting through the brittle, yellowed pages of my great-uncle Henry's life. The faint, sweet smell of his pipe tobacco, a ghostly, constant companion. Henry, it turned out, had not been a simple historian. He had been a collector of the esoteric, a quiet, scholarly member of a society that studied what he called sympathetic objects, items that, through their history or their very composition, had become attuned to something beyond the physical world. The journals were filled with his research on haunted artifacts, on psychometry, on the resonant properties of objects. And then I found the entries on the mirror. He had purchased it in 1973 from a small back-alley antique shop in Prague. He called it the Viridian Mirror, after the name of its creator, a 19th-century artisan and occultist named Alaric Viridian. Viridian, according to my uncle's meticulous research, had been a follower of a fringe, mystical philosophy that believed reality was not a single, linear path, but an infinite branching tree of possibilities. He believed that every choice we made, every path not taken, created a faint, echoic, shadow reality, and he believed he could build a gateway to those shadows. Viridian's theory was not of ghosts, my uncle wrote, his script a neat, precise academic hand. It was of echoes. He did not believe the mirror held the spirits of the dead. He believed it was a resonant chamber, tuned to the frequency of potential. The glass, he claimed, was not silvered with mercury, but with the unique, unstable silver amalgam mixed with the ground, powdered dust of meteorites, iron from stars that had traveled through an infinity of other skies. He believed this stellar iron acted as an antenna for the echoes of what he called our umbra selves, our shadow selves, the versions of us that exist in the adjacent, unrealized realities created by our life's choices. I felt a wave of cold intellectual terror. This wasn't a haunting. It was a problem of quantum physics. The man in the mirror was not a ghost. He was the me who had taken a different path. The me who had not met Sarah. The me who had not chosen a life that would eventually lead to this specific, lonely, grief-stricken loft. He was the me who had, apparently, made all the right choices. The journal entries grew more personal, more disturbed. "The phenomenon is consistent," Henry wrote. "I have observed him for a week now. The echo, my echo, appears for a few seconds longer each night. He seems unaware of me, a perfect but slightly healthier reflection. I must conclude that the mirror is not just a window. The act of observation, of focusing one's own consciousness upon the echo, seems to be feeding it, solidifying it, drawing it closer to the surface of the glass." I dropped the journal, my hand shaking. I had been feeding him. My obsessive, terrified attention was the very thing that was giving him strength. The final entry on the mirror was a single, cryptic, and utterly terrifying sentence written in a shaky, hurried hand, very different from my uncle's usual calm script. "He is no longer me. The echo is becoming its own man. I must stop watching. I pray it is not too late." After that, there was no more mention of the mirror. The last few years of my uncle's journals were filled with a desperate new obsession, the study of migratory birds. It was the frantic, all-consuming hobby of a man who was trying, with every fiber of his being, to look at anything other than his own reflection. My nightly experiments took on a new, desperate urgency. The echo, my shadow self, Tom, was no longer just a passive reflection. He was becoming an individual. He had stopped mimicking my movements entirely. Now he would just stand there in his version of my loft and watch me. His world was a perfect but subtly different reflection of my own. The abstract painting on his wall was hung a few inches to the left. The stack of books on his coffee table was neater. His world was more ordered, more perfect. And then he began to interact. It started with a smile. I would be staring at him, my face a mask of sleepless, paranoid dread, and he would smile. A slow, pitying, almost condescending smile. Then he began to mouth words at me. At first, they were too fast, too indistinct. But I had the camera. I could slow the footage down. I could read the silent movements of his lips. The first word I was able to decipher was my own name, Thomas. The second was a question. "Why are you so sad?" I was having a one-sided silent conversation with a version of myself who lived in a parallel universe inside my antique, haunted mirror. The sheer clinical insanity of the situation was so overwhelming that I almost laughed. The physical phenomena began a week later. A cold spot developed in the loft, a permanent pocket of frigid air in a 5-foot radius around the mirror. The lights would flicker whenever I got too close to it. And the sound, a faint, high-pitched, almost subliminal ringing, like the sound of a tuning fork, would emanate from a glass at night. The barrier was weakening. Tom was becoming more tangible. The reflection was no longer just a flat, two-dimensional image. It had depth. I could see the dust motes floating in the air of his version of the loft. I could see the subtle, realistic play of light and shadow on his face, and he was growing bolder. One night, he walked right up to the surface of the mirror, his reflection becoming life-sized, as if he was standing just on the other side of a pane of glass. He raised his hand and pressed his palm flat against the surface. I flinched back, my heart seizing. His hand was a perfect mirror image of my own, and on his face was an expression I had never seen on my own reflection. An expression of profound, hungry, and terrible longing. He was not just a curious echo anymore. He wanted something. I knew what I had to do. I had to get rid of the mirror. I had to smash it, to burn it, to do what my great uncle had clearly been too afraid to do. But I hesitated. It was a beautiful object, a historical artifact, and a darker, more honest part of me was afraid of what would happen if I tried. What if breaking the mirror didn't destroy him but released him? My hesitation was my undoing. The night he finally spoke, the sound was not a voice but a thought implanted directly into my mind. I was lying on my sofa, feigning sleep, watching him on the live feed from the camera on my laptop. He was standing at the glass again, his eyes fixed on my sleeping form on the sofa in the reflection. "It's so cold here, Thomas," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty space of my own skull. "My world is fading. It's just an echo. It has no substance, no warmth. You have so much you don't even appreciate." I sat bolt upright, my own silent scream echoing in my mind. He could project his thoughts. The bridge between our worlds was no longer just visual, it was telepathic. "I don't want to hurt you," the thought continued, a wave of calming, seductive reassurance. "I want to help you. You are so broken, so sad. I am not. I can fix this life. I can be the better version of you. We can merge. We can be whole again." I scrambled off the sofa and backed away, my hands raised as if to ward off a physical blow. "No," I whispered, the sound a dry, rattling thing in my own throat. "It doesn't have to be a fight," he projected, and this time his thought was tinged with a cold, sharp edge of impatience. "But I am getting stronger, and this world is so much brighter, so much more real. A body can only have one soul, Thomas, and yours is so very tired." I was losing. He was a parasite, and my reality was the host. He was stronger, healthier, more confident. He was the idealized potential version of me, and he was coming to claim the original. I had to fight back. But how do you fight your own better self? How do you fight a reflection? My great-uncle's last sane journal entries held the key. He had written about resonance, about the observer effect. My focused, fearful attention was feeding the echo. So I had to do the opposite. I had to sever the connection. I had to create a dissonance so profound that the echo could no longer find its sympathetic frequency. My plan was desperate and probably insane. I couldn't destroy the mirror, but I could destroy the reflection. I had to become someone he could no longer recognize, someone he could no longer mimic. I had to shatter the very image of myself. I started with my appearance. I took a pair of scissors and hacked at my own hair, leaving it a ragged, uneven mess. I took a razor and shaved my head completely, leaving a pale, vulnerable, and utterly unfamiliar stranger staring back at me from the bathroom mirror. I let my beard grow, a wild, unkempt thing. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating properly. I let the haggard, haunted look in my eyes deepen. I was becoming a monster to fight a monster. And it was working. The appearances of Tom became agitated. He would stand there in his perfect, well-lit world, his own hair still perfectly coiffed, and he would stare at the broken, ragged thing I was becoming with an expression of confusion and disgust. The reflection was no longer perfect. The dissonance was growing, but it wasn't enough. He was still there, his presence a constant, silent judgment. I had to go deeper. I had to change not just my appearance, but my reality. My loft, the silent, minimalist space that he had so perfectly mirrored, had to become a place he could not recognize. I began to fill it with chaos. I painted a massive, chaotic, abstract mural on the long brick wall, a riot of angry clashing colors. I brought in mismatched junk shop furniture, creating a cluttered, illogical landscape. I filled the silence with noise, playing loud, dissonant, experimental music at all hours. My sanctuary became a madhouse. My blank slate became a canvas of pure, chaotic energy. Tom's world in the mirror did not change. It remained the clean, minimalist, perfect version of my old loft. And now, when I looked in the mirror, the contrast was absolute. I was a ragged, wild-eyed creature standing in a room that looked like a paint factory had exploded, staring at a calm, well-dressed man in a serene, orderly space. We were no longer echoes. We were opposites. The telepathic whispers grew frantic, angry. "What are you doing? You are destroying it. You are destroying us." "There is no us," I said, my voice a raw, defiant croak, speaking to the mirror for the first time. "There is only me, and this is my life. This is my mess." The final confrontation came on the 37th night since his first appearance. His time in the mirror had grown to nearly 5 minutes, a long, silent, nightly staring contest. But he was weaker now. His image would flicker, his form would waver, like a television signal struggling to hold on. The dissonance was working. My reality was becoming too chaotic, too noisy for his perfect silent echo to find a purchase. I knew I had to deliver the final blow. I had to do the one thing that was the antithesis of his perfect, ordered, successful existence. I had to embrace my own most profound failure. I went to the box of things Sarah had left behind. In the bottom was a small velvet box. I opened it. Inside was the engagement ring I had bought for her, a simple, beautiful, and now heartbreakingly painful object. I had never been able to bring myself to sell it. It was the ultimate symbol of the future I had planned, the life I had lost. It was the cornerstone of my grief. I walked to the mirror. Tom was there, his form flickering wildly. He saw the box in my hand, and his face contorted in a silent, telepathic scream of rage and despair. This was a part of my history, a pain, a failure, that he had no access to. His world was a world where I had never met her, where I had never experienced this specific, defining heartbreak. "No," he screamed in my mind, "that is not part of the equation. That is a flaw, an imperfection." "That's all life is," I said, my voice steady for the first time in months. "A collection of beautiful, tragic, unforgivable imperfections." I looked at my own ravaged reflection in the mirror, at the bald, bearded, wild-eyed stranger I had become, and I looked at him, the perfect, handsome, successful man I might have been, and for the first time I felt not fear, but a profound, overwhelming pity for him. He was trapped in a world without scars, a world without history, a world without love or loss. He was not the better version of me. He was the lesser one. He was just a ghost of a possibility. I took the ring from its box. "You are just an echo," I said, "and I am turning off the sound." And with a final defiant scream of rage and grief and liberation, I drew back my arm and threw the ring as hard as I could at the center of a mirror. The impact was not the sharp, clean sound of breaking glass. It was a deep, resonant, bell-like bong, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. A spiderweb of black, lightning-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, spreading across the surface of the glass. The image of Tom, of his perfect, silent world, shattered into 1,000 distorting fragments. He gave one final silent scream, his face a mosaic of agony and disbelief, and then he was gone. The mirror was dark. The cold spot in the room vanished. The high-pitched ringing in my ears faded into a profound, peaceful silence. It was over. I stood there for a long time, my own fractured, broken reflection staring back at me from the shattered glass. I had won. I had fought my own perfect self, and I had won not by being stronger, but by being more broken. The next day, I took the mirror down. I wrapped it in blankets, a shroud for a dead god, and I carried it to the deepest, most forgotten part of the warehouse basement and left it there, facing the wall. I did not destroy it. It was a part of my history now, a part of my story. I live in the chaos now. My loft is still a mess of clashing colors and mismatched furniture. My hair is starting to grow back in uneven, patchy tufts. I am still a work in progress, a restoration project. I have other mirrors in my apartment now, small, simple, modern ones, and when I look into them, I just see me, a tired, scarred, and beautifully, wonderfully imperfect man. There are no echoes. There are no ghosts. There is just the single, flawed, and finally, blessedly singular reality of my own life. And I have learned that it is more than enough. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I was chosen for a sleep experiment. No one told me I'd be the only subject left. The advertisement was unassuming, tucked between a plea for plasma donors and a gig for a part-time dog walker. It was printed in the bland sans-serif font of institutional efficiency. Volunteers needed for paid somnology study. Participants must be in good health, age 21-35, with no history of sleep disorders. Compensation, $15,000 for a 2-week commitment. 15 grand. To a freelance graphic designer like me, neck deep in student loans and living off ramen that tasted of salty despair, that number wasn't just compensation. It was a lifeline. It was 2 months' rent, a down payment on a reliable car, a chance to breathe. All I had to do was sleep. It sounded like the easiest money I would ever make. My name is Leo, and my capacity for optimism has always been my most dangerous flaw. The intake process took place in a sterile downtown office building that smelled of lemon-scented cleaner and quiet desperation. I sat on a plastic chair, filling out a questionnaire that probed every corner of my life, from my childhood fears to my current caffeine intake. One by one, we were called back to meet the man in charge, Dr. Alastair Finch. He was a man who seemed to have been carved from a block of granite and then polished to a high sheen. He had a perfectly trimmed gray beard, sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through you, and a smile that was both reassuring and utterly devoid of warmth. "The purpose of Project Morpheus," he explained to me, his voice a smooth, confident baritone, "is to study the effect of a new neurostimulant, which we're calling somnolin. Our hypothesis is that it can dramatically enhance the restorative qualities of REM sleep, allowing the brain to achieve in 4 hours what it normally would in 8. Imagine the applications, Mr. Vance. Increased productivity, accelerated learning, even rapid trauma processing. He made it sound like we were on the cusp of curing the human condition itself. I nodded along, pretending to be fascinated by the science, but all I could see were dollar signs. There were 4 other subjects chosen alongside me. We were a motley crew, united by our shared need for a quick payday. There was Marcus, a former Marine, with a cynical smirk and a web of tattoos crawling up his neck. Chloe, a bubbly, perpetually cheerful art student with magenta-streaked hair. Ben, a quiet, socially awkward programmer who seemed to communicate better with his laptop than with people. And Zara, a high-strung grad student who jumped at every unexpected noise. The facility was located in the basement of the same office building, but it felt like a different world. A series of heavy soundproof doors led us into a self-contained habitat, a windowless bunker of stark white walls, soft gray carpet, and recessed lighting that mimicked a 24-hour cycle. The air was cool and tasted filtered, recycled. We were completely cut off from the outside world. No phones, no internet. Our home for the next 14 days. Each of us was assigned a small, comfortable room. It contained a single bed embedded with a latticework of sensors, a small desk, and a camera mounted in the upper corner of the ceiling, a dispassionate, unblinking eye. Dr. Finch assured us it was only for monitoring our sleep patterns and ensuring our safety. A pleasant communal area with a kitchenette and a small library of pre-approved books and board games served as our living room. It was all designed to be calming, a sterile, controlled womb. But as that final door hissed shut behind us, locking us in, I felt a tremor of unease. It didn't feel like a womb. It felt like a tomb. The first few days were almost comically benign. We'd sleep in our sensor-laden beds and IV line taped to our arms, delivering what Finch called a microdose of somnolin. During our waking hours, which were strictly regulated, we underwent a battery of tests, memory games, logic puzzles, reaction time assessments. We'd fill out detailed questionnaires about our dreams, our moods, our energy levels. And at first, it was incredible. I'd never felt so rested. I would wake up feeling a profound sense of clarity, as if my mind had been decluttered and polished overnight. My dreams were vivid, cinematic. I dreamt of soaring over mountain ranges, of revisiting a perfect, sun-drenched day from my childhood. The others reported similar experiences. Chloe was dreaming up entire galleries of fantastical paintings. Ben claimed to have solved a complex coding problem in his sleep. We felt like pioneers of the mind. The $15,000 felt like a steal. The change began on the 4th night. The pleasant Technicolor dreams began to bleed at the edges. I had a dream that I was wandering the sterile white corridors of the facility, but the layout was all wrong. Hallways stretched into impossible lengths, and doors opened into brick walls. I felt a gnawing sense of anxiety, a feeling of being watched. I woke up with a gasp, my heart pounding, a cold sweat slicking my skin. At breakfast, I noticed the shift in the others, too. Marcus was sullen and aggressive, snapping at Ben for chewing too loudly. Chloe, usually a font of incessant cheer, was quiet, her eyes distant. She had a sketchbook open on the table, and on the page was a disturbing abstract drawing of a tall, stick-thin figure made of swirling, chaotic lines. "I keep seeing him," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, "at the edge of my dreams. He just watches." That night, my dream picked up where the last one left off. I was back in the twisting, labyrinthine corridors. But this time, I wasn't alone. I saw him, the figure from Chloe's drawing. He was at the far end of a long hallway, a gaunt, impossibly tall man in what looked like an old-fashioned tattered doctor's coat. His face was a blur of shadow, but I could feel his gaze on me, cold and malevolent. I woke up not with a gasp, but with a choked, silent scream. The waking world was becoming just as strange. I started to experience micro-hallucinations, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, the sound of my name whispered from an empty room. The puzzles Dr. Finch gave us were becoming more difficult, almost nonsensical, designed to frustrate and disorient. The first to break was Zara. During a particularly grueling cognitive test, she suddenly threw her tablet against the wall. "It's a trick!" she shrieked, her eyes wide with terror. "The questions are changing when I'm not looking. He's changing them." Dr. Finch and his assistant, a young, nervous-looking woman named Anya, rushed in. Zara was hysterical, clawing at her own arms. They injected her with a sedative. She has a pre-existing anxiety condition she failed to disclose, Finch announced to the rest of us, his voice a mask of clinical concern. For her own safety, she is being withdrawn from the study. They carried her out. The heavy door hissed shut, and then there were four. The atmosphere in the communal room turned toxic. Ben became convinced the cameras were recording our thoughts. He started speaking in whispers, covering his mouth with his hand. Marcus paced the floor like a caged animal, his eyes darting back and forth, his cynicism curdling into raw paranoia. We were lab rats, and we were beginning to realize that the maze we were in was far more complex than we had imagined. The next night, the dose of somnolin was increased. That night, I didn't just dream of the gaunt man. I met him. I was in a nightmarish version of my childhood home. He was there, standing in the living room, his shadowy face turned towards me. He didn't speak, but a voice echoed in my head, a dry, rasping sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "You don't belong here," it said. "This place is mine." I woke up swinging, my fist connecting with the wall beside my bed. The pain was a grounding, welcome sensation. Ben was next to go. He'd barricaded himself in his room, refusing to come out. We could hear him through the door, muttering about firewalls and corrupted code, convinced that the Watcher was trying to hack into his brain. It took Finch and two large orderlies he seemed to produce from nowhere to force the door open and drag him out, sedated and silent. "An unfortunate psychotic break," Finch explained, his expression unreadable. "The somnolent can have an amplifying effect on latent mental instabilities." Now there were three. Fear was a constant metallic taste in my mouth. We were trapped with a man who was either a madman or a monster, and the line between the two was becoming increasingly blurry. Marcus, Chloe, and I huddled together in the communal room, a tribe of the terrified. Marcus was convinced the food was being drugged. Chloe wouldn't stop drawing the gaunt man, her sketchbook now a gallery of horrors. Pages and pages of the same stick-thin figure, his face always a void of shadow. "I saw a name," she whispered to me, her eyes wide and haunted. "In my dream last night. I was in Finch's office, There was a plaque on the wall, an old one. It said, "In Memoriam, Dr. Elias Thorne, a pioneer who gave his life in the pursuit of knowledge." Marcus tried to make a break for it. He waited for one of the orderlies to bring in a food tray and tried to rush the door. He was strong, but they were ready for him. A taser crackled, and he went down, convulsing on a soft gray carpet. They dragged his unconscious body away. No explanation was given this time. We didn't need one. We knew the rules of this twisted game now. There was no escape. And then there were two. Chloe and I were the only ones left. We were ghosts haunting the sterile white halls of our prison. We tried to stay awake, taking turns watching over each other, but the exhaustion was a physical weight crushing us. And the IV drips were mandatory. Anya, the assistant, would come in, her face pale and strained, and check the lines. I could see the pity in her eyes, but also the fear. She was as much a prisoner as we were. "He's getting stronger," Chloe mumbled, her head lolling against my shoulder. We were huddled on the sofa, a single blanket wrapped around us. "Thorne, I think he died here, in this facility. I think the experiment. It's not what Finch told us." That was the last coherent thing she said to me. The next time I saw her, she was asleep in her bed. But it wasn't a normal sleep. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. She was breathing, but she was gone, a shell. Anya came in to check on her and let out a small, strangled cry. Finch was right behind her. He showed no emotion as he shone a penlight into Chloe's unblinking eyes. "A catatonic state," he said, his voice as calm as if he were describing the weather. "A potential, though rare, side effect. It was all outlined in the consent form you signed." He turned his cold, analytical gaze on me. "Which means, Mr. Vance, that you are the last one, the most resilient, the perfect subject. The experiment can now proceed to its final stage." I was alone, the sole survivor of Project Morpheus. The full, crushing weight of that realization sent a shock wave of pure terror through me. I lunged for the IV in my arm, intending to rip it out, but an alarm blared through the facility, a piercing, deafening shriek. Finch's voice boomed from a hidden speaker. "I wouldn't do that, Leo, don't you see? We are on the verge of a monumental breakthrough. This was never about enhancing sleep. It was about mapping the landscape within sleep. Somnolin doesn't create dreams. It dissolves the barrier. It opens a door." His words hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a neurostimulant study. It was a cartography expedition into a haunted house. And we were the explorers sent in to map the darkness. The others weren't gone. They were lost. Their minds had been consumed by the landscape, by the dominant entity within it, the consciousness of Dr. Elias Thorne, a ghost in the machine. "He was the first," Finch's voice continued, a manic excitement creeping into his tone. "The original researcher. He tested his own formulas, pushed the boundaries too far. His consciousness became imprinted on the very fabric of this place, creating a stable, psychic echo, a new frontier. And you, Leo, you are my Vasco da Gama. You are going to step onto the shore." I knew with a sickening certainty that if I fell asleep again, I would not wake up. Thorne was waiting for me. Finch was waiting to observe. I was a tethered goat, and the tiger was circling. I spent the next cycle, I couldn't tell if it was day or night, pacing my room, splashing my face with cold water, pinching myself, anything to stay awake. But my body was betraying me. My eyelids were lead weights. The white walls of my room seemed to soften and waver at the edges. The barrier was already dissolving. I saw him, not in a dream, but in reality. He was standing in the doorway of my room, a shimmering heat-hazed distortion in the air. The gaunt, skeletal figure of Elias Thorne. The dream was bleeding into the world, and in that moment of absolute terror, a strange cold clarity washed over me. I couldn't fight Finch in the real world. I couldn't fight Thorne in this one. But if the barrier was gone, then the connection worked both ways. I couldn't run, but maybe I could fight back. I lay down on the bed. I let my eyes close. I let the crushing exhaustion pull me under. But this time, I didn't fall. I dove. I went into the dreamscape with a purpose. I found myself not in the corridors, but in what looked like an old, archaic laboratory. Beakers bubbled with black liquid, wires snaked across the floor like dead vines. And in the center of it all was Thorne. He was more solid here, more real. His face was a pale, skeletal mask of pain and rage. "You cannot win," the voice echoed in my head, a psychic roar. "I am this world." "Then your world is about to end," I thought back, focusing all my will, all my identity, into a single point of resistance. Finch wanted a show. I would give him one. I stopped fighting Thorne's influence and instead focused on the environment. I remembered the happiest day of my life, a trip to the beach with my family when I was a kid. I flooded the dark, musty lab with the memory, the brilliant, blinding sunlight, the sound of crashing waves, the smell of salt and sunscreen. The dreamscape recoiled. Thorne shrieked, clutching his shadowy head as the light burned him. The dark lab flickered, the beakers and wires replaced by sand and seashells. "This is my mind," I projected, pouring all my anger, my fear, my desperate will to live into the thought. "My dream, and you are not welcome here." I focused on the machines, the sophisticated monitoring equipment I knew was attached to me in the real world. In the dream, I imagined them overloading. I visualized the main console in Finch's control room, the one I had only glimpsed on a schematic. I pictured the screens cracking, the wires sparking, the whole thing erupting in a shower of electrical fire. I poured every ounce of my focus into that single, destructive image. A sound jolted me, a real sound, an alarm, the smell of smoke. My eyes snapped open. I was back in my room. The facility's emergency lights were flashing, casting the white walls in a hellish red glow. The speaker on the wall was crackling with static. I had done it. I had created a feedback loop, my mental projection of destruction causing a real-world overload. My door hissed open. Anya stood there, her face white with terror and resolve. "Go!" she screamed. "The main breaker blew. The system locks are failing. Go now!" I didn't hesitate. I scrambled out of the room, my legs weak and trembling. The corridor was filled with acrid smoke. As I ran, I glanced through the reinforced window into the control room. It was chaos. Sparks rained down from a burned-out console, and in the middle of it all stood Dr. Finch. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't trying to put out the fire. He was staring at his monitors, at the chaotic spiking lines of my EEG, and he was smiling, an ecstatic, triumphant smile. I didn't look back again. I ran through the labyrinth of corridors, following Anya's frantic gestures, until we reached the final door. She swiped a card, and it opened onto a grimy service staircase. The air that hit me was stale and damp, but it was real air. It was the air of the world. I burst out of a nondescript metal door into a back alley. The gray, early morning light was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I was free. That was 6 months ago. I have the money. It was wired to my account the day I was admitted, as promised. But I lost everything else. I live in a different city under a different name. And I don't sleep. Not really. I drift in and out of a state of hallucinatory exhaustion, never letting myself go completely under. I'm terrified of what's waiting for me on the other side of that door. The experiment was a success. I know it was. Because sometimes when the light is dim and I'm looking at my reflection in a darkened window, the face that looks back isn't my own. For just a fraction of a second, I see a tall, gaunt man with a pale, skeletal face and eyes that burn with a cold, ancient hunger. Finch opened a door, and I was the one who walked through. But I'm beginning to understand the terrifying truth. I didn't come back alone. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My wife died 3 years ago. She just texted me, "I'm home." The text arrived at 11:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, a night so ordinary it was practically invisible. I was in my usual state of suspended animation, half sprawled on a sofa, the bluish, flickering light of a forgotten documentary on the television painting the room in shifting, melancholic hues. My name is Daniel, and for the past 195 nights, not that I was counting, my life had been a meticulously curated museum of grief. Each object in our small two-bedroom house was a relic, a testament to the vibrant, chaotic, and now deafeningly silent life I had shared with my wife, Clara. The half-finished novel on her bedside table, the ridiculously oversized coffee mug she'd loved, the faint, phantom scent of her jasmine perfume that I could still sometimes catch in the hallway closet. These were the ghosts I had chosen to live with. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a jarring, intrusive sound in the quiet. I glanced at the screen, expecting a late-night work email or a spam message about an extended car warranty, but the name that glowed in the darkness was a ghost of a different kind. It was a name I hadn't seen on my screen in 3 years. Clara. My heart, a sluggish, hibernating thing, gave a sudden, hard, painful jolt like an engine seizing and then violently restarting. It was an old contact, a digital ghost I hadn't had the strength to delete. It was a pocket dial from her mother, perhaps, who still had her old phone. A cruel, random glitch in the matrix. I was about to dismiss it, to toss the phone back onto the table, when I saw the message preview. 2 words. 2 simple, impossible, and utterly soul-shattering words. I'm home. I stared at the screen, the world narrowing to the small, glowing rectangle in my hand. The air in the room grew thin and sharp. The sound from the television faded into a dull, meaningless roar. I read the words again and again. They did not change. They did not disappear. My first thought was a desperate, grasping lunge for a rational explanation, a sick prank. Someone had gotten a hold of her old number. It was a new feature of the phone company, reassigning dormant numbers. Some stranger, a teenager with a cruel sense of humor, was messing with me. It was a vile, disgusting thing to do, but it was logical. It was explainable. With a trembling thumb, I opened the message thread. The last message I had sent to her 3 years ago was still there, a heartbreaking digital monument to a conversation that would never be finished. Leaving the hospital now? Pick up some milk on your way home? Love you. She had never made it home. A drunk driver had run a red light a block from our house. Above that old sad message was the new one. I'm home. My fingers, clumsy and slick with a sudden cold sweat, typed out a reply. Who is this? I hit send. The message was delivered, and then the three little dots, the pulsing, electronic heartbeat of a reply in progress, appeared on the screen. The prankster was quick. The reply came a moment later. It was a single, devastating word. Clara. I was expecting a laugh, an admission, an insult. Not this calm, simple, impossible assertion. My second thought, the one that slithered in after the rational explanation had been shot down, was that I was losing my mind, that the grief, the loneliness, the sheer crushing weight of the last 3 years had finally fractured my sanity. I was hallucinating. This wasn't real. I was having a psychotic break, and my brain, in a final act of desperate, self-destructive longing, had manifested this cruelest of all possible mirages. I stood up, my legs unsteady. I walked into the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face, the shock of it a welcome, grounding sensation. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window. A pale, haggard, and decidedly sane-looking man stared back. I was not crazy. The phone buzzed again. Another message from Clara. I walked back to it. A man walking towards an execution he had inexplicably scheduled for himself. This message was longer. The key isn't working. The lock must be rusted. Can you let me in, Sleepyhead? Sleepyhead. It was her pet name for me, a gentle, teasing jab at my love of sleeping in on weekends. It was a detail, a small, intimate, and perfect detail that a random prankster could not possibly know. A wave of fear so profound it was almost nauseating washed over me. I looked at the front door. The deadbolt, which I had locked hours ago, was still firmly in place. I crept to the peephole, my heart a frantic trapped bird against my ribs. I put my eye to the cold brass ring and looked out. The porch was empty. The street beyond was silent and still, bathed in the fuzzy orange glow of the streetlights. There was no one there. My mind was a screaming chaos of impossible possibilities. Was this a ghost? A spirit? Somehow manipulating the digital world? Was this a test? A cruel, elaborate game being played by a god I no longer believed in? I typed another reply, my fingers fumbling on the small glass keys. This isn't funny. Stop it. The 3 dots appeared immediately. The reply was instantaneous. Why are you being so weird, Danny? It's cold out here. Just open the door. Danny, not Daniel. Only she had ever called me that. Another detail. Another perfect, tiny, and impossibly real nail in the coffin of my sanity. And then I heard it, a sound from outside, a soft, hesitant 3-beat knock on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I stumbled back from the door, a choked, guttural cry of pure terror escaping my lips. This was not a digital ghost. This was not a prank. This was real. There was someone or something on my porch, and it knew the things that only my dead wife could know. I didn't answer the door. I ran upstairs, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I locked myself in the bedroom, the room that was still so full of her, and I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I huddled on the bed, my phone clutched in my hand, a useless, terrifying tether to the nightmare that was unfolding. The messages continued. Is everything okay? You're scaring me. Danny, please, I just want to come home. I had a bad dream. I need you. Each message was a new, expertly targeted emotional missile, designed to bypass my fear and hit the raw, exposed nerve of my grief, my love, my protective instinct. It was a masterful, cruel, and deeply personal psychological assault. And then a new message appeared, one that finally, irrevocably, shattered my last desperate hope that this was some kind of elaborate terrestrial hoax. It was a picture, a photograph, taken just seconds ago. It was a selfie. It was a picture of Clara. But it was not the Clara I remembered. It was not the vibrant, laughing, sun-kissed woman from my memories. This was a pale, spectral, and terrifyingly changed version of her. She was standing on our porch, her face illuminated by the stark, unforgiving light of a phone screen. Her eyes were the same, a deep, beautiful cornflower blue. But they were wrong. They were empty. They held no light, no life, just a flat, placid, and deeply unsettling calm. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair, which had always been a wild, chaotic mane of auburn curls, was lank and dark, as if wet. And her smile, she was smiling, but it was a pained, unnatural stretching of her lips, a rictus of a smile that did not reach her dead, empty eyes. Behind her, I could see the familiar, reassuring details of my own front porch, the potted fern, the welcome mat, the small hairline crack in the porch light. It was her. It was my Clara. But it was a version of her that had been somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark and quiet, for a very, very long time. I stared at the picture, a low, keening sound of pure animal despair escaping my lips. The grief I had so carefully managed for 3 years, the grief I had compartmentalized, the grief I had learned to live with, came roaring back, a tidal wave of raw, unprocessed agony. It was not a prank. It was not a dream. It was my wife. And she had come back from the dead. The knocking started again, louder this time, more insistent, and her voice, a faint, muffled, and horrifyingly familiar sound, came through the thick wooden door. "Danny, please, let me in. I'm cold." I spent the rest of the night huddled in that room, a trembling, weeping mess, as the thing on my porch, the thing that wore my wife's face, alternated between gentle, loving persuasion and a cold, angry, demanding rage. The messages became more erratic, more desperate. "I don't understand what's wrong. This is our home. Who is in there with you? Is it her? I died for you. You owe me this." The last message, a scream of pure accusatory rage in stark, capital letters, was followed by a silence that was more terrifying than the noise had been. I stayed in that room until the first gray, uncertain light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. When I finally, tentatively, crept downstairs, the house was silent. The porch was empty. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there, except for one small, impossible thing. On the welcome mat, there was a single, long strand of dark auburn hair. I was living in a ghost story. But it was a ghost story with a data plan. The next day was a blur of sleepless, paranoid terror. I called the phone company. The number that had belonged to Clara's phone had, as I suspected, been taken out of circulation after her death. It had not been reassigned. It did not exist. I was receiving messages from a phantom number, a digital ghost. I called the police. I tried to explain, my voice a shaky, unconvincing mess. A man receiving threatening texts. It was a common enough complaint, but when I told them who the texts were from, the polite, professional mask of the officer on the other end of the line slipped into a look of profound, pitying concern. He suggested I speak to a grief counselor. He suggested I get some rest. He did not suggest he send a squad car. I was alone with this. That night, she returned. The text, the knock, the voice, the whole terrifying, heartbreaking ritual. And again, I locked myself away, a prisoner in my own home, a man being haunted by a technologically savvy and deeply persistent ghost. The messages began to change. They were no longer just about getting into the house. They were about us. She sent me old pictures of us, pictures that had been on her phone when she died. A picture of us on our honeymoon in Italy, grinning like idiots, a smear of gelato on my nose, a picture of us on this very sofa, asleep, her head on my chest. They were weapons perfectly chosen to inflict the maximum amount of emotional damage. And then she began to send me new pictures, pictures taken from outside the house. A shot of me through the living room window, my face illuminated by the television. A picture of the back of my head taken from the street as I sat in my study. She was not just on the porch, she was all around me. A silent, watching, and deeply patient predator. I was coming apart. I was a man living on a diet of coffee and terror. I was beginning to see her everywhere. A glimpse of an auburn-haired woman in a crowd would send my heart into a frantic, panicked gallop. The sound of a phone buzzing in a quiet room would make me jump out of my skin. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I was being psychologically dismantled piece by painful piece. I had to confront it. I had to understand what it was and what it wanted. My first thought was that this was some kind of punishment, that her spirit was restless, angry at the drunk driver who had killed her, at the universe that had allowed it. But her anger seemed to be directed at me. "You owe me this," she had said. Why? What did I owe her? I began to sift through the wreckage of our life together, looking for an answer. I went through her old things, her letters, her journals. Clara had been a writer, a poet. Her journals were filled with her beautiful, lyrical, and sometimes painfully honest observations on the world, on us. And in the last journal she had ever kept, in an entry dated the week before her death, I found it. A secret she had never shared with me. She had been pregnant. I stared at the words, my vision blurring with a fresh, new, and infinitely more painful wave of tears. A baby. We had been trying for years. It had been the one deep and unspoken sadness in our otherwise happy life. And she had been about to tell me. The entry was a rehearsal, a practice run of the speech she was going to give. "Danny," it began, "we're going to have to get a bigger house." The grief that hit me was a physical thing, a crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. Not just her, but a child, a future, a whole entire life that had been stolen from me before I had even known it existed. And I understood. Her rage, her persistence, was not the rage of a spirit who had been cheated of her own life. It was the rage of a mother who had been cheated of her child's. And her words, "You owe me this," they were not an accusation. They were a plea. She didn't want revenge. She wanted her child's life back, and she thought somehow that I could give it to her. That night, when the text came, I was ready. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I walked to the door. "I'm here, Danny. Please, it's time to come home." The knock, soft, gentle. I took a deep breath. My hand was on the deadbolt. My heart was a slow, heavy, and steady drum. I was no longer afraid. I was just profoundly and deeply sad. "I know what you want, Clara," I said. my voice a low, steady thing, speaking to the wood of the door. "I know about the baby. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry we didn't have more time." The knocking stopped. The silence on the other side of the door was a living, listening thing. "But this is not the way," I continued, tears streaming down my face. "You can't come in. This is the world of the living, and you are not a part of it any more. Neither of you are." A low, soft, and utterly heartbroken sob came from the other side of the door. It was the first real and truly human sound I had heard from her. "But this is our home," she whispered, her voice a thin, fragile, and ghostly thing. "It was," I said, "and it was beautiful. But it is my home now, and you have to find a new one, both of you. You have to let go, and you have to let me go too." I was not just speaking to a ghost. I was speaking to my own grief. I was giving myself the permission I had never been able to find, the permission to move on. The silence stretched for a long, eternal moment, and then my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed one last time. I pulled it out. A new message from Clara. It was not a picture. It was not a demand. It was a single, beautiful, and heartbreaking line of text. Tell him I would have named him Samuel. And then the name on the top of the screen, Clara, vanished. The number became just a number again, an unknown and now unreachable string of digits. I looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was quiet. She was gone. I stood there, leaning my forehead against the cool wood of the door, and I wept. I wept for my wife. I wept for the son I had never known, and I wept for myself, for the 3 years I had spent living in a museum, when I should have been living in the world. The next day I began to pack. I took down the pictures. I boxed up her clothes. I threw away the half-finished novel and the ridiculously oversized coffee mug. They were not her. They were just things. The real memory of her, the one that mattered, the one that was full of love and laughter and a future that had almost been, was the one I would carry with me in my heart. I sold the house. I moved to a new city, a new life. I am a different man now. I am a man who has had a conversation with a ghost through a door and through a phone. I am a man who has learned that the dead do not want to be haunted. They just want to be remembered, and then they want to be let go. I am a man who had a son for a few brief and beautiful moments, a son whose name was Samuel. And it is a good name. It is a strong name. It is the name of a man who has survived. It is my name. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I streamed myself sleeping. Someone knocked on my door while I was watching. The idea was born, as most of my bad ideas are, from a potent cocktail of boredom, narcissism, and the relentless, gnawing need for content. My name is Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I've been a mid-level streamer on a platform that rewards consistency over quality. My niche, if you could call it that, was ambient horror. I'd play obscure, atmospheric horror games, narrate creepypastas in a low, sonorous voice, or simply host long, quiet streams from my dimly lit apartment, allowing the natural, unsettling sounds of my pre-war building to become the star of the show. My audience was small but loyal, a collection of fellow insomniacs and weirdos who found a strange communal comfort in our shared digital loneliness. The concept was deceptively simple: a 24/7, uninterrupted live stream of me sleeping. I called it the Somnus Project. The tagline I came up with was, "What happens when we're not watching?" It was a nod to the paranormal, a wink to my horror-loving audience, but in reality, it was a gimmick, a high-concept, low-effort way to keep my channel active, to hoover up a few extra donations while I was literally unconscious. Setting it up was easy. I mounted a wide-angle, night-vision-capable webcam on a tripod in the corner of my bedroom, positioning it to capture my bed and most of the room. I set up a dedicated laptop to handle the stream, its screen a glowing, hypnotic eye in the darkness. On the first night, I went through my usual pre-stream ritual, talking to the chat, which was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. "Bro is literally gonna get paid to sleep," one user typed. "What if he snores?" another asked. "Hope a ghost shows up, LOL," wrote a third. I laughed it off, signed off with my usual, "Stay safe in the shadows," and went to bed. I fell asleep to the quiet hum of the laptop and the knowledge that a few hundred strangers were watching me drool on my pillow. It was a profoundly weird, quintessentially 21st century feeling. The first few days were a bust, paranormal-wise. I snored, I tossed and turned. I once mumbled something about a missing spreadsheet in my sleep. The stream was, as expected, mind-numbingly boring, but my viewership numbers were up. People would leave the stream on in the background, a kind of bizarre human white noise machine. The donations trickled in, small amounts with messages like, "For your electric bill, Sleep King," or "Hope you're having sweet dreams." It was working. I would spend my waking hours in my living room, which doubled as my office, editing videos, answering emails, and, of course, watching the stream. It was a strange, out-of-body experience to be sitting on my sofa, drinking coffee, while simultaneously watching a live feed of my own empty, unmade bed. The bedroom door was always visible in the shot. It was a heavy, solid oak door, and I had a habit of closing it firmly every night. The first anomaly occurred on the fourth night. I was up late reviewing the VOD, video on demand, from the previous night, looking for any highlights I could clip for social media. A particularly loud snore, a funny sleep mumble. I was fast-forwarding through the long, static hours of darkness when I saw it. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the bedroom door, which I had distinctly remembered closing, slowly, silently, crept open. I stopped the playback, my heart giving a sudden hard thump against my ribs. I rewound it and watched again, in real time. The movement was almost imperceptible. A thin black sliver appeared between the door and the frame, widening by a millimeter every few seconds, until the door was opened by a good 6 inches. There was no sound, no creak of hinges. It was like the door was made of smoke. It stayed open for the rest of the night. My blood ran cold. My building was old, the floors uneven. It was possible, I told myself, that the door hadn't been properly latched and had swung open on its own. A draft, perhaps. It was a rational, logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. But I had never known that door to swing open on its own before. It was a heavy, well-fitted door. That night, before I went to bed, I made a point of not just closing the door, but locking it. I even gave the knob a hard jiggle on camera for the chat to see. "Just making sure we don't have any drafts tonight, guys," I said with a nervous laugh. I watched the VOD the next day. The door had stayed closed. I felt a wave of relief, followed by a pang of disappointment. A small, content, hungry part of me had been hoping for a ghost. But the next night, something else happened. Something I couldn't explain away with drafts or uneven floors. I was watching the Viad from the night before. At 2:47 a.m., one of the books on my bedside table, a heavy hardback copy of House of Leaves, slid off the table and fell to the floor with a soft, muffled thud. I hadn't even noticed it when I woke up. I had just picked it up and put it back without a second thought. But watching it on the replay, it was unnerving. It didn't just tip over, it slid, as if pushed by an invisible hand, moving a good 2 inches horizontally before it fell. The chat, which was watching the Viad along with me, went wild. You WTIF was that, okay, that's not a draft. Demon, confirmed. I was skeptical, but I was also a streamer. I knew content when I saw it. I clipped the video of the fallen book and the opening door and posted them online. The clips got more views than anything I had ever produced. My follower count started to climb. I was no longer just the Sleep King. I was the guy with the haunted apartment. The phenomena grew in intensity, but they were always subtle, always deniable. A shadow that would move in a way that didn't match any light source. A soft, whispering sound that was barely audible on the microphone. A sound I always dismissed as audio. Artifacting. My alarm clock, a digital one, would sometimes be set to a different time when I woke up, always just a few minutes off. I was living a strange, bifurcated life. During the day, I was the excited, slightly spooked host, analyzing the footage with my growing audience, speculating about ghosts and poltergeists. But at night, when I had to actually go into that room and sleep, a real gnawing fear began to take root. The room felt different. The air was heavier, colder. I felt like I was sleeping on a stage, not just for my viewers, but for an unseen, silent audience that was already in the room with me. I started talking to it, not on stream, but in the quiet of the room before I went to bed. If you're here, I'd whisper into the darkness, give me a sign, a real one. It was a stupid, horror movie trope thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught between the performance of being haunted and the terrifying possibility that it was real. The real sign came on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into the Somnus Project. It was one of the rare nights I decided not to review the Viad from the night before. I had been out with friends, a brief, desperate foray into the normal world. I came home late, exhausted. I glanced at the stream on my phone. My bed was empty, the room silent. I went to bed, closed and locked the door, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling watched. It was a palpable, physical sensation, like the feeling of static electricity on your skin. I sat up in bed. Everything seemed normal. The door was still closed. The books were on the table, but the air was thick with a kind of resonant, humming silence. I went into the living room and pulled up the stream on my main monitor. I wasn't going to review the whole VOD. I was just going to check on something. A new paranoid ritual I had developed. I would check the moment I got into bed and the moment I woke up, just to make sure no time was missing, that there were no gaps in the recording. I scrubbed the timeline back to the moment I had entered the room last night. There I was, walking into frame, getting into bed, pulling up the covers. Everything was normal. Then I scrubbed forward to this morning, to the moment I had woken up. I watched myself sit up, look around, and then get out of bed. Normal. But something was nagging at me, a sliver of unease. I decided to watch the whole night. On 2x speed, the hours flew by in a blur of me tossing and turning in the ghostly green-tinged glow of the night vision. The digital clock in the corner of the stream ticked by. 2 hours a.m., 3 hours a.m., 4 hours a.m. Nothing. And then, at 4:22 a.m., it happened. My sleeping form on the bed suddenly went rigid. Not the kind of stiffness from a bad dream, but an unnatural board-like rigidity. And then my body began to levitate. I stared at the screen, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. It was not a hoax. It was not a trick of the camera. My body, my sleeping, unconscious body, was lifted a good foot off the mattress, held there for nearly 30 seconds by an unseen force, and then gently, slowly, lowered back down. There were no wires. There was no one else in the room. I just floated. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. I didn't even flinch. I just kept staring at the screen, at the impossible, undeniable evidence of what had happened in my room while I slept. The whispers, the moving objects, they weren't prelude. They were the opening act. This was the main event. I replayed the clip a dozen times. My mind, a frantic, drowning thing, tried to find a rational explanation, a dream, a hallucination. But I wasn't asleep when I was watching this. This was a recording. It was real. The thing in my apartment wasn't just moving my books, it was moving me. My first impulse was to end the stream, to pack a bag and leave, to burn the apartment to the ground. But the second impulse, the one that had been conditioned by years of chasing views and engagement, was different. This was the Holy Grail. This was the kind of footage that could make a career. This was the ghost I had been hoping for, even though its reality was 1,000 times more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Against every instinct of self-preservation I possessed, I clipped the levitation video. I posted it to my social media with a single, trembling, all-caps caption. I need help. This is not a joke. My channel exploded. The clip went viral, ricocheting across the internet. It was debated on Reddit, analyzed on YouTube, and even picked up by a few mainstream paranormal news sites. My viewer count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. I was no longer a mid-level streamer. I was a global phenomenon. I was the levitating man. The world was divided. Half believed it was one of the most convincing pieces of paranormal evidence ever captured. The other half believed I was a master hoaxer, a digital magician who had somehow pulled off the perfect illusion. The debate only fueled the fire. I was a prisoner in my own home. I was too terrified to sleep in the bedroom, but I was also too terrified to end the stream. I had created a monster, and now I had to keep feeding it. I started sleeping on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom empty, a stage for whatever entity had taken up residence there, and the activity increased. Now that it had an audience, it began to perform. The door would be thrown open with violent force. The books would fly off the shelves. One night, the word "get" was scrawled on a wall in what looked like ash or soot. The next night, the word "out" appeared beside it. My life became a 24/7 horror show, and I was both the star and the sole terrified audience member in the front row. My mental state was disintegrating. I was a raw nerve, jumping at every shadow, my hands in a perpetual shaky tremor. The money was pouring in, but I couldn't spend it. The fame was suffocating. I was the ringmaster of a circus I could not control. And then came last night. I had been awake for nearly 48 hours, surviving on caffeine and raw fear. I couldn't bring myself to sleep, not even on the sofa. I was sitting in my computer chair, the warm glow of the monitor, my only companion, watching the live feed from the bedroom. The chat was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text, thousands of people from all over the world watching the empty, haunted room with me. For hours there was nothing, just the quiet, malevolent stillness of the room. The "Get Out" on the wall seemed to pulse in the night vision. And then, at 3:13 a.m., the same time the door had first opened a lifetime ago, a new phenomenon began. A knock. A soft, hesitant, three-beat knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was not coming from the bedroom. It was coming from my front door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. My neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who were in bed by 9. No one ever knocked on my door this late. The chat exploded. Did anyone else hear that? Someone's at the door. Don't answer it, Ethan. I stared at the monitor, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It's probably a neighbor, I typed into the chat, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Loud music or something? But I knew it was a lie. My apartment was silent. And then I looked at the live stream feed from my bedroom, and what I saw made the world dissolve into a roaring, static-filled void in my ears. On the screen, in the live real-time feed of my bedroom, a figure was standing. It was a tall, thin silhouette, featureless and black, standing in the center of the room where there had been nothing but empty air a second before. It was not a shadow. It had depth, dimension. It was a hole in the shape of a man, a void that seemed to suck the very light out of the room. It was perfectly still, and it was facing the camera. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a hard, painful knot of pure, undiluted terror. The thing on my screen was not a ghost. It was not a poltergeist. It was something else, something that had been drawn to the attention, to the energy of thousands of people, all focused on this one small room. I had not just opened a door for a ghost. I had opened a portal, and something had stepped through. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at my front door was louder now, a frantic, angry pounding. It was in sync with the pulsing of the blood in my ears. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the monitor. The figure in the bedroom slowly lifted an arm. Its hand was a blur of static, but it was pointed directly at the camera, pointed at me. And then the voice. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't on the stream. It was inside my head. A dry, rasping, impossibly ancient sound like the crumbling of a tombstone. You opened the door. Now let me in. The knocking on my front door was no longer a knock. It was a violent, splintering crash, as if someone was throwing their entire body against the wood. The heavy, solid oak was groaning, the frame vibrating. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. I looked wildly around my living room, my sanctuary, which now felt like a death trap. The bedroom was compromised. The front door was about to give way. I am writing this now frantically on my phone, huddled in the one place I have left to hide, the small windowless bathroom. I have barricaded the door with a laundry hamper, a pathetic, flimsy defense against the impossible. The pounding on the front door has stopped. But the silence that followed is so much worse. I can hear footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps just outside the bathroom door, and a low, whispering sound, a sibilant, multi-toned whisper that seems to be coming from all directions at once. It's the sound from the stream, the sound I had dismissed as an audio glitch. It is not a glitch. It is the sound of its voice. My phone is my only light. I have the live stream of my bedroom still open on the screen. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. But that's not a comfort. It just means it's no longer in there. It's out here with me. The doorknob of the bathroom is turning, slowly, silently. I am watching it happen, my own reflection, a pale, terrified ghost in the dark screen of my phone. My Somnus project was a success. I asked the question, what happens when we're not watching? And I got the answer. Something wakes up, and it watches you back. And then it comes to visit. I created a viral sensation. I have millions of viewers now, but the content is no longer mine to control. The show is being run by my new silent partner. I am the final act. The lock on the door just clicked. The whispering is getting louder. I think I know what the final clip is going to be. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I woke up to 47 missed calls, all from my future self. The first thing I noticed wasn't the number of calls. It was the silence. Usually, my apartment complex is a symphony of urban decay. I live on the 4th floor of a brick walk-up in Chicago. By 8 a.m. on a Saturday, I should hear Mrs. Giamatti's beagle yapping 3 doors down. I should hear the rumble of the L train vibrating the steel fire escape outside my window. I should hear the heavy bass of the teenager's stereo in 4B. But there was nothing, just a heavy, suffocating silence that felt like cotton wool stuffed into my ears. I rolled over, my head pounding. I'd taken 2 melatonin gummies the night before. A mistake. They always gave me vivid, sticky nightmares, and I felt like I was swimming through molasses to surface into consciousness. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. The screen was blindingly bright in the dim room. I squinted, trying to focus. 47 missed calls. My stomach gave a weird lurch. 47? Who calls someone 47 times? An emergency. Mom, Dad, an accident. I unlocked the screen, my thumb hovering over the Recents tab. I expected to see Mom or maybe my boss if the building had burned down. I stared at the list. The blood drained out of my face so fast I felt dizzy. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. The list scrolled down, screen after screen. All 47 calls were from my own contact number. I sat up, the sheets pooling around my waist. The room was cold, unnaturally cold for September. I checked the timestamps. The first call had come in at 3:12 a.m. The last one was at 7:59 a.m. 1 minute ago. I held the phone like it was a live grenade. A glitch. It had to be a glitch. Maybe the cell towers were messed up. Maybe someone was spoofing my number. That happens, right? Scammers use your own number to bypass spam filters, but 47 times. Then I saw the voicemail icon. 1 new voicemail. Only 1? If they called 47 times, why leave only 1 message? I pressed the speakerphone button. I didn't want to hold the plastic against my ear. The robotic female voice announced, "Message received today at 7:59 a.m. A burst of static. Then a voice. "Don't. Static. Don't open the blinds. David, listen to me. Do not look outside. Do not leave the bedroom. They are..." Heavy breathing. "They are tracking the movement of your eyes. Lock the door, now." The message clicked off. I sat frozen on the edge of the bed. The voice wasn't a scammer. It wasn't a generated AI voice. It was me. It was my voice. But it sounded wrong. It was rougher, hoarse, like I had been screaming for hours. And there was a tremor in it, a hysterical edge that I had never heard in myself, not even when I broke my leg skiing, not even when my dad died. It was the sound of raw, unadulterated terror. They are tracking the movement of your eyes. My gaze instantly darted to the window. The blinds were drawn, thank God, but there was a gap, a tiny vertical sliver of light where the slats didn't quite meet. I felt a primal urge to look, to peek, to prove that this was insane. Buzz up! The phone vibrated in my hand, startling a yelp out of me. Incoming call, me, mobile. I stared at the screen. My own face, a goofus selfie I used for my contact card, grinned back at me. I answered. Hello? My voice cracked. You listened to the voicemail, the voice on the other end said. It was definitely me, but the audio quality was crystal clear. No static. It sounded like I was standing right next to myself. Who is this? I demanded, trying to sound tough but failing miserably. Is this some kind of deep fake prank? Because it's not funny. It's not a prank, David. It's 10:15 a.m. I'm you, or I was you. Look, we don't have time for the sci-fi explanation. You have about 30 seconds before the first one gets to the door. The first what? Who? The sweepers, the voice said. Listen to me carefully. Get up. Go to the hallway door. Lock the deadbolt, the chain, and the bottom latch. Do it now. Why? Because at 8:05 a.m., Mrs. Giamatti walked out to walk her dog, and they took her. They took everyone, David. The building is empty. You're the last one left because you sleep like the dead. I looked at the clock. 8:03 a.m. You said it's 10:15 where you are? Yes. I'm calling you from 2 hours in the future. I'm trying to keep us alive. I failed the first time I opened the door. Please, lock it. The desperation in the voice was nauseating. It was the sound of a man begging for his life. I stood up. I didn't believe it, not really, but the fear was contagious. I walked out of the bedroom, down the short hallway to the front door of my apartment. I stared at the locks. The deadbolt was already turned. I always locked it. The chain, the voice on the phone whispered, and the bottom latch, the one you never use. I hesitated. Thump. A sound from the hallway outside. It wasn't a knock. It sounded like a wet sandbag being thrown against the wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. Lock it! I screamed at myself through the phone. I fumbled with the chain, sliding it into the groove. I kicked the bottom latch into place. The doorknob turned. It turned slowly, grinding the mechanism. Then a force slammed against the door. The wood groaned. The frame shuddered. If I hadn't done the chain and the latch, the deadbolt might have held, but the door would have bowed enough for what? Open up, David. The voice from the other side of the door wasn't mine. It was Mrs. Giamatti's, but it was flat, monotone. David, it is time for the walk. The dog needs to walk. Open the door. I backed away, clutching the phone. Mrs. Giamatti? Don't answer her. My future self hissed in my ear. That's not her, not anymore. Go back to the bedroom, quietly. I retreated, stepping softly on the hardwood. I went back into the bedroom and shut the door. What is happening? I whispered into the phone. Is this an invasion? Zombies? Not zombies, future me said. They're listeners. They mimic. They take the shape of the people they touch, but they need permission to enter. They need you to open the barrier. If you open the door or the window, they get in. Once they're in, they assimilate you. Assimilate? It hurts, David. God, it hurts. I can still feel it happening to me right now. That's why I'm calling. If I save you, maybe I save myself. The logic is fuzzy. My memory is going, okay, what do I do? Call the police? No. The police came at 8:45. They're part of it now. You'll hear the siren soon. Don't look out the window. I looked at the blinds again. The urge to look was overwhelming. It was like a magnet pulling at my eyeballs. Why 47 calls? I asked. Why didn't you leave a message earlier? I tried. Future me sounded exhausted. The signal, it's hard to reach back. The connection keeps dropping, and every time I call, I lose a little more of myself. I think this is the last time I can get through. Okay, so what's the plan? How do I get out? You don't get out, not yet. You have to wait for the shift. The shift? At 11 a.m., the sunlight hits the fire escape at a specific angle. They hate direct UV. They retreat into the shadows of the hallway. That's your window. You have to go out the fire escape, climb up to the roof, and jump to the next building. The gap is 6 feet. You can make it. I can't jump 6 feet. You can when something with Mrs. Giamatti's face and a mouth full of needles is chasing you. You make the jump. I made the jump. Wait, I paused. If you made the jump, then why are you calling me? If you survived, why do you sound like you're dying? Silence on the line. Then a heavy sigh. I made the jump to the roof, but I didn't check the roof access door. It was open. One of them was waiting inside the stairwell. I got bit, David. I've been hiding in the utility closet on the roof for 2 hours, bleeding out, watching my skin turn gray. I'm calling you to tell you to check the door. Check the damn door before you run past it. My blood ran cold. Okay, check the door. Got it. I'm fading, the voice said. The signal is breaking up. Stay inside. Don't make a sound. Wait for 11 H. And David? Yeah? I'm sorry. The line went dead. I sat there in the silence. 8:10 a.m. I had nearly 3 hours to wait. The next 2 hours were an exercise in psychological torture. At 8:30, the scratching started. It sounded like fingernails being dragged down the hallway drywall. Long, slow strokes. At 8:45, just like the voice predicted, the sirens came. But they didn't wail. They chirped, short and aggressive, then cut off abruptly right outside the building. I heard heavy boots on the stairs. I heard shouting, "Police! Is anyone in there?" It sounded like Officer Miller, a guy I'd seen around the neighborhood. "Open up! We have reports of a gas leak." A lie. Future me said they need permission. They need me to open the barrier. "I know you're in there, David." The voice changed. It shifted from Officer Miller's baritone to my mother's voice. "David, honey, please open the door. I'm scared." I clapped my hands over my ears. I sat in the corner of the room, curled into a ball, rocking back and forth. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. At 9:30, the power went out. The hum of the refrigerator died. The room plunged into gloom. The silence returned, heavier than before. I stared at the phone. 48% battery. I scrolled through the missed calls again. 47 calls. It seemed so desperate. I tapped on the voicemail again. I needed to hear it one more time to make sure I hadn't hallucinated it. Message received today at 7:59 a.m. Don't open the blinds. I listened to the cadence of the voice, the terror. It was real. 10:55 a.m. I stood up. My legs were stiff. I went to the window. I peeked through the tiniest crack in the blinds. The sun was shining. It was a bright, beautiful day. The fire escape steel was gleaming. I grabbed my sneakers and tied them tight. I grabbed a kitchen knife. Useless, probably, but it made me feel better. 10:58 a.m. I moved to the window. I unlocked the sash. 11 a.m. I took a deep breath. Check the roof access door, I whispered to myself. I threw the window up. The noise of the city rushed in, but it was wrong. No cars, no people, just wind. I scrambled out onto the fire escape. The metal was hot under my hands. I looked down into the alley. It was filled with them. They were standing in the shadows of the dumpsters, looking up. They looked like people, neighbors, the mailman, the barista from the corner shop. But their limbs were elongated, their jaws hanging slackly open. They saw me. A collective hiss rose up from the alley like steam escaping a vent. I didn't look back. I climbed. I scrambled up the rusting ladder, my breath tearing at my throat. 4th floor, 5th floor, roof. I pulled myself over the parapet and rolled onto the gravel surface of the roof. The sun was beating down. It was clear. I stood up and scanned the roof. There was the utility closet my future self had mentioned, and there was the roof access door for the next building over. I ran toward the edge. The gap between the buildings was about 6 feet, a terrifying distance, but doable. I backed up to get a running start. Then I saw it, the utility closet door. It was slightly ajar. I stopped. Future me said he was hiding in there. He said he was bleeding out. If he was in there, could I help him? Could I help me? I took a step toward the closet. David. The voice came from inside the dark gap of the closet door. It was weak, wet. I'm here, I whispered. I'm here. Don't come closer, the voice rasped. I'm changing. I can feel my teeth moving. I can get you help. We can jump together. No, I can't move. Listen, did you check the door? What door? The roof access door on the other building. I looked across the gap. The door on the other roof was closed. It's closed, I said. Good. The voice in the closet groaned. Good. Then you have a chance. I looked at the closet. I felt a surge of insane empathy. That was me in there, dying. I can't leave you, I said. You have to go. I turned and ran. I hit the edge of the roof and launched myself into the air. For a second, I was flying. Then gravity grabbed me. My feet hit the gravel on the other side. I tumbled, scraping my elbows, but I was alive. I was on the other building. I scrambled up and looked back. The door to the utility closet on my building swung open. A figure stepped out. It was me. But it wasn't injured. It wasn't bleeding. It was wearing my clothes, but they were crisp and clean. It stood on the edge of the roof, looking at me. It smiled, and as it smiled, its jaw unhinged, dropping down to its chest. It raised a phone to its ear. My phone rang in my pocket. I stared at the figure across the gap. I pulled my phone out. Incoming call. Me. Mobile. I answered it, staring directly at the monster that wore my face. Hello, I whispered. The monster on the roof didn't move its mouth, but the voice came through the phone, perfectly clear. You made the jump, it said. The voice wasn't raspy anymore. It was smooth, predatory. You lied, I said. You weren't dying. I lied about a lot of things, the voice purred. I told you to wait for 11 a.m. Do you know why? I looked around. The sun was high. Because at 11 a.m., the shadows on the west side of the building stretched just enough to cover the roof access door you're standing next to. I froze. I spun around. The door to the stairwell of the building I was currently standing on, the one I had just jumped to, was in the shadow of a water tower. And it was open. Standing in the doorway, shrouded in darkness, were 3 of them. They were all wearing police uniforms. I didn't want you to jump to save you, David, my voice on the phone said. I wanted you to jump Because my building was fully harvested. We needed fresh meat, and you just delivered yourself to the colony next door. I dropped the phone. The figures in the doorway stepped out. I backed up, but there was nowhere to go. Just the 6-foot gap and the monster waiting on the other side. The last thing I heard before they grabbed me was the sound of my own voice, echoing from the phone lying on the gravel. 48 missed calls, it laughed. Maybe next time, pick up sooner.